Alright, everything working? Looks like the mic works. Good. Alright, mic settings are fine. Viewer beware, you're in for a scare. Hello, Wolfpack! We're back with another surprise tier list stream, and we're gonna talk about something that all our subs have been begging us to review, talking about Goosebumps monsters. Not the episodes, the monsters, the characters, the villains of our childhood nightmares, the greatest icons of the show, and some not so great icons of the show. Wait, Cat, I have a question. What's the difference between the monster and a villain in Goosebumps? Not too much difference. Villain, if it's like an idiot bully character or a bratty sibling, we're not counting it. They have to be supernatural or the main threat of the episode. We are talking about all the monsters. We do have some humans on here, like the Doctor from My Harriest Adventure and the Perfect School Headmaster are on here too. So pretty much got everyone who's an antagonist in the episode. Booyah, I knew I couldn't miss this. Glad you made it, Juan Hernandez. Doot 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 da 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 da. Viewers beware, you're in for a scare. Hello, Wolf. Hey, Iris Sutton, glad you made it. Hi, Cat. Hey, Akira, glad you made it. So, like the baby from Strained Peas counts? Well, it is a monster baby, but yeah, the episode kind of cheaped out on that front. Doot 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 doot. Hey, Yara, glad you made it. I mean, Walter from Channel Awesome even mentioned Tony from Click on his list, so yeah, he was an honorable mention. So, have you seen Erie, Indiana? No, I have not. So, we're talking about every Goosebumps monster ever. This one is based on the evilness tier list, but this was the best one I could find because it had every TV monster. Most of them had the book monsters or book and TV monsters, but I have not read every Goosebumps book. I've only read the ones that actually got adapted into episodes. So yeah, as you can see, we got pretty much a long list of every antagonist, twist villain, monster ever, from the Haunted Mask all the way to Dr. Ritter from Deep Trouble 2. We're going to be doing a tier list ranking all my villains from best to worst. And we do have a special design list for slots for each villain, which is very fitting. So I do have to explain, if this is your first tier list ever, gonna be ranking them all on this list. Every character is gonna go up here on how I see them as a cool Goosebumps villain or a bad Goosebumps villain. From the bottom, we have Don't Remember at All. We're probably not going to see a whole bunch down here, but these are ones I just plain forgot, don't remember, made no impression. But here's the worst, the real worst. Even I could do better. Villains so horribly written that I or you in your fanfics, Goosebumps fans, could have done much better with these villains. They are the worst, the bottom of the barrel, the worst no effort villains, and we will sadly be seeing one or two faces down here. Next, we have rubbish. These are plain bad. The lousy villains, the weak antagonists. Could have been something great, but ended up just garbage. Then, they're trying. They're weak villains. There was definitely effort there. The actors are trying. The effects team are trying. The story's trying to hype up this villain, but it's just not working. Definitely a lame duck antagonist. Then we have, fine. These are okay. They did their job. They had some good going for them, but a lot of weaknesses, some bad, like kind of average. They're an alright villain, but nothing you'll go home having nightmares about. Then we have decent villain. These ones were definitely alright. They were entertaining, they did their job, didn't quite make it into full-blown S-tier icon or memorable monster turf, but they were definitely well done for the episode they were in. Then we have seriously evil, like WTF. These are good villains. The ones that are creepy, the ones that have insane schemes, the ones that did definitely cause childhood trauma. Probably not perfect villains since we have one more slot, but they are definitely good antagonists. And up top, the best of the worst. The greats, the faces of Goosebumps, the mascots, the ones we know and fear. They had the best episodes, best evil plans, best personas. Hell, they could even be from a lousy episode, but they were just so darn good in it. These are the masterclass villains, the best of the worst, and these ones we probably will see a lot up here, more than in the bad. So yeah, got a lot of villains, so I guess we should start. If you don't know, Goosebumps is based on a book series written by R.L. Stine. It's a horror anthology show, kind of in the same vein as The Haunting Hour or The Twilight Zone and Tales from the Dark Side. Basically, old-fashioned monster stories. Kid heroes usually get wrapped up in scary mysteries, and they have to solve the mystery to save the day or die trying, where a lot of nightmares occur and a lot of epic monsters are on here, as you can see, who haunted our childhoods forever, and we got to see a lot of our favorite childhood books adapted into kick-ass episodes, or awful episodes too. As you can see, the mud monster did make it on here. Dr. Brewer should be first place. Yeah, I got a lot to talk about. Someone's missing out on what paved the way for Gravity Falls. Yeah, Erie, Indiana. I heard it's good. I have not watched it. Erie-enda was a fun, short-lived series, just 19 episodes, by the way. Like, I see 1990s horror children's shows from 2020s like I'm Looking at You, Velma series. Also, when are you doing another rapid fire? Don't know. Since we're talking about villains, what's your dream Poison Ivy, cat? Arkham Asylum Poison Ivy. That is my favorite Ivy. She's got the sexy, alluring plant goddess. She looks otherworldly, and I agree with Bodhi. Really like her green skin. Looks almost supernatural. That's my favorite Poison Ivy. Nelson Muntz doesn't think Goosebumps books are scary. Well, that's because Nelson's a loser. Alright, so I guess we should start this list, so we can go in any order, but let's start with the villain who started it all, the first ever monster of the Goosebumps show. We are doing the show only, the book monsters, technically not on here, we don't have the Beast from the East, but first monster, the Haunted Mask. This feels appropriate, on Haunted Mask, going up on Best of the Worst. Yeah, The Haunted Mask, classic, one of the best episodes of Goosebumps ever, and appropriately, it has one of the scariest monsters. So, The Haunted Mask doesn't get too much to do in the first episode, the first Haunted Mask. It gets a lot more in The Haunted Mask 2, where it grew sentience after being attached to Carly Beth for so long. Yeah, Haunted Mask goated, of course. After this, can you do a ranking of the Haunting Hour villains? I have to find a list. I haven't found a good Haunting Hour villains list, and I do have to make one if I can't find one. Like if we get a better Magic School Bus Gen 2, if we exclude Magic School Bus rides again, do you think Ray DeLeo will be the new Miss Frizzle actress? Probably, or they might get someone else. Uma Thurman is the best one. Wrong, Ira, wrong. I bet a lot of fans who watch the series never read the books. Yeah, that was me. Never read the books until actually reviewing for the show. The Water Buffalo of Goosebumps, the Steamboat Willie, the granddad of Goosebumps episodes. Yep. Feels like a Persona 5 reference like Beneath the Mask. Smokin'! I love both the book and the episode of The Haunted Mask. The Haunted Mask is the greatest Goosebumps story of all time. Yeah, it's R.L. Stine's scariest book. It's the pilot of the show. Everybody loves The Haunted Mask. So, if you don't know, The Haunted Mask is kind of like the Venom symbiote. It's this sentient creature. It was an actual monster's face, which a creepy mask maker, Ray Lawson, designed. The masks were kind of like his escape. They gave him new personas because he didn't like himself. He was implied to be like Carly Beth. He was also socially awkward and outcast who used the masks to scare people and adopt new identities. However, the haunted masks were evil. They were living beings that grew beyond just being a mask. They were actual creatures who feeded on people's emotions. And our hero, Carly Beth, still one of the greatest Goosebumps kid heroes, goes to this creepy Halloween shop and basically steals the haunted mask because it's so scary. Carly Beth is shy, socially awkward, is bullied by everyone, is easily scared of everything, and this Halloween she wants to fight back, be the one who scares people, where she stumbles upon our lovely Green Goblin mask. This mask, exactly like the book, is so utterly terrifying and so hyper realistic. It looks like a real monster's face, which it very strongly implied it is an actual monster's face, and that's why it's haunted by the monster's soul. Carly Beth uses the mask to basically scare people and get her revenge on the idiot bully, scares others, be the scary one for once. However, the mask slowly but surely pulls a venom symbiote and tries to take over Carly Beth's life, literally becoming her real face, making her a monster and living again through her. The mask is feeding off of Carly Beth's negative emotions and insecurities. Carly Beth realizes that her face is being attached to the mask and slowly becoming the exact same. Like, her eye color changes, the mask molds with her skin, she can't find the bottom of the mask feels the exact same pain as she does, and very creepy. They really hype up how unsettling the mask is slowly attached to her body. One of the best episodes because the mask is kind of downplayed. It's a subtle horror that the mask is slowly becoming Carly Beth's face and slowly controlling her. Never understood why they gave Carly Beth 2 names. They gave a lot of people like 2 names for their first name. Like the Haunted Mask sequel book. So no Dark Horse connections? Probably not. Still find it creepy that the salesman's face wasn't his real one too. Kinda glad we didn't see what was underneath. Yeah, Ray Lawson's face might not even be his real face. It's a mask that actually attached to his face permanently, but he managed to keep his sanity, which is why he's controlling the masks and keeping them stored away. Carly Beth realizes that she's becoming a monster, goes to the shop where he tells the truth that the mask is actually a real monster, and the only way to get the mask off is to love yourself, be happy with who you are, and be proud of your own face, your own identity. The mask is slowly losing hold, which summons its brothers. The other haunted masks come to life. Weirdly, I don't think the other haunted masks made it on this list. I don't see them on here. They become like Ghost Masks and Chaser, where Carly Beth digs up her mannequin she buried and reveals that she actually did like herself and didn't want to change her identity. She wanted to scare people, but she didn't want to lose herself, where she fights back against the masks, loves herself, and that scares off the other haunted masks army. They all run away, and the mask loses hold over her once Carly Beth loves herself for who she is. Very happy, very sweet, but it wasn't over yet, because the haunted mask, Carly Beth gets rid of it, but it survived. The haunted mask, now at full power and voiced by Scott Wickwire, the masked mutant, gains its sentience back and is alive through Halloween horror, I guess, where it takes over Ray Lawson as he destroys his brother masks, and the haunted mask becomes the main villain of the sequel. Also, Poppy Playtime did the show Purple Cat Kaiju. Okay. You're all out of mirrors, Spider-Man. No, wait, that's Electro. Forget Doubtfire. This is Doubt Carly Beth. Or a bunch of masks robbed the off-brand Spirit Halloween. Once again, the saga continues. Yeah, love Aku. Yep, it continued. So, the haunted mask actually did disappear in the first one. In the book, the villain is definitely the old man mask. However, because the first one was so good, they had the haunted mask come back as the main villain in the sequel. The haunted mask took over Ray Lawson and is now in full control. He wants Carly Beth. He wants to reattach himself to her Venom symbiote style. Basically pulls another scheme. The idiot bully Steve is now the secondary protagonist, and he gets the old man mask, one of the only surviving haunted masks, and wants to use it to go on a scare rampage like Carly Beth did. However, the old man mask slowly ages him, makes him a decrepit crypt keeper old man. He's losing his strength, becoming more frail, becoming tired and weak and helpless, and Very gross, too. He's got, like, cobwebs and bugs crawling over him. His bones are, like, deforming. The Haunted Mask reveals himself, and he says that Steve is his minion now. Steve can get the old man mask off if he brings him Carly Beth and destroys her mannequin head. He wants Carly Beth for himself and basically to reattach himself to her because the Haunted Mask is kind of a creepy incel, and Carly Beth was, like, his first. I remember first time watching The Haunted Mask in elementary school. Yeah, I saw it back when we had, like, VHS, and my school played it during, like, a school break. Definitely loved the change in Haunted Mask 2, with him returning as the main villain. Scott Wickwire was great voicing the villain. Yeah, if you don't know, the Masked Mutant now voices the Haunted Mask. We actually get a persona for the Mask in the sequel, where he's a lot more creepy. With Ray Lawson's body, he has like a Grim Reaper kind of look. His mask is a lot more slimy in this version. He has cold black eyes like Michael Myers, the devil's eyes. Very threatening, very creepy, and he does show he has a lot more power over the other masks. He feels his brothers dying when Ray Lawson is burning them, and he somehow has control over Steve and his old man, like his old man mask, because he's like aging and he can speed up his dying process and make him do whatever he wants, which, yeah, very, very cool, very OP kind of villain. The Haunted Mask, of course, gets Steve to destroy the mannequin. He thinks he's won, and they lure Carly Beth into a trap. However, Steve can't go through with it and dies trying to save her. He takes, like, the Haunted Mask's attack, where the Haunted Mask loses because his love for Carly Beth killed him. And the Haunted Mask is defeated. We get a terrible ship. Do not ship Carly Beth and Steve. Steve is awful. Carly Beth deserves better. Like Hiccup. Remember my Are You Afraid of the Dark fans? She dated Hiccup. The Haunted Mask is defeated, and they bury both their masks. Well, actually, they burn it. Then the Haunted Mask was still alive. At least the main one was gonna come back for a third, I guess. But Carly Beth's dog buries it in the yard and pisses on it, which is the end of the Haunted Mask. He's alive, and I guess everyone thought there was going to be a Haunted Mask 3 because of how good the first two are. Yeah, this villain, really kick-ass, really creepy, love the Green Goblin look, scarier than William Dafoe was. Yeah, this is definitely one of the best villains ever. Yeah, that's the one flaw with the sequel. Steve wasn't ashamed of who he was, he just wanted one last scary Halloween, so it wasn't quite the same. You're never too old for Halloween. I remember watching The Haunted Mask in elementary, read that. What I found funny, how in the second one, Carly Beth actually dressed like a duck. That was supposed to be her costume in the first one, and in the sequel, she finally wore it. Yeah, I don't get what all this, oh, we're getting too old for Halloween. I was like, bro, my high school class still dressed in costumes for Halloween. Terry from SMG4 wouldn't mind being a duck for Halloween. I like that they made one of the bullies the main protagonist in the sequel episode. Yeah, they do humanize Steve a lot more. However, I do feel a bit iffy on his redemption arc, mostly because he's kind of just tortured into being good. It doesn't feel like he reflected upon himself enough. And yet, in the end, we never got a sequel to that one. Yeah, no Haunted Mask 3. If you read the books, there is a very weird continuation where the Haunted Mask and Carly Beth team up against a bad guy. I believe R.L. Stine gave the Haunted Mask like a redemption arc, and he and Carly Beth team up and go on a kick-ass adventure together, stopping worse villains. Have not read that. I only know of it from the Goosebumps Wikipedia, but there are apparently continuations. Yep, evil truly never dies. Man, I kinda wish there was a third one. Yeah, me too. I was actually hoping we'd get a Haunted Mask 3. I did like 2 in the end. It wasn't as good as the first one, but I do think Haunted Mask 1 and 2 are both classics and good Goosebumps episodes. I do ship Carly Beth times Steve. I find it to be an interesting ship, especially since he admitted he liked Carly Beth in the first one. Well, he shouldn't have bullied her, Ira. You don't get people's love and affection by being jackasses to them. To quote Bender, now that is irony. Actually, most of the book/episodes ends with a still alive gotcha scene. Yeah, we call it a twist ending, John Smith. For the next one, we know it's the true mascot of the series, Slappy. In the book, the storekeeper actually sells her the mask, where she steals it in the show. Hey, Light Jones. Yeah, Ray Lawson is actually more of a good guy in the TV show than he was in the book. In the book, he was kind of a cowardly, sociopathic douche who did sell her the mask when she offered money for it. But yeah, Haunted Mask, best of the worst. So, of course, we should do the other face of Goosebumps, Slappy the Dummy, the mascot of Goosebumps, the villain we all know, love, and fear, voiced by Wolverine from the X-Men The Animated Series. Yeah, this guy, going on best of the worst. Do I think he's better than the Haunted Mask? No, I'll put him under the Haunted Mask. Okay. Yep, Slappy the Dummy. Of course he's on here. Of course he's S tier. I mean, it's Slappy. You all know this guy. If you don't know, Night of the Living Dummy. R.L. Stine has wrote multiple stories about this guy. Hell, he even has his own Goosebumps spin-off, Slappy World. Slappy the Dummy. He was an evil wizard in life who died, where his coffin got part of his coffin got turned into a ventriloquist dummy, and the wizard's soul and magic kind of lives on through that dummy because it violated his grave or something. Slappy the Dummy is basically a living doll. He's a living killer doll. He's a dummy that a ton of families like to adopt and play with. Usually there's a ventriloquist in the family who buys Slappy for their act. However, Slappy is actually alive, possessed by an evil spirit who wants to force whoever adopts him to become his slave, his puppet. He's the puppet master pulling all the strings. He's doing evil things, and he wants to basically rebuild his empire. Wolverine, he was voiced by Wolverine, passed out. Yeah, Wolverine, I think his name's Carl Dodd from X-Men The Animated Series, actually voices Slappy, which surprised me because you could not tell it was him. Carl Dodd does a really good voice. Yeah, hard to believe Wolverine plays this guy on the original Goosebumps show. Who you callin' dummy, dummy? After hearing her story of being bullied. They were kids. Back then a boy or a girl who bullies another girl or boy means they like them. Well, screw you. I don't have to like you either way. That's when he sells it to her. Yeah, Wolverine, he passed out. Night of the Living Dummy 2, even though I never watched the first episode. Okay, so they did not make a first living dummy. The first living dummy follows Mr. Wood, and Slappy is the twist villain in the book, where basically we find out there were two living dummies, so Goosebumps decided to just cut the middleman out and get to the chase, make Slappy the real mascot of Goosebumps, where they did Night of the Living Dummy 2. Living Dummy 2 is kind of the exact same as 1, except it's about Slappy and not Mr. Wood, so I guess they cared more about that. I'm kind of surprised they didn't make an animated adaptation of Slappy World. That would have been cool. Would have been, but apparently Disney's not interested in that. They'd rather do their terrible miniseries shows. The face of Goosebumps, I actually prefer his design in the movies than in the show. Yeah, in the movies, he's more book accurate. Here, they took creative liberties. Slappy has red hair and green eyes now. He doesn't have the black shaved kind of looking head and the more creepier brown eyes. Slappy's a lot smaller in the movie. Jack Black voiced him there, and I thought he did better as Slappy than as R.L. Stine, that's for sure. Slappy, basically the same. He's adopted by some unsuspecting family where he pretends he's a doll, but he's actually alive and causing mischief in the house. Ultimately, he wants to make people his slave. In the first one, a girl who loves ventriloquism gets it to upstage her idiot bully siblings. However, the dummy is ruining her life, making her look bad, basically gaslighting everyone to turn them against the girl who adopted him. So she had no other choice but to bow before him. However, the girl exposes that Slappy's real, get a chase scene. Slappy gets killed, except not really, because evil never dies tonight. Then in the third one, he's adopted by a new family who collect ventriloquist dummies. A lot of people really looking forward to my Living Dummy 3 review. I do think it is a good episode. However, it is also very slow in part 1. Slappy does not do much in part 1. Basically, he's recovering from his loss and sort of studying the family. He's always there, always watching. The first part fakes you out. They think They trick you into thinking Slappy's causing mischief again. He's back to his old habits. However, it was really Anakin Skywalker all along being a troll. Then Slappy reveals he actually was alive, and now he's making his move, building a dummy army, starting with Rocky. His voice was perfect. Yeah, I thought he was pretty good. Slappy actually isn't the villain of the first living dummy. Yeah, that's Mr. Wood. Who ya calling dummy, bub? That was cool. I got to go to Fiji for that. I still want to know what Fox did to that dummy. They took this Slappy away from Ron Stefanuk when the show ended. Also, Cal Dodd, not Carl Dodd. Okay, my mistake, Bodie. Didn't know you loved your X-Men so much. Insert Carlsville joke here. We know the concept of how someone tells that the dummy is real, but people think they're crazy until they see the dummy, but does afterwards. Yeah, that is kind of the formula. Slappy pretends he's not real. Nobody believes the kid hero that Slappy's alive and evil. Then Slappy ultimately makes his power move and actually attacks. In Living Dummy 3, he takes Anakin Skywalker hostage by turning him into a dummy, finally revealing that Slappy does have magic powers, and this is what he means by making them his slaves. He's going to turn them into dummies who all have to obey him, like Anakin Skywalker. The kids fight him, they get Rocky to turn against him, where he's thrown out the window and then shocked by lightning. Yes, seriously, Slappy gets blown up in the third one, where he dies, only to get the family saved, and they find out Anakin Skywalker is still part dummy in the end, which explains why he's so wooden on the prequels. But Slappy gets found in the dumpster by this old magician who's failing at his job. The old magician rebuilds Slappy and makes him part of the act, and the old magician is the first we actually see fully become Slappy's slave. He's bowing to him, but being forced to do what he does, and my favorite living dummy, easily Bride of the Living Dummy, because Slappy finds love. I really like how they actually had a real stunt double to show him running. I feel a bit iffy on that, Light Jones. The living stunt double for Slappy is not very convincing because it clearly doesn't look anything like the puppet. Insert joke about the real reason Anakin Skywalker turned here. Yep. Since you're on a hot streak with ranking villains, maybe next you can do Disney villains. I have to find a list that doesn't have the TV show villains because I've not seen all of Disney's TV cartoon villains. I know the movie ones well. Hey, Jon Snow, glad you made it. Not very far. Talking about Slappy. The cover of The Night of the Living Dummy is one of the best book covers ever. I thought Stay Out of the Basement pretty haunting, too. Quit staring at me with them big ol' eyes. Ew. King Jelly Jam should have been a villain on the show. That would have been an expensive episode to make, because admittedly, the Jelly Jam King would have taken a lot of practical effects or CGI to do. Slappy says he's invincible, but lightning kills him. Yeah, Slappy can't beat God. How shocking. Hey, Fatal Waffle. Very creepy love if you know the context of what happened in the Bride episode. Yeah. Ron Stefanuk created all the monsters for the show. Some still remain in his old office. He still has the head of dummy Hayden Christensen. Oh, that's nice to know. So, Bride of the Living Dummy, I don't want to spoil yet, but Slappy finds love, and it is a very creepy, unsettling love, which added a canon trait to Slappy, which a lot of fans still hotly talk about to this very day. Slappy basically follows these two girls home and stalks them basically because he wants his bride and does his old dummy shtick, but here it's a lot creepier because Slappy wants to marry one of the characters. They have a creepy doll named Mary Ellen. Slappy's after basically all three of them, and there's a disturbing twist about Slappy, which made him a lot more creepier than he's ever been, but it's why I kind of like Bride of the Living Dummy. We'll just say it's a lot better than the old story plot and leave it at that. Basically, Slappy actually kind of wins in Bride of the Living Dummy. He doesn't get his bride, but when he gets killed, he dies and his ghost possesses this annoying fat kid where he has this very creepy jump scare, and I will say, this scene still looks very horrifying to this very day, where the annoying fat kid gets possessed by Slappy's ghost, and Slappy now has a half-human, half-dummy body, and You all know this scene where the boy's in the bathroom, he was locked in, he turns around and reveals his face, has like creepy dummy eyes, has them big ol' eyes, and ends with Slappy laughing maniacally as he walks and attacks the family. Very creepy episode. Don't worry, I really like Bride of the Living Dummy. That pretty much sealed Slappy as one of my favorite villains. He is a classic. We all love him. Heck, he became the main villain of the Jack Black Goosebumps movies and was the villain of the first Disney Plus miniseries. Technically was the first villain of the Disney Plus show, but we're not going to talk about that. If you're hoping for me to review the Disney Plus shows, no, I'm not going to. I have no interest. It did not win me over. Them friggin' eyes were nightmare fuel. Yeah, they still look very creepy. Very creepy love, yeah. That's disgusting. Ew. If you know, you know. Slappy is funny and scary at the same time, yeah. The Bride of the Living Dummy twist made Slappy scarier for a whole different reason outside of his creepy doll look. Them friggin' eyes were nightmare fuel. Yeah, Shadowling, that twist ending's still scary to this day. The eyes are actual practical effects. So glad they did not CGI over the kid. They actually gave him like special goggles to look like a puppet. I'm not all that big on the stay out of the basement cover. A better cover would have been Dr. Brewer working in the basement surrounded by leaves, a green light on him, and his two kids looking on. Slappy's a creepy peeper. Gross! What is this, bat spit? You'd be surprised as how many things they actually do hold up from the kids' shows today. Yes, Goosebumps does have a lot of things that do hold up. The worst is either the acting or some of the CGI. The digital effects, most of them did not age well. Some of them actually are passable, but a lot clearly look fake, clearly in front of a green screen, and did not translate well. They look like Beast Wars graphics, but their practical effects, most of them do hold up. I wish Slappy's nightmare was adapted after Jimmy O. James was set up in Bride. Yeah, that was the old magician, Jimmy O. James. He was Slappy's slave. He kind of disappears from the plot in Bride of the Living Dummy. I suspect we were going to get another one, but unfortunately, Goosebumps did end. He was also one of the 4 iconic mascots of Goosebumps. Yeah, of course, Slappy's up here. He's iconic. He's creepy. Got one of the best designs. Cal Dodd's voice is supernatural. Got scary powers. Slappy never dies. He is the villain who always comes back. He's rebuilt. He's up there with Chucky the Killer Doll in terms of iconic killer dolls. Yeah, we all like Slappy. Everybody's been requesting his episodes. We only knocked out Night of the Living Dummy 2. Yeah, I know we have 3, but still a bit hesitant to go into 3 because nothing happens for most of part 1. Part 2 is where all the action is. Bride of the Living Dummy, though, that's my favorite Slappy one, if you're wondering. Love Bride, that made him very creepy and gave him a place on this list. Slappy is the best of the worst. He is a show stealer. Maybe Tom Kenny can voice Slappy in the future. Probably. I'm surprised they didn't get him for Disney Plus. No doubt CGI, but I feel like all the budget went to the special effects, to the monsters, than the acting. Yeah, Goosebumps' monsters are what held up very well. But yeah, Slappy, he's a show stealer. He's best of the worst. I will put him under the Haunted Mask because the Haunted Mask was a lot more creepier because he's actually bigger than Slappy. Alright, so who should we do next? We could pretty much go free for all now. How did Slappy get taller in 3? Because the stuntman was too big. Okay, I guess we should talk about an episode we haven't touched yet. How about we do the haunted camera from Say Cheese and Die? Alright, sorry guys, we have not talked about Say Cheese and Die yet, mostly because kind of afraid people are going to ask me what I think about Say Cheese and Die again, the god-awful sequel. The haunted camera, going on to fine. Yeah, it's kind of weird seeing an object. This is pretty much the beginning of R.L. Stine using cursed artifacts, a lot of objects. We see this all the time in the Haunting Hour. You know this, it's an artifact of doom. The object that causes bad luck, curses, dark things happen around whoever uses this thing. I went Dr. Brewer next. Okay, we'll do him after. I've seen some of the old Foxbox promos that featured Slappy with the other monsters. Yeah, they're usually more funny than scary, though. Smile for the scammer. So, we haven't talked about Say Cheese and Die, or Say Cheese and Die again yet either, because honestly, bit iffy talking about them. I do not think Say Cheese and Die is one of the all-time best episodes of the show. It's just kind of been sitting on the sides. People have requested it, but I'm also afraid because then people will expect us to follow up with the sequel, which is one of the worst Goosebumps episodes of all time, which is why it also lost a few points. So if you don't know, there's a haunted camera that's sealed off in this warehouse being watched by Spidey. Not Spider-Man Peter Parker, a guy nicknamed Spidey because he's creepy and covered in cobwebs. This haunted camera is sealed away in a warehouse where Mr. Knuff, Ryan Gosling, accidentally stumbles upon it and finds the camera where he, of course, screws around and plays with it. Spidey tries to stop them, but epic fails, where Ryan Gosling ends up stealing the camera and using it, finding out that there's more to this camera than meets the eye. Gotta say, I do like the camera's design. Yeah, the camera, as you can see, they gave a very futuristic kind of alien look. The camera is huge and looks like a mini spaceship. It is an creepy otherworldly device. They made the camera look supernatural, which, very good, very iconic design. It does stand out amongst the Goosebumps prop department. Why did half of the cast come back for Say Cheese and Die again? Probably because the half that was smart read the script and backed out. I came up with a story about a cursed prom dress that haunted by the spirit of a jealous prom queen. Very good, Ira. The camera looks more like a toaster. Yeah, I thought that too when I first saw it. It's mainly known for Ryan Gosling. Yeah, Ryan Gosling got his start on Goosebumps and Young Hercules. Ryan Gosling did a lot better on The Tale of Station 109.1 because he was an actual character there. Here, Ryan Gosling basically screws around with the camera and it takes pictures basically with Final Destination deaths like foreshadowed in. We see bad things happen. This has the infamous people who like the skulls, like the Skull family, which actually happened in a dream, not in real life. Like, he takes picture of his brother's new car. The car is destroyed in the pic, but looks good in real life. He takes pictures of his best friend. The girl is not in the picture. It's completely vanished, and she disappears in real life. Basically, the camera is making these bad Final Destination things occur in the real world, showing them pics of the future, because whatever the camera takes a picture of, it causes that bad event to happen. Yeah, well, you know what they say. All toasters toast toast. Toast! My favorite moment of Say Cheese and Die again, how the teacher thought it was fake, only to learn it's real as he lost his hair. Yeah, that also kind of why it dropped down here. The second one, Say Cheese and Die again, made the camera more funny. It makes funny things happen now. It has the infamous, it turned the main character into a fat ass. He's growing so fat that he's going to blow up, and the girl is so scrawny she's going to decay and shrivel up and die. And basically, the camera has a really stupid weakness where you can alter the photos in like a Photoshop lab. Keep in mind, this is before the internet. They had to actually go to like a photo hut where the brother works, and he has to alter the photos to make them look normal, so that pretty much declaws the camera as a complete threat. Yeah, the camera does goofy things in the sequel, which is why it's considered a huge step down, aside from all the fat-phobic remarks. The camera always remind me of a toaster, yeah. The teacher does get his comeuppance in the end, which is the only satisfying point that sequel wins, because the teacher kind of got away with being a douchebag in the book, but the class was also kind of douchebags, so I was not sad to see that they were the ones who die in the book, but in the show, the teacher goes bald right on the spot and everyone laughs at him, which very deserved because he deserved it, but again, this episode's like very pro-bullying, kind of miserable, depressing. Everyone's making fun of the character because he's fat, and the very uncomfortable shots of a grown-ass man's fat body swapped in with the kid, which, very creepy. The curse object in Goosebumps brought Beware of the Purple Peanut Butter into existence, though that's always done by R.L. Stine's Ghost Riders. Does the Cuckoo Clock of Doom count? Yeah, see, the Cuckoo Clock is on here next to Dr. Brewer. They really tried with the Skull family from the book. Yeah, they did, but the effect did not look good because the skulls look like cartoons. I'm not sure why they couldn't have had realistic skeletons like standing around, but I guess they didn't come up clearly in production. The Cuckoo Clock of Doom is a good monster. It erased the bratty sister. Yeah, that's funny. I read that one. Thinner. Yeah, that was what it was referencing to. Slappy the Dummy could be a good villain in Kingdom Hearts. Being replacement for the 100-Acre Woods. The teacher was a fool. Yeah, he was. Say cheese, say cheese, say cheese. Yeah, if you watch Say Cheese and Die, it has this quote that's supposed to be kind of an homage to Friday the 13th. Instead of the we have say cheese, say cheese. It's very cheesy, but very fun effect. Kind of giving the camera kind of a Jason quality. The teacher losing his hair was the only accurate part, though. He was growing old, so he lost his hair early. Extra thick. Yeah. The teacher was kind of a dick, so he got his comeuppance in the end. Yeah, Say Cheese and Die Again kind of dropped the camera in terms of epic villainy because, one, it does more funny Final Destination predictions. It's a lot goofier, cartoony, wackier, and the camera is easily nerfed because all you have to do is go to a Photoshop and edit the photos, and that completely defangs it as a villain. Yeah, it's going on fine. Say Cheese and Die has never been one of my favorite episodes. The first one is decent, the second one, awful. Say Cheese and Die Again, one of the worst episodes of the series, and will probably be on our worst episodes list. But the camera itself, going on to fine. It's a fine villain. Just didn't snap a good shot. Is Spidey here? Might as well do him next. He should, yeah, there he is. So we'll talk about Spidey, then we'll get to Dr. Brewer. Spidey, going on to decent villain. He's a lot more menacing and way more proactive in the first episode. Spidey is implied to be the creator of the camera. He was not the creator in the book. In the show, they made him the scientist who invented it. Spidey is this creepy homeless hermit living in his abandoned science warehouse, keeping watch over the camera for basically the rest of his life. He's trying to prevent people from getting it. The kids stumble upon it, and he comes across as threatening, ambushes Ryan Gosling and his trio, only to epic fail, and they easily escape him with the camera. And Spidey is not gone. He's there in the episode. He's hanging out in the background. We see him stalking and spying on Ryan Gosling, and these are definitely creepy because they give Spidey kind of this creepy old-fashioned slasher feel. He's hiding like in the bushes, hiding in trees, always watching Ryan Gosling, making sure the camera doesn't kill people, but obviously struggling in that because he can't just break into his house. He's constantly watching Ryan Gosling. I was hoping for him to return in the sequel because he was my favorite character in the episode. Yeah, that's the thing. Spidey is a great character in the first episode. Then the sequel, Spidey pulls a Farmer Palmer and mysteriously disappears. He never comes back. Exactly like Farmer Palmer from Pumpkinheads, they decided not to use him. One of the most interesting characters, and they get rid of him. He pulls a Farmer Palmer and vanishes into the Shadow Realm. We never see him again, which is weird because the episode, he actually survives. In the episode, Ryan Gosling concedes and returns the camera, realizing it is dangerous, and Spidey shows up and reveals his tragic backstory. This Spidey actually very sad and sympathetic. He realized the camera is dangerous, it consumed his life, and he was only trying to stop them from endangering their own lives. However, Spidey reluctantly has to keep them trapped here because they know too much, they know about the camera, so they use the camera to kill him, basically. In the book, it kills Spidey. Spidey does indeed die in the book. It scares him to death. In the show, he's kind of trapped in the Phantom Zone. However, the idiot bullies from earlier show up in the twist ending trying to steal the camera themselves, where when they snap a pic, it releases Spidey and he shows up right behind him where it's strongly implied he might kill them. Which, yeah, really creepy twist ending there. Spidey's got a really cool look. Has this homeless mad scientist kind of look, which is very creepy, and The fact that they imply he murders the idiot bullies at the end is very hardcore for Goosebumps, not gonna lie. I do think he's decent, but unfortunately, because the sequel dropped him, that dropped him on the scale here, because we never find out more about him and he doesn't return to be explored later, even though he survives in the show. I remember correctly, didn't Spidey have an assistant in the book? Yeah, he did, but the assistant was the one who died before the... So, yeah, he got killed off by the camera. Well, he tried his best, but he failed miserably. The lesson here is never try. Classic Homer wisdom. Because everyone, I knew that he wasn't really a bad guy. Yeah, it was kind of obvious that he was trying to get them for the camera. He wasn't trying to actually harm the kids. He wanted to stop them from using the Final Destination camera. Kind of ironic that Spider-Man is a higher tier than the camera. Yeah, because, well, he actually has a backstory, and they gave him a lot more depth, and plus he wasn't embarrassed by the sequel, so Spidey did kind of dodge a bullet. You're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. It's just across the street. Like the Phantom Zone from the Lego Batman movie, but not as fun because you don't get to meet the Eye of Sauron or Gremlins. Very interesting. I wouldn't doubt the camera does have feelings for Spidey because he refused to kill him, instead just trapped them in the place that he actually could escape if someone just took a picture. Yeah. Maybe Say Cheese and Die Again would be better if Spidey showed up in it. Well, he has a sort of cameo, like Ryan Gosling's character. He's having bad dreams, and Spidey like shows up as like a zombie. He's like a skeleton version of Spidey. He looks like him. He takes a picture of him with the camera, but we see it was all just a dream, showing that the main character has like PTSD from the haunted camera mystery. That is as close as an appearance Spidey gets in the sequel. He shows up as like a nightmare zombie, but again, kind of like how Jason showed up in Friday the 13th Part 5 in Tommy's Bad Dream, so that counts as him appearing, when he's not really the actual killer. Spidey, I think, is a decent villain, but because the sequel dropped him, it left much to be desired. I didn't think of that one. For the next monster, I know one of the worst of them, the Mud Monster from You Can't Scare Me, but I get the worst monster was that girl Courtney. Yeah, sadly, Courtney's not on here, but the Mud Monster is. Alright, somebody wanted Dr. Brewer, so we should do him first. Dr. Brewer, aka the plant clone posing as Dad. Going on to Best of the Worst. Yeah, Stay Out of the Basement, classic episode, really love it. It's one of the scariest episodes of the series and one of the most creative, and of course, it has a very unsettling villain. Dr. Brewer is a mad scientist always working in his basement, experimenting with something involving plants. He's like a master botanist, and he's creating these super powerful mutant plants. However, unbeknownst to the family, one of the plants grows sentience and becomes a clone of Dr. Daddy and steals his life and his place. Dr. Brewer, the real Brewer, is attacked by this plant because he cut his hand on it and the blood from his DNA went into the plant, where it molded into a copy of him, but clearly an imperfect copy because the plant clone is not like fully aware of how humans operate and has very obvious mutations and plant marks, plant thoughts. The plant steals Dr. Brewer's life and tries to basically take over the family. It wants to mutate the kids into plants. He's like feeding them this gross plant slop, this mutagen cereal kind of thing. Basically, what makes this villain scary is it has that primal fear that your parents are against you. The kids are left alone with the dad while the mother's like away on a vacation visiting her relative. The mom's like going on like a family visit herself, but she leaves the kids in the care of Dr. Brewer, unknowns to them all that he's actually a monster disguised as their dad. And This is what makes it creepy. It has that primal fear that your parents are actually a monster and out to get you, that even your own home isn't safe. The Brewer plant, what makes him very scary, I said this in the review, is that he comes across kind of like an abuser, like an abusive, controlling parent. There's something very menacing about him. He's very threatening towards the kids. Their relationship is obviously strained. He's not the same loving father they know and love, but that's because he's actually a monster, desperately trying to convince the kids that he is their dad. I'm not a mad scientist, I'm an angry scientist. Basically a gender-bent poison ivy. Yep, stay out of the basement. Stay out of the basement. Evil takes root. While the actor was great as playing Spidey, unfortunately the actor played bad villain Mr. Blankenship. Yeah, he's on here too. Stay out of the basement! He said it. Dr. Brewer clone, definitely an unsettling villain with what he would have planned to do. A person say he was a little bit more creepier in the books, most likely because they'd be more screen time in the books. Yeah, the books did have an unfair advantage over the show, that they had more time. In a book, you can get away with a lot more because your book is unlimited. Only the writer writes how long the story is. In the show, they do have a runtime because it's a public television show. They do have to cut some stuff out, make the story flow a bit faster. More like a mix of Audrey 2 and Poison Ivy. The cosmetics were creepy though, like the giant cut. Yeah. Basically, the mom left them to Mrs. Doubting Man's Red Flower. That wasn't a stretch, glitchy. The plant copy kind of reminds me of the Arkham villain Poison Ivy. Yeah, this is pretty much a male version of Poison Ivy. He cares more about plants, and he's trying to make the humans become more like plants. He treats the kids like plants, forces them to obey him, feeds them soil, and basically locks them in a room, kind of limits them going outside, limiting their sunlight, kind of. A lot happens in the house. It's very creepy, and Plant Brewer, his actor, really knocked it out of the park. Basically an unsettling mad scientist type of villain, really a mutant monster. We get several strong hints that there's something wrong with this guy. One, his relationship with the kids are very strained. Two, he starts coming across like an abuser, but what really made him scary for people are the obvious red flags that their dad is a monster. Like, his associate, Dr. Merrick, shows up, and we hear a fight going on, but he disappears. The kids are attacked by some of his experiments, but he claims there's nothing wrong with them. And we see he has mutant marks on him. He's got, like, leaves in his hair. We see he's acting like a plant. He's, like, eating gross stuff, trying to hide in the bathroom, wandering around the house, watching the kids very creepily, and his bed. His bed has, like, worms and soil all over it, and one of the creepiest scenes are when the girl, I think Margaret, she's trying to hide from her dad, hides under his gross bed. We see him come in, and he drops Dr. Merrick's ID, heavily implying that he killed this guy. Like, this is why we never saw Dr. Merrick leave the house. He was consumed by the plants. And basically, the thought that their dad, we don't know that he's been replaced by a clone, so the kids think their dad has mutated into a monster, that their dad is now a psychopathic killer and a threat to their safety, which every kid's nightmare, an abusive parent. Very creepy because parents are supposed to love and protect their sons. All fathers love their sons, except this one who's actually a monster. Yeah, brother eating peanut butter out of the jar. Don't cry for me, I'm already dead. Apparently behind the scenes, the green slop was actually fried spinach and string beans. Ew, strained peas. The Brewer clone is basically an animal acting on instinct. That's what they say. They finally go into the basement and find out the plants are evolving. They are mutating, and they can evolve into people. We see a plant that Margaret cut her hand on, has her face on it, and they basically burn all the plants. They're getting rid of all of their dad's creations because time to de-weed the problem. They burn them with, like, what was it, like the weird plant spray. I think it's a weed killer. Yeah, the plants do apparently die by average weed killer. They find their real dad who's locked up in the basement. However, Brewer shows up and reveals that, oh, I'm actually your real dad. He was the plant and I incapacitated him before he could kill you. Leading to the classic, which one's the real one? The whole who's the real father was very cliche and predictable. Yeah, it kinda was, but again, R.L. Stine wrote these for kids, so some cliches can be forgiven if you put your own spin on them. Dr. Merrick should have used the Millennium Rod on the clone Brewer. Yeah, that axe could cut through anything. I think even the kids watching at home found the scene kind of funny. Those were real worms, yeah. Basically, they became real-life Bulbasaurs. Well, Bulbasaur is actually cute. These plants are anything but. Like Round Up, plants do have a lot of power. Hey, Cat, when are you gonna review Monster Blood? When I feel like it, Monica. The daughter literally had a crowbar while the brother was the one who had the most effective weapon. Well, the daughter did take the weed killer in the end, and she, of course, chooses the right one. The plant dies. And Daddy's free, or so we think, until we reach our twist ending. They're getting rid of all the plants. However, as Margaret stays back and meanders, all the flowers talk to her and say, "Psst, Margaret, I'm your real father. I'm your real father." And all the plants are coming out, claiming they're the real dad, leaving it open to interpretation as to whether it's truly a happy ending or not. Or if I were her, I'd just get the weed killer and kill all those plants. Yeah, Dr. Brewer's plant clone, really creepy. This is an unsettling villain. The guy playing it really did a good job. He's playing it 100% dead serious. He doesn't ham it up or act goofy like how most Goosebumps adults do. He does capture that creepy primal fear of being alone with a bad parent, captures that monster in a poor human disguise very well, and the makeup and effects in this show, very good. The clone looks very unsettling, got this creepy, menacing demeanor. The plant clone, a lot more threatening in the TV show than in the book. In the book, it's implied the plant clone is just a goofy, incompetent kind of monster who's more so a danger because of incompetence raising the family. Here, the plant is trying to dominate the environment, trying to take over, trying to wrap its vines and roots around this family, poisoning it and slowly killing it. Plants do have a lot of power, they do. The daughter literally only had a... I read that one. Reminds me of Tales from the Crypt Keeper episode where these plants evolved into humans. Never saw the animated show. I see you're ranking all the monsters before finishing the show. Yeah, decided to cut out the middleman and talk about them. I mean, we're gonna eventually review these episodes, but people wanted me to talk about all my favorite monsters. Dr. Brewer, clone, definitely one of the creepiest villains. He's not gonna top Slappy or the Haunted Mask, but he deserves to be up here in S tier because the actor really took root and grew. Okay, so who do we want to do next? I think somebody said they wanted the Cuckoo Clock of Doom. Okay, haven't reviewed this episode yet either, but it's a very simple episode. The Cuckoo Clock of Doom, classic time travel episode. See, that's the thing about time travel, Barry. The more you do it, the less the rules apply to you. Cuckoo Clock of Doom, going into decent. I'll put him under Spidey because Spidey actually has a character. So, exactly like the camera, the Cuckoo Clock, Artifact of Doom. It's a cursed object. It does supernatural things. It's technically not a villain. It's more of an object and plot device. In the book, it's implied the Cuckoo Clock had sentience. In the show, it's left a bit more vague. Basically, this bullied, abused kid who has awful family, a psychotic, evil sister named Tara who's a serial killer in the making, and neglectful parents who treat him like a loser and love their daughter more. Kind of like, basically, Ed's family from Ed, Edd and Eddy, if we actually saw the horrible family drama in gross detail. The Cuckoo Clock of Doom is bought by the dad because he likes collecting nice knickknacks. The daughter, Tara, almost plays with it and breaks it. They tell her not to touch it because breaking it will get them grounded. And the abused son basically sees this as an opportunity to get back at his sociopathic, psychotic sister. Basically frame her for breaking it. He like, twists the cuckoo clock bird's head around and makes it look like Tara broke it. However, this causes a disruption in the timeline, causing him to age backwards. He's going backwards in time by twisting the cuckoo bird around. Or as Jontron calls it, the Cuckoo Clock of Doom. Also, Cuckoo Clock of Doom actually states what year it is set in. Yeah, it is set in the 90s. Cuckoo Clock of Doom, time denies when you're having fun. Whatever you do, stay out of the basement. Yeah, Disney Plus also used that tagline. Though the good ones remaining, they're not that good as the other Slappy ones. Tara is the worst. Worse than DW. Yeah, she is. Screw Tara. She might be one of the worst monsters ever. If she's on this list, she'd go down here on the worst of the worst. Also, Tara was named after a girl Stein met. How funny. Tara's demise was satisfying. That's a true ending. How about do the perfect school staff and the headmaster? We'll do that one after. Cuckoo Clock Bird gave me Tweety vibes. Not so much. It doesn't look like Tweety at all. It looks a lot creepier. Even the cuckoo bird looks kind of gothic. Cuckoo Clock of Doom actually shows up in the House of No Return. Yeah, I did point that out in the review. The Cuckoo Clock of Doom prop was recycled for that episode. Goosebumps loved recycling props, and honestly, as a kid, it's very funny seeing your villains or props kind of returning from past episodes. This is why a lot of people recommended I do Shocker on Shock Street. Which is scary time traveling again backwards and forward by the cuckoo clock. Definitely a creepy episode where time goes backwards and makes you eventually won't exist. Yeah, this is what made the Cuckoo Clock of Doom scary. It's more so a cosmic sci-fi horror. The boy is going back in time and soon won't be born yet because time is going backward, and we see the boy getting younger and younger. We see him as a high schooler, we see him as a preteen, we see him as a grade schooler, and eventually he becomes a baby who can barely walk and talk. As a baby, the family happens to go to the same antique store where the cuckoo clock is still there back when it wasn't sold to the dad yet. He goes there, and very intense scene as a little boy scales the clock and he twists the bird's head back in the right direction, resetting time in the present. However, during his scuffle climbing up the clock, he accidentally broke off one of the years, and it was the year Tara was born in, meaning she doesn't exist, where we get a happy twist ending. The clock is fixed, and Tara is gone, and the parents actually like their son because he's an only child now. And yeah, satisfying death. It leaves on a vague note where he might go back and save Tara. In the book, very upfront that no, he's not going to. Well, he's not going to. I mean, would you? Ending on an actual happy twist ending. Dark, but satisfying. Personally, I think the Tale of the Dark music was much creepier at it because the sister didn't deserve to die there. Here, the sister did. Really like the fact that the boy literally does catch on very quick by calling it a time warp. I hate that they wrote the sister to be so terrible only for her to get her comeuppance later. Well, Tara's a serial killer. She's worse than Sarah from Ed, Edd and Eddy. That's who Tara is. She's Sarah if she was also a full-blown serial killer in the making. The ending was perfect, as it felt like the brother wouldn't bring her back. Yeah, in the book, he openly says he's not going to save Tara. In the show, he says he might, but it's clearly a joke. So we could have, like, a vague twist ending. Tara got her comeuppance, and very glad she did, because his life is much better. The Cuckoo Clock itself, decent villain. The thing is, it's a plot device. It doesn't have much character, and it doesn't exactly really do much. It's a cool look, like the design of the cuckoo bird. It did match how the book made it look, so I will say it's definitely one worth your time. And the girl asked him to make her character villainous. Yeah. If that's the case, why didn't they just remake the Sage Cheese and Die camera into an actual toaster? Fate worse than death. Pre-life, then death. Professor Farnsworth. Also, does taking a year off make everything from that year disappear? Yeah, if her 1989 is gone, does that mean Tim Burton's Batman never existed? Or The Last Crusade? Yeah, I wouldn't save her either, Shadowlink. Someday I might go back and eventually save her. Yeah, he's not gonna. Hell no, leave the little beast behind. Fully agree. I don't care for the ending in this story. Well, honestly, the ending of Cuckoo Clock of Doom is not scary. It's more of a happy sci-fi twist. It's dark, but not scary dark. I don't care for negative family relations in media. Well, the parents should have gotten their comeuppance too, but hey, retconning them as nice people means his life is better. I'm pretty sure I saw a video with a theory that Tara caused the events in the book. That is just a theory, though. Also, 1988 was an election year. I always like to believe the cuckoo clock actually adjusts to the individual who comes into contact with it. Most likely, I mean, it was the boy who touched it, but still reversing all of time is a scary thought. I'll put it on decent villain. Cuckoo Clock of Doom is not one of my favorite episodes, but yeah, it's kind of why we held off on doing it. The character as a villain, I think it's a decent villain because it does have a threat. It is a very serious cosmic threat. However, not too much character to go off of, so definitely worth your time, but not one that made it last forever. Alright, somebody wanted the perfect school. Alright, I believe this is the headmaster from the perfect school. I don't see any of the show staff or Wesker's clone. So let's talk about the perfect school, the headmaster of the perfect school, going on seriously evil like WTF. Yeah, this guy's a pretty good villain. However, he doesn't make it to S tier because he's not really the main villain. He's the voice of the school. So, the headmaster is implied to be actually a lackey, a minion, serving this higher organization which is funding the perfect school. It's implied that there are higher-ups giving him commands. He's just the guy overseeing it, but very fun villain. Basically, the headmaster is the voice of the school. He's the one representing its organization and its ultimate villain end goal. Perfect School, one of my favorite episodes. You will most likely see it on my top 10 best Goosebumps episodes. Really like it, very creepy atmosphere, and it's held up very well by its main villain. Not an S tier villain because, unfortunately, he doesn't do too much. He's very vital in the first part and kind of present in the second part. Basically, the clones take over in part 2. I hope they make a reboot of this story where Tara is better. If by better, she'd just be Macaulay Culkin from The Good Son. I always like to believe the Cuckoo Clock actually... Okay, read that. I don't get why they didn't do a part 3 on Perfect School. I wanted to see Wesker rescue the real kids and take down the not even close to Perfect School as it's scam. As it's a scam. Yeah, really looking forward to it. They implied there was going to be a follow-up, but hey, ending on the main character becoming a good guy, hatching plans against the Perfect School. Very satisfying, happy twist ending. My tagline for the perfect school, classes in session forever. That would have been better, but classes forever in session. Also, the stuff on the clones, they made them in the tubes, looked like marmalade. Yeah, the clones looked like fetuses. They have that weird placenta and ooze on them, which gave it a very creepy feel. The executioner? Yeah, he's on here. Down here somewhere. Yeah, there he is. The guy with the hat and the Disney XD logo. Was better to have clones than robots like in the book. Yeah, I think Goosebumps is kind of roboted out, so they made them clones, which very creepier, and as I said, it also gave more reason to keep the kids held prisoner. Basically, the real kids are replaced by the perfect ones. Clones of their children who are supposed to supplant them in families to eventually spring a trap to take over the world. They're all like Manchurian agents planted in these families, acting as the perfect son families wish they wanted. The perfect school actually hates children. They're taking all these bratty kids and juvenile delinquents and forcing them into essentially what's like a labor camp. The perfect school is actually a prison. It's a camp keeping all the kids trapped here. They're trying to make the kids act perfect, but secretly studying them to make perfect clones of them, but more well-behaved. The headmaster, kind of the voice of the school, he's the one doing all the talking. We see him treating the school like a prison. Nobody escapes the perfect school. Very cool, very creepy. The old guy does a really good job. Really liked him. He did have a lot of charisma and did come across as threatening. He absolutely took this role very seriously, which is very pleasant to see from Goosebumps actors. Sorry, I didn't mean to put a question mark at the end. Also, I think the Perfect School episode is better than the short story. Yeah, the episode absolutely better than the short story because it had a lot more to go off of, a lot more horror, and a very unsettling mystery. For the longest time, you're in Brian's shoes, trying to find out what's the deal with the Perfect School. What are they actually doing? Because we see them asking the kids very specific questions, doing questionable things. Wesker is actually taken by doctors at night, the creepy syringe shot. They take him to a hospital, doing something to him, and basically making them question what's going on here and finding out that they're making perfect clones. Never talk about the good son. Well, that's who Tara is a gender-bent version of. Wesker's clone didn't really do much. He's in 2 scenes and fades to commercial, and then it's revealed that Wesker gets away. Yeah, the Wesker clone, they build him up like he's gonna have an epic fight with the real Wesker. His name is Brian O'Connor, by the way. I call him Wesker because he's played by Albert Wesker from those terrible Resident Alice movies, but he did a very good job. My favorite kid hero next to Carly Beth. Basically, we find out the clones take over in part 2, and that's why this guy is kind of 1 tier lower, because the clones become the real threat. They attack Brian O'Connor, they chase him, it's an attack of the clones, and Brian beats up his evil doppelganger off screen, which I did find anticlimactic, not gonna lie. He bested his clone and switched lives with him. Basically, this was foreshadowed. He takes advice from one of the kids where telling him basically to fake being nice so you can get released from the public school faster. So Brian O'Connor successfully swaps places with the clone. The headmaster is completely duped and Brian's released, thinking it's his clone agent, but haha, it's Wesker. All according to plan. He escapes and he's launching a rescue mission because he was able to use the clone's, I guess his access card and trinkets to hack into the school and will set up a prison break, if there ever was a part 2 for the Perfect School episode, which would have been really badass, but yeah, ends on a happy twist that Brian's gonna get the other kids to escape and topple the evil empire, but it's left on an ambiguous note because horror. Yeah, it's better to have the clones as robots. Think it's much better. Love the Headmaster as a villain. He's not exactly the real ringleader. He is an agent working for this higher up organization. As I said, he's kind of like the Soundwave. He's the voice. He's the competent, get stuff done minion. He's the heavy for his organization and does a really good job. He's basically the warden of one of their agencies. Also, robots probably wouldn't have looked good on their budget back then. They have had robots before. Piano Lessons Can Be Murder and A Shocker on Shock Street used robots, but I think even the Goosebumps writers realized that doing the robots was getting kind of cliche and repetitive, so maybe experiment with clones to add them a lot more horror, which they did. Mission accomplished. The Perfect School scared me so much, it made me think all military school clones were bad kids for the longest time when I was a kid. Yeah, Perfect School, great episode, really decent villain, not gonna lie. He is seriously evil because he's harming children and basically keeping them prisoner. They do explain, it's hinted that the children are being held prisoner for the clones' benefit. They're keeping them around to basically keep the clone agent up to date, like give them tissue donations, know their personal knowledge. The kids actually have a reason to still be alive, whereas if they were robots, they could just program everything into them, so why not kill the kids? But whatever, very evil villain, so that's why he's definitely high up. He's an A tier, but not close enough to an A+, dear teacher. Lady Tremaine from Cinderella would like the Perfect School. Probably. Hey, Network 98, glad you made it. Was a shame that this was left open-ended, but here's hoping that our main character, Brian O'Connor, can save the originals. Surprise, R.L. Stine never wrote a follow-up to it, because this is one of the best episodes of the series. I already know where the blob is going, and Mummy, yeah. Pretty sure the main kid is to take to a lab underneath the perfect school. At least we know that Brian has allies since they managed to prevent the clones from telling the truth. Yeah, the kids actually foil the clones' attempts to say he's actually the agent, but nope. They all pretend they're the clone. I'm Spartacus kind of moment. And yeah, they leave him locked in. The clone is trapped with the prisoners. The spy CJ is implied to be killed because he also knew Brian escaped and we never see CJ again. I strongly stick to the theory that CJ was mauled to death being murdered by the prisoners. It was the 90s. At least, okay, read that one. They think they meant human-like robots. What's a tissue donation? Basically harvesting their organs. Like, if the clone has medical conditions, he needs a new stomach, kill the kid, rip his stomach out and give it to the clone, or take the DNA to replicate a new one. If he has medical conditions preventing him from being perfect, harvest something from the kid locked in prison and bring the clone back in for surgery. The perfect school also reminded me of St. Olga's. Brian's clone is not perfect since he couldn't beat the real one. Yeah, that Wesker lost. A cheap imitation of the real Wesker. Brian didn't even need 7 minutes to spare to play with him. Well, Perfect School is a short story originally written, so I understand the episode's open ending. Yeah, love Perfect School. The Headmaster, definitely an A student, but not an A+ along here. Alright, so who should we do next? Somebody wanted the Executioner. Okay. A Night in Terror Tower. Another episode we haven't reviewed yet. This one, we might be doing a crossover review, which is why it's taken so long. We're talking with Emily Alucard over doing something together, and A Night on Terror Tower kind of came up, but nothing we're prioritizing right now. That one might be a crossover review. Sorry, Blacksmith Orange, if you're watching, but the Executioner, going on to Seriously Evil, like WTF. Executioner, this guy is the Anton Chigurh of Goosebumps. He's this unrelenting, unfeeling, sociopathic professional assassin. A Night on Terror Tower, another time travel related episode. Two kids basically travel to our present day, but they're touring the London Tower, a sacred castle tower, where the Executioner shows up, revealing that he's a ghost, but he's actually after the kids because he's going to execute them for their evil uncle. Spoilers, the evil uncle does not actually show up in the episode, so the Executioner is kind of the real main villain. Night in Terror Tower is pretty flawed two-parter, but I will admit the Executioner was a good villain. Yeah, don't worry, if they have bad episodes, they might be up here, but even if they have good episodes, they could also be down here too. Monster Blood, such a cult classic episode. Well, it seems I was wrong. A Night in Terror Tower, medieval ages required medieval prosecutions. Remember in the Halloween tier list when I made that Terror Tower joke? No, that was kind of months old now, bro. Anyways, the Executioner, I thought he was pretty wicked as a villain. This guy's very creepy. Got this kind of slasher, stalker kind of villain arc. Basically, he spends part one trailing the kids for some mysterious purposes. He's threatening them, he's watching them, he's always chasing them in the dark, spooky tower. Terror Tower, not one of my favorite episodes. We have pushed it back a bit long. Might be doing a crossover review on that, so that's why it kind of taken forever to get to it, but yeah, the villain I do think is pretty good. He wants to basically execute kids so he can take over their kingdom. The kids who ruled London back in the past. They are actually the prince and princess. The executioner executed their parents, and he's trying to finish the bloodline. The wizard Mordred actually teleported them. However, the executioner manages to bring them back to their past, which is really their actual timeline. He wants to execute them so he can steal the throne for himself. In the book, it was for their evil uncle, but we never actually meet the evil uncle, so that part was phased out. Forgot to put tower, my bad. Like the night in Patrick's fridge. A Night in Terror Tower is actually my favorite episode, mostly because how unquieted the setting and story is. If you like it, that's fine. Me, not one of my favorites. I love that episode. I like the medieval and the magic. I remember in the VHS of this episode how Stein showed this to his parents and we see them frozen scared. That was the Haunted Mask. I did review that episode and I firmly remember that was the Haunted Mask's ending. Forgot to put tower, my bad. Also one episode with BTS footage, yeah. And not just the photos, yeah. Night on Terror Tower, the episode is kind of flawed, not as great as I remember. Not a garbage episode, but it might fall into Silver Skull territory if you're wondering. The Executioner, though, very creepy villain, got this unrelenting kind of Terminator menace to him as he's constantly following the kids, and we find out that he has magic. He has these magic rocks, which he uses for his sorcery, making him even stronger. The kids are brought back to the past where he nearly successfully executes them, but the kids steal his magic stones and make it back to the present, this time with Mordred acting as like their foster dad / guardian. The kids decide that they're better off in present day, keeping away from the past and finally know who they are and go on like an adventure continues type of mission. But we get our twist ending where the High Executioner followed them and is going to trail them Man in Black style. I don't mean Man in Black like Randall Flagg, I mean Man in Black like the guy from the Tales from the Crypt movie Demon Knights. It ends on kind of that note where he's still after them. The Executioner was so OP he couldn't be stopped, and it's not over yet. Once again, the saga continues. Yeah, I thought this guy was a really cool villain. I like to joke with fans that he's the Anton Chigurh of Goosebumps. Really threatening, very menacing, very badass. Not too much to him because he's really working for someone else, but we never meet that someone else. I do think he's seriously evil, though. We'll put him high up. High Executioner deserves a high head. Okay, Silver Skull, so not too bad. Yeah, that is where Terror Tower might fall for me. Hi, Cat, I'm back from cleaning my mom friend's job. Okay. Good, bad, or middle. Yeah, Terror Tower, definitely a Silver Skull episode from me. However, we'll see where that falls with our partner. Also, the fact that once the spell was broken, the siblings spoke with an English accent. Yeah, that was kind of funny. Apparently, the spell gave them American accents. What they should have done was, right when it's revealed that the stole his magic rocks, they would switch back to their American accents instead of British. I thought his name was Merlin. No, it's like Mordred or something. Who's Anton Chigurh? The assassin from No Country for Old Men. Yeah, if you don't know No Country for Old Men, very hardcore, scary thriller movie. Anton Chigurh has become a horror icon for some people because he's like a very realistic depiction of a sociopathic hitman. I'm not sure a lot of my fans would know it because it's an R-rated thriller movie, but Anton Chigurh, classic villain, like, look him up. He's got a very scary physical appearance. Also, the Executioner feels less hooded like the sidekick of the Shrek movies. Yeah, they didn't give him a spooky hood look. In the book, the Executioner looks a lot different. He looks more like an executioner. Here, they made him look more like a dark wizard, which I think they tried to go for because fantasy theme. As a kid, the ending literally gave me goosebumps. Yeah, that he's still out there. Glitchy had also won Best Picture. The ending always gave me goosebumps, and the executioner is still here. Yep. Also, this feels like the Warner Brothers did this back to old medieval England with Scooby-Doo. Felonious breaks mirror. Okay, yeah. Executioner, definitely seriously evil villain. Alright. somebody wanted monster blood, so let's do that. We'll finally talk about the good blob, monster blood. Going on to, this might disappoint some, but I'm gonna put it on decent villain. I'll put it above Spidey, that's for sure. So, Monster Blood, another episode people have been heavily requesting. Not gonna lie, I might save it for last, mostly because it's gonna be like a tribute to basically R.L. Stine's classic Goosebumps. If you know the classic run of the Goosebumps books, R.L. Stine's last book was Monster Blood 4, so I thought, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we ended on Monster Blood as our last solo Goosebumps gallery? So, sorry, we've been pushing it back, but we are kind of saving this episode. But Monster Blood, yeah, definitely a decent villain. I did not like it as much because it's kind of a soulless, gelatinous blob. It's like a living blob monster that consumes everything, devours things with its acid. It is like the blood of a monster. Decent? Well, that's because the Monster Blood's not actually the main villain in the first part, and the second part is a lot more goofy. So, in case you ask, Monster Blood 1 is actually a faithful retelling of the first book. The sequel is a completely original idea. It took elements from the sequels, Monster Bloods 2 and 3, and I think a little bit of 4. It took elements from the sequels but made an original idea because the Monster Blood sequels are total trash. Evan Ross is the worst Goosebumps protagonist ever. Monster Blood is not exactly beloved by the fans. R.L. Stine loves Monster Blood, but his fan base a bit more indifferent on it. The Monster Blood creature itself is a decent villain. Basically, this Evan Ross is going to his creepy weirdo aunt's house, and she tells him not to go into this mysterious sealed off room. Evan Ross, being an idiot, of course, goes in, where he discovers Monster Blood. The aunt's sexy witch roommate apparently experimented with this. It was like a satanic creation. She used dark witch magic to conjure up the Monster Blood to use it as a monster to kill her enemies. However, the aunt fought her, and the witch accidentally stumbled into the Monster Blood, where she was somehow consumed / turned into a cat. Not explained thoroughly, but yeah, apparently the witch went missing, and the Monster Blood was able to be sealed off, kind of blob style, kept in these jars. Won't lie, don't really like the Monster Blood books, especially with the dumbness with Evan Ross throughout the series. Glad the episodes were pretty good, and the Monster Blood was a good monster, yeah. Always loved the Monster Blood 3 book. Well, Evan Ross is one of the worst protagonists ever, mostly because he's an idiot and he's a pathetic loser, and keeps making the same mistakes in each book. Evan Ross in the show, fully redeemed. He is a lot better in the show than he ever was in the books. The Monster Blood TV episodes, a million times better than the books. Dude, don't even bother reading the books. They all suck. Well, the Monster Blood books suck, not Goosebumps as a whole. Green Mood Slime. I accept that. Monster Blood itself is a classic, but Sarah Beth herself sucks. Yeah, that's the witch. Could Monster Blood be blood from actual monsters? Well, I think it's implied it was in the book. It's called Monster Blood, but it's more like a blob monster. It's like this oozing slime. It looks like Ghostbuster slime, basically. The slime is sentient and consumes everything, before it will eventually consume the world. They find out the Evan Ross and this girl go on an adventure together, where they find out the witch Sarah Beth is the true mastermind of the slime. They have a confrontation. The aunt reveals her tragic past, and the witch anticlimactically dies, stepping back into the Monster Blood because she's scared by a kaiju dog. Yeah, really, the villain gets killed very easily, and that somehow kills the slime. Yeah, the witch, losing control of it, somehow kills it, and this Monster Blood is defeated very easily, until we get our twist ending where a part of the Monster Blood survived. It was on, like, Evan's backpack, and it's on his airplane ride home, where the Monster Blood comes back for revenge, and we get a Snakes on a Plane style horror story, where the Monster Blood is eating all the passengers and slowly rebuilding itself. And you'll be counting Monster Blood and More Monster Blood as one, right? Yes, we are counting both the episodes as one for a review. It is a two-parter. The part 1 ends with a to be continued, and it's followed up by the sequel. Yeah, it's a two-parter, man. It's a two-parter. I know part 1 is only the book, and the second was an original idea, but we're gonna count it as one whole story. They obviously want it to lean into each other. Monster blood is the iconic substance of the Goosebumps franchise. Yeah, if you don't know, Monster blood is the green oozing slime, always on the Goosebumps logo. It's R.L. Stein's favorite thing, and while it is iconic, the villain itself, not a very interesting character. Oh, and you know why it dropped down to decent Ira? Because of the sequel, where the monster dies by airline food. Airline food. What's with that stuff, right? Thank you. Good night. Yeah, the monster blood gets punk killed by the witch stepping into it by accident and airline food. Airline food kills the monster blood. But weirdly, if animals eat it, they grow to kaiju size. Yeah, if you eat monster blood, you become a giant kaiju monster. And we see the dog, Trigger, turns into a giant monster, which kills the cat. And an insect, like I think it was like a ant or something, it becomes a giant bad CGI monster in the twist ending. Ending on a vague note where I guess they were going to do Monster Blood 4 with the slugs. Monster Blood, be happy there was only 2 episodes of Monster Blood because the Monster Blood books got worse each sequel. Yeah, they did. And Monster Blood 4 was not out yet when the episode was made, I'm pretty sure. Okay, didn't know that, but I think they did show the slug concept art. Like, people want to see Monster Blood versus the substance from the movie with the same name. Monster Blood should fight the blob. Also like how more Monster Blood was its own idea from the writers, even way before the trilogy. Yeah, it was, but it did take elements. We saw Conan the idiot bully, we saw the loser nerd, we saw Evan Ross' love interest who never got with him because Evan Ross is a loser. The cast from the sequels did come in their original idea. Beware the blob, it creeps. It's the blob that eats everyone. Also, Monster Blood feels like Sue from Monster Musume. Not at all, Akira, because Sue is actually hot and compassionate. He slimed me. Always like to believe that the Monster Blood was supposed to be like the poster child of Goosebumps, because we always see it in everywhere in the intro and outro. Yeah, Monster Blood is arguably an iconic monster, but publicity does not mean anything for me when you're not a very good villain in your own show. Slappy, much better as the face. The Haunted Mask, everyone knows this character. Monster Blood, it's the logo. It is the logo of Goosebumps. That's all it ever is, and people don't even know that Goosebumps logo is supposed to be Monster Blood. That is how lame it is. John Smith and In the Right Way. Somehow the witch gets defeated by an unintended reference to Clifford. Yeah. The Monster Blood actually looks like a blob when the actual blob from the Blob Who Eats Everyone on the show does. Yeah, that's Mr. Krabs' appetizer. Have different version of purple peanut butter. What is the deal with airline food? You know what I hate about airplanes? The peanuts. I mean, who are they trying to keep out of these things? And what's the deal with the razor blade slot in the bathroom? Are people actually shaving in there? Hi, Andy Dick here. Let me just... Oh, that's wacky. Yeah, I hope we use that clip in the review. The most annoying airplane ride ever. You talk about the books being awful, but the slime being defeated in both the episodes is pretty dumb too. Yeah, it does. Won't lie. Monster Blood... not gonna win a perfect score from us. It also might lean towards Silver Skull, depending on my mood towards the second episode after watching the first. But yeah, I don't remember being a huge fan of the Monster Blood 2-parter. I thought it was okay. I thought it was like definitely decent. Might be Silver Skull. We'll see if it gets to Gold Skull as I analyze it, but yeah. Glitchy, I get that reference. Purple peanut butter cat? What's that? Sea-nut brittle? Monster Blood was a prequel to Awesome Ants all along. Yeah, that would have made sense. What breed of dog is Trigger? The same type that Lassie is. I don't remember the dog name is Lassie. It's got like a long mane. Got kind of brown and white fur. Tigger's the only Tigger. Yeah, Trigger is the dog. Tigger is the bouncing cat. Interesting theory. Yeah, I do think it might be the prequel to Awesome Ants. That's a fun theory, that the monster blood is what caused the ants to become giants and take over the world. Talk about the horrors next. We might. Which is worst, airline food or school cafeteria food? School cafeteria food because you have to actually pay for it. Alright, you want the horrors. Also, I think the monster blood have nut allergy, which is airline food. Border collie. Okay, collie. Collie dog. No, wait, just collie. I want peanuts. Alright. So anyways, monster blood, definitely a drip in the bucket. I think it's a decent monster because it's this cool kind of blob monster. Way better than the actual blob we got. But yeah, not one of my favorite villains. It is definitely a decent toy. Alright, someone wants the Horrorland horrors. Alright, so we should do the witch next, but we'll do the Horrorland horrors. This is Wretch Sniff, who I guess will be the face of all of them. The horrors from One Day at Horrorland. Going into decent villain. Yeah, I'll put it under the monster blood because the horrors are a lot more comedic. One Day at Horrorland, everybody absolutely loved this episode, requested to me for a long time. I did finally review it. One Day at Horrorland, very good scary episode for part 1. Then it turns into a dark comedy in part 2, which kind of divided a lot of people. I was surprised. People in my comment section told me they did not like the second part because it's a lot goofier. But the main face of the villains is Wretch Sniff. These are the horrors. They run Horrorland. Horrorland is an amusement park for monsters. It's in the middle of nowhere, and basically some unsuspecting fools think it's a fun horror-themed amusement park. However, it's actually a death trap, a death maze, and secretly a game show the horrors are filming for their underground monster movie studio. I want peanuts. Pat, no! Sea-nut brittle. The horror and the phantom. Airline food is better because it actually has taste. My next vote is Librarian from The Girl Who Cried Monster. Yeah, Mr. Mortman. A book that really deserved being an e-ticket attraction. Horrors are definitely entertaining and scary at times. I, for one, love both parts of Horrorland. Yeah, there are people who love both the Horrorland, love the whole episode. I did like it as a whole. It is, I believe, a 9 out of 10. It lost 1 point because, admittedly, it did change a lot of the book, and I do think the twist was not really a twist because they show you earlier that they put, the device under their car. At least the Horrorland PC game gave us Vampire Jeff Goldblum. I'm going to suck your blood. What if the monster blood was from these monsters from Horrorland? They are green just like it. That would be cool. If it actually is blood, they kind of nickname it Monster Blood, but I don't know if it's actual blood of monsters. Slappy is the mascot. Monster blood is the iconic substance. The haunted mask is goat story. Horrorland is the iconic location. Yeah, One Day at Horrorland, iconic tale. Really like it. However, I do have some iffy spots about the villains, namely because there's multiple horrors. Wretch Sniff is kind of the main one people point to because it's his show. We find out Horrorland is actually a game show, and the families have to survive. It's actually a trap luring contestants in, and our main characters are the first family to make it to the second show phase. I mean, we do get a lot of implications that they are killing people, so, I might bump him up then. Alright, we'll put Wretch Sniff on Seriously Evil. So, basically, people die on this game show, and they're luring in unsuspecting humans to compete. If they win fabulous prizes and their lives. If they fail, they die. Yeah, they die in these game shows. It's Saw, but with Wheel of Fortune style of flair. Will you be doing top 5 or 10 for Goosebumps like what you did for Haunting Hour? I might. I'm not sure if I'm going to do episodes I like but everyone hates, or everyone hates but I like. Might be dropping that, but best episodes and worst, definitely. Thinking about R.L. Stein's narration style, doesn't it seem that in the books, the kids' parents always seem to be disturbed Describe the same way. Okay, describe the same way. Yeah, usually. He cares more about the kid heroes. And also the kids point out how different they look from their folks. Guess that's his way of sneaking adult humor in. Why does the device in the episode look like a landmine? Yeah, I thought the device was a bomb at first, like when you're a kid. The monsters like plant device under their car in case they try to escape. Basically, the Horrorland monsters go from scary to goofy, sometimes in the same scene. One of the Horrorland horrors, I swear, sounded like Hagrid. Oh, we don't have many kids here. The monsters, sometimes they're scary, they got scary voices. Goosebumps completionists, I think, pointed out that they have these weird European accents. I'm sure they were trying to sound like weird and abstract. The outfits look pretty good. Sometimes you can see their real eyes in the mask, but I guess they looked pretty passable for a 90s low-budget show. That's right, the flamboyant gay one. We're monsters, but we're not monsters. Honey, let me get you that. Poop. I like this is also horror with the blonde girl's head, always confused me. Yeah, apparently she got beheaded and she's still alive. Again, R.L. Stine has a more old-fashioned, cartoony, child-friendly horror, so be pretty weird seeing a severed head on a kid's show, so the head's still alive. I guess the horrors have magic. I'm just some random guy, but I'm not just some random guy. There was no brand new car. Yeah, they didn't win the game show, they lost. They won the Wheel of Fortune round, but they didn't get the final question right, so they got locked in with Ripper, who's really the Saber from Welcome to Camp Nightmare, because they love recycling those props. The Horrorland horrors, I would say, are a lot more funny. They're comedic villains. We see, like, audiences of them. We see they have their own infomercials. It ends on the twist of a cliffhanger. The parents and the family manages to break out of Horrorland. A good horror saves them, and unfortunately dies. Pretty horribly, too. A good horror saves them. They manage to escape from the park, barely drive out of there, escape from Horrorland. However, the device was still on their car, where Wretch Sniff reveals he hacked their vehicle, and leaves them on a cliffhanger, where they most likely died. But we cut to our twist ending, where the Horrorland horrors are watching Goosebumps, and they're sick of these scary human shows. This is a tribute to the blob that ate everyone's ending, where it's revealed that the world is actually run by monsters and humans are the minority. Unrelated, but did you know how Robin Williams could have been Hagrid? That would have been pretty weird. But yeah, Robin Williams, that could have been awesome. Copyright is a B word, so even though I hope you do these top 5 or 10, I also hope you don't get demolished by the YouTube monster. Thank you, Yara. Sadly, this is why Tales from the Dark Side is kind of being thrown on the shelf, because copyright keeps blocking those videos. So sorry, but we're gonna probably not do as often Tales from the Dark Side. And we're also not going to do Creeped Out because they're owned by Netflix, and one of my friends who's reviewing Creeped Out revealed that he got his video completely blocked on Creeped Out. The costumes and cosmetics are alright, but they're still a little dated by today's standards. The decapitated head actually had the best animation. Yeah, it did look pretty good for the time. Not as bad as that Beast Wars animation they got later, but yeah. Pretty decent for a low-budget kids show. Like, the horrors have no origin story. Like, is it a curse or is there a horror species? It's implied that there's a horror species. They're monsters who live underground. I mean, Horrorland is in the middle of nowhere, so obviously it's kind of out of reach from normal society, which made them kind of creepier. The horrors are kind of like these orc, goblin-like people. They all have horns. They all have dark, fleshy, slimy skin. They all have creepy monster eyes. Their mouths move kind of awkwardly because of the mask, but I think that makes them creepier. And basically, Horrorland is their game show. It's an amusement center, which makes them very evil. They are actually killing people. We saw a family get taken away off screen earlier, and we find their bones. They were eaten by the Saber from Welcome to Camp Nightmare. So yeah, they are actually killing people on these shows. They're more laughably evil type of villains, which I will say I do like. They're seriously evil. Like, WTF. Horrorland, definitely a park worth stopping at. In the book, they had this weakness where you could kill them by pinching them. Yeah, the Horrorlands were balloons. Yeah, they were like balloon people in the book. The book's twist, a little lamer. They got a comedy ending where they steal, like, the tram that escorted people around the park. You know how Disneyland has that, or Disney World. They stole a tram and broke out of Horrorland. That was their new car, and in the twist ending, 2 of the horrors were still in the back seat, and they reward them free passes for their next visit. Yeah, because there's totally going to be another visit. Horrorland did prove so popular that R.L. Stine gave them their own spin-off, and a video game about Horrorland, which my friend Emily says was awful. Like yeah, they don't have origin stories, unrelated, but I read that one. Yeah, you could kill Horrorland horrors by pinching them, which they got rid of in the episode, which I thought was a good addition because it made them seem like weak villains. Wheel of Fortune without the wheel. Well, they had the letterboard. Like, did she become a headless horsewoman? I think she's a new addition to the rides now, Akira. Like, if you won Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but you have to pay taxes. At least they didn't have to go through the werewolf level from the game. Yeah, you remember the video game? My friend Emily hates the mini golf section of the Horrorland video game. She said that was a bitch to play through. Nowhere. Courage, Horrorland, make it happen. Yeah, Courage in Horrorland. That's a crossover I'd love to see. Tell them I hate them. I remember the bodiless girl. Yeah, that was definitely a creepy scene. Again, the Horrorlands don't make it to S tier because I do think they're more comedic. They're laughably evil villains, but still pretty dark. Definitely a fun place to vacation. Horrorland horrors, seriously evil. Okay, so since we talked about Monster Blood, we should talk about the witch. The sexy evil witch. Going on to, I'll put her on, no, I should put her on lower because, yeah, I'll put her on, fine. Basically, everybody likes this villain because she's a hot chick. She's a hot chick dressed in leather and corsets. Really beautiful looking woman. Plays this over-the-top hammy witch. This is the creator of the Monster Blood. However, she doesn't make it high up because she's killed very hilariously easily. Basically, she made the Monster Blood to take over the world, and she was hiding in the house disguised as a cat. Pretended she was like a normal cat. However, when her plan came to fruition, she revealed herself and does what every villain does. She starts monologuing. Definitely hot, but gets defeated very easily, yeah. Everybody loves this because she's a hot Goosebumps villain, which kind of shocking to see, especially for Goosebumps, but yeah. Sexy, evil, badass witch, wins points on her looks, and definitely her acting was pretty good. However, lost points because she gets killed easily. She's scared by a giant Clifford dog, and accidentally steps in the Monster Blood again, which kills her. And she never ever comes back. Even in the books, this character never came back. She has like so much potential, but didn't do anything with her. She's fine, very fine, but still plain fine. Well, that's why you like her, Cat. She's a sexy Catwoman, because of course. Of course. Also, they say that Goosebumps and Haunting Hour are too scary for those under 7. Well, guess what? I was 4 when I started watching them. What witch Hazel is afraid of becoming? I'm talking about the old 90s PC game. Oh, the Jeff Goldblum one. Okay. I was talking about the Wii version. I wish the witch would use her dark magic more. She should have, but no, she was wasted potential. Yeah, she's what witch Hazel is afraid of becoming. What, hot? Well, that's why you like her, because she's sexy Catwoman. Yeah, she's fine, but still plain fine. Alright, somebody wanted Mr. Mortman from The Girl Who Cried Monster, and I loved The Girl Who Cried Monster. When I reviewed it, my score actually went up. It was going to be a silver skull, but it went to a gold skull. Mr. Morton going on to Best of the Worst. This guy, underrated villain. He is creepy. You will most definitely see this guy on one of my top 10 lists again. My personal favorite monster, another scary tale for the books, yeah. The Girl Who Cried Monster, basically, it's the classic setup of a kid saw a monster, but nobody believes her. Here, kind of R.L. Stine's The Boy Who Cried Wolf, but with an evil, monstrous villain. Mr. Mortman is the creepy librarian. In the book, he comes across kind of more child molestery, very creepy, has this fascination with turtles, very unsettling around kids. The episode played him up of more sinister. He's still creepy, but a lot more menacing, more threatening. He's the teacher nobody really likes. He's the creepy librarian. However, when the girl stays at the library late, she accidentally discovers Mr. Mortman is this creepy insectoid-looking monster. And the effects Goosebumps did for this are so amazing. They look very good to this day. Basically, his eyes shoot out, his skin grows into slimy, kind of gross, wet slime, and he's got, like, scales on him. His eyes turn into bug eyes. He's got sharp fangs and very unsettling, gross Power Ranger monster look. Definitely had good monster practical effects. Love the guy so much. Maybe in the top 5? We'll see. Just some random guy. We'll see. The cosmetics and special effects were so good and convincing. Fully agree. Out of all the monsters that scared me the most as a kid, this one was one of them. Also, I see the blonde girl's head is basically Lala before she got her skin blue. Fun fan theory, Akira, but we'll have to see if her body turned up. Anyways, Mr. Mortman, very unsettling monster, especially even in his human form. This guy is creepy. He's played by Visser 3 from the Animorphs TV show. Yeah, a lot of people don't know, Animorphs had a TV show too. It was live action, made by the same crew who made Goosebumps, but yeah, basically Visser 3 did a really good job playing this unsettling kind of stranger danger villain. The girl took a picture of him, but stupidly left the flash on where a monster Scooby-Doo chase happens. She barely escapes with her life, and then Mr. Mortman basically stalks her and has to keep an eye on her. In the book, they made Mr. Mortman oddly sympathetic because he was more a reluctant monster. This guy, no, fully evil. He likes being the bad guy. He is totally out to get this girl, and honestly, he didn't like her at the beginning, so it feels like he has an excuse to kill her now. Mr. Mortman is basically watching the girl who cried monster. She's a known liar, so nobody believes her, watching her, following her around, and we get one of the darkest climaxes ever, where basically the family invites Mr. Mortman over for dinner, where it's heavily terrifying and implied that Mortman is going to basically kill and eat them all. He's going to come after them. Really like this guy's performance. It's been a long time since I had a home-cooked meal. And keep running, little one. I love fast food. Very great performance from this guy. So, as you know, in the twist ending, we get Mr. Mortman goes to dinner, and just when you think he's about to win, we find out the parents, the Dark family, were monsters too. They're actually very terrifying snake people. They grow fangs, and we catch glimpses of their cobra form. You can see the full mask in A Shocker on Shock Street, which looked really good, but they cleverly use glimpses and snapshots of their snake forms, where the snakes kill and eat Mr. Mortman, where he's viciously mauled on a kid's show. Very hardcore. Well, since you asked, yeah, what's for dinner? Well, since you asked, you are. What? That's right, you are. Yeah, hardcore scene. Hannibal Lecter voice, I'm having an old friend for dinner. So which is worse, Magic School Bus episode? I don't know, Akira, I haven't watched it in a long time. Starring Iceman. The guy ate bugs, it creeped me out. Yeah, in the book, he ate turtles. In the show, I guess they didn't want to harm turtles, so instead he's eating bugs. He's eating spiders and gross cockroaches. It does have the same effect, though, since it's really nasty, and they do give you face shots of him chewing on something. I was actually waiting for you to bring up Mr. Mortman cut off the top of my head, without a doubt. He's the monster. that aged the best in the entire series. Yeah, it really held up well. The only problem with the episode was the monster effects obviously took up the entire episode's budget to the point where the acting suffered severely. Honestly, I thought the Dark family was okay. The little brother, definitely the worst actor. That did kind of cost it a perfect score. The little Dark brother's acting, not very good. Everyone else was pretty fine, especially Mr. Mortman. He was great. And the twist ending, a lot more comedic. Like, the black friend shows up, for some reason dressed like a monster. He asks, "Hey, what's for dinner?" "Well, since you asked, cherry pie." Sitcom ending, which, very dark but very funny. Yeah, Mr. Mortman, awesome villain. I mean, just look at this guy. Clearly a lot of money went into this. Season 1 definitely had the strongest practical effects, and you could really tell they were going for a horror show. It didn't quite get the full comedy episodes yet, but Girl Who Cried Monster, easily a classic, might make my top 10 best episodes, especially because this guy is one of the most underrated beasts. My friend told me that when he saw the episode when it aired on TV, he developed a foot fetish because of Lucy's character bare feet. Oh, weird. I developed a foot fetish over Mystique, because she was pretty hot. Mr. Mortman most likely let her get away because when she gets around the next corner just to grab the photo. "Okay, I'd like to stay, but I'm having an old friend for lunch. Bye, just some random guy if you are real." My favorite moment is at the end when the father suggested eating the friend for dessert, but it turns out cherry pie. I heard the guy in the book over was a model after Danny DeVito. Oh, he was? That kind of explains a lot. Can you really call Mr. Mortman a villain because he's just a monster who eats bugs and spiders? He is a lot more villainous in the episode. In the book, he was more reluctant to go after Lucy. In the show, he is pretty much eyeing her. She is a target on his list, and he wants to kill her family, too. He jokes about that, man. Like, when they invite him over for dinner, he looks at her sinisterly and says, "It's been a long time since I had a home-cooked meal," implying that he wants to murder the entire Dark clan. Yeah, Mr. Mortman, evil villain. He is definitely one of the best of the worst. Alright, so... run for your lives, everyone! It's the appetizer! Yep, let's talk about the blob, Mr. Krabs' appetizer, going on. Even I could do better. Yep, got our first bad one, the blob, from the blob that ate everyone. This villain sucks. He sucks. I hate him. I do not like the blob. One, he doesn't look like the blob from the book. Two, the practical effects are not all that good. It looks very cheap. It's obviously moving, like, motioning very awkwardly. The blob looks fake as hell, and worst of all, the blob that ate everyone barely has the blob in it. It is one of my most hated episodes. I've never liked it, mostly because it's boring. It's more about the magic typewriter, and the blob is saved as the final boss. It actually sounds really awesome. It shocked me that Lucy and her family aren't even humans. Yeah, they're snake monsters. Girl Who Cried Monster has a particularly different cut of the opening. Just hear the known one and compare it to the episode's cut. It actually sounds really awesome. I don't know if it's a Mandela effect, but I do remember the way the Lucy got away differently. I remember her using the flash from the camera, partially blind him for a couple of seconds and then run. She kind of like slid under his legs. The blob that ate everyone, a dull episode where barely anything happens and we just see the blob for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah. Sorry, I dropped my angry Joe. Sue is better than the blob that ate everyone. Yeah, because Sue is hot. Oh no, it's live action Mr. Krabs' appetizer. Yeah, I mean, look at it. It looks like Mr. Krabs' appetizer. How hilarious is that? I was the head chef on the SS Diarrhea. But it turns out the typewriter is racist. Lame. Good grief, no wonder why they've saved it for last. It looks embarrassing. The blob only ate one person, not even close to everyone. Yeah, in the book, the blob went on a rampage. The blob is a kaiju monster. Here, he is nerfed. He is downgraded. He is a wimp on the show. He only eats the idiot bully Adam, and that's only because Adam was a stupid moron who poked at it. And he does come after the kids, but they anticlimatically resolve everything, and spoilers, the twist ending is non-existent in the adaptation, because apparently the producer said it would have costed too much money, but I can buy that, but it's very abrupt. The blob basically loses, they type the happy ending, and the blob doesn't eat the kids like he did in the twist. The blob, loser. It's a loser. It is Mr. Krabs' appetizer, and it belongs in the trash along with Squidward. The blob is the monster that sucks eggs. The Goosebumps movie Blob, despite also being on for 5 minutes, way better. Yeah, my friend Bodie said Monster Blood felt more like the Blob. Yeah, in the Jack Black movie, the Blob way better because he's actually threatening and a worthy final boss. This final boss, lame and disappointing. The Goosebumps movie had a way better Blob than the show itself. Yeah, it did, but that's because they had a budget. Cool show. Hi, you made it. So it's basically just a cross between Say Cheese and Die and Monster Blood. Yeah. What about Sam from My Best Friend's Invisible? Ah, you want Sammy next? Okay. We're wrapping up the Blob now. If you haven't seen, we got a lot of good monsters up top. We got our first bad one, the Blob, which, yeah, we're gonna see some more bad ones down here. But, yeah, this guy worthy of being the worst. Even I could do better. Okay, we gotta first talk about ladies and gentlemen, I give you an invisible boy, Brett. Brett, going on to decent. Yeah, Brett, one of the worst characters. My Best Friend is Invisible is one of the worst books ever because Brett really sucks. Here, the episode made the smart choice of making him the actual antagonist for most of it. This is Brett. He's visible now because a picture of nothing didn't look good, I guess. But yeah, this is the invisible best friend. Basically, an annoying kid who's haunting Sammy. We try to fake you out, trick you into thinking he's a ghost, tricking you into thinking he's a monster. But in a twist, Brett is actually a human who was turned invisible by his scientist parents who were dodging an alien invasion. Sammy and his family are actually the real villains. They're alien invaders, and the invisible boy survived by being invisible until the end where they took away his powers. He's not a monster. Brett is not a monster. Well, in the book, he's a sociopathic douche, but yeah. King Jelly Jam should have been in the movies too. Yeah, he would have been great, but I guess the blob that ate everyone was more iconic. Also, they have used the blob for the egg monsters on Mars. Yeah, he looked more like that kind of monster. I do kind of like the fan-made movies in the episodes, like Revenge of the Alligator People from In the Movie Store scene. He's not the villain either, he's the true main character. Brent is an invisible boy that it got his revenge on Slappy World. Brent was more of a victimized antagonist with how the episode plays out. Episode and story was saved by the very good twist villain. Yeah, so the episode, way better than the book, mostly because they actually give you Brent's backstory and made him sympathetic. Brent is acting like a jerk because it's his way of fighting back against the aliens. His parents are indeed dead. He's not a lost runaway. He was actually a survivor of the alien invasion, and he's ruining Sammy's life because his parents helped kill a bunch of people. They claim they moved the people from Earth, but we never see them, so yeah, obviously dead. He was fighting back against the alien oppressors. However, because the scientist parents caught on to his schemes, they expose him and very strongly implied that they kill Brett. He dies in the end. I thought he was a pretty decent antagonist, but outclassed by the evil bastards, the backward face monster alien invaders, Sammy and his family going on to seriously evil, like WTF. They'll go, I might put them above the Headmaster because they exterminated all human life. Yeah, the twist of My Best Friend is Invisible, None of the characters we were following, the visible people at least, are human. They are alien invaders who conquered our Earth and have been basically taking our lives and making it their own society, and Sammy's family had a hand in basically exterminating the human race. Brent was actually haunting them and ruining Sammy's life like how the family did to his life, and Sammy's family reveal their true final form, where they corner Brent and said, "Don't worry, Brent, we're not gonna hurt you," and then they laugh evilly and very strongly implied they kill him. Egg monsters from Mars was weird, yeah. It's possible to be invisible in real life. Yeah, it's called a camo suit. May I say, even though people say Attack of the Mutant is bad, I like the villain. Cool show. Did you watch my Attack of the Mutant review? Because I actually really love that episode. Too bad the show ended before the Invasion of the Body Squeezers was released. Yeah, that is sad. Really looking forward to that. Disney Plus is going to adapt the Body Squeezers, but we'll see how that goes. David Schwimmer being attached does not give me hope. Also, Toru Hagakure is My Hero Academia Invisible Girl. Yeah, the invisible cheerleader. We wanted to help you, to save you from the others. We won't hurt you, Brent. We promise. Yeah, he'll probably wish he was dead. There are scientists. Mass Mutant belongs and even I can do better. You don't like him, James? James, did you see my Attack of the Mutant review? Because I'm like one of the few people who defends that episode. Like, do the cheap aliens feel like what they are, those? Yeah. Basically, the episode did cheap out. The aliens did not make it higher up because they did alter their designs. In the episode, they look more like Lovecraft monsters. They're squid people. In the episode, they have backwards faces, basically. They can transform and show their eyes and mouth on the back of their head because Goosebumps blew all the budget on the invisible effects. But a lot of people found it really creepy because the dated effects actually made them look more horrifying. They look very monstrous with these cheap-ass effects. Not gonna lie, Goosebumps bad CGI actually paid off for them. Show how the Masked Mutant has cool moments, but he's a really cool villain in the 90s game. Also, I keep getting the Invasion of the Body Blanks mixed up. Question, if all the people in My Best Friend Invisible are aliens, how come no one else shows their backward faces besides not ruining the twist? Yeah, so in the book, R.L. Stine did not describe what the characters looked like. That was his way of writing around it. You don't know that they're actual aliens, but they are in their real alien form the entire book. He describes them at the end of the story, which is how he kept it secret. Here, the show had to pull some strings and take some cheap-ass shortcuts, so they basically molded themselves off of humans after invading. The Egg Monsters from Mars cover is the grossest cover ever. I love the Masked Mutant as well, Cat. Me too, just some random guy who comments. Like the cheap aliens. Yeah, I know it's cheap, but pretty horrifying. Also, okay, read that one. Iris Sutton, have you seen the Brain Juice cover? That's pretty gross. Yes, I did. I like the Mutant episode, and I disagreed. Transformers... Though I respect your opinion, definitely such an unsettling design choice, and it was so simple as well. Also, the Lovecraftian looks would not have worked in the TV show. Exactly, the Lovecraftian squid monsters, Sammy and family, would have been very expensive. If you're wondering, they kind of look like the aliens from Galaxy Quest without their holograms. They look like those weird squid-looking things. That's what Sammy and his fam actually look like. But anyways, yeah, alien invaders going on seriously evil. You can't get any worse than exterminating all of humanity. And they did kill Brett. Alright, somebody wanted the Masked Mutant. Was gonna try and save him for last, but what the heck. Masked Mutant may surprise you, but going on to Best of the Worst. Yep, I actually love Attack of the Mutants. I do defend it's a good episode, and held up spectacularly well by its villain. If you don't know, Attack of the Mutant is your classic comic book story come to life. A fat kid named Skipper is obsessed with this character, the Masked Mutant, who's the ultimate comic villain. He beats Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, and the Avengers put together. He is the awesome, he is a villain you love to hate, and that translated very well. Scott Wickwire, who voiced the Haunted Mask, actually gets to show up in live action this time with his face shown as the Masked Mutant. Sam Witwer had the time of his life as the mutant. He is so fun in this. Your name is making me hungry, Fatal Waffle. Plus, it would have completely ruined the episode. I respect your opinion. I did see your Attack of the Mutant, and I really disagreed. Sorry to hear that, James, but I love the Masked Mutant. I loved him in the book, and I really loved the episode. It was great as a kid seeing your favorite book translated very well. They did change a lot, but honestly, it made the episode a lot better. Definitely, read that one. They looked Lovecraftian. I wonder if real aliens will come to Earth in real life. Well, according to Dan Aykroyd, aliens won't come to visit us after 9/11. Like why Goosebumps 2000s have less episodes from books like Headless Halloween and Haunted Car should have been peak. Sorry, Akira, but Goosebumps 2000 did not get adapted. Unfortunately, the show was canceled by the time Stein wrote most of those books anyway. So strange that says Attack of the Mutant, but it's just one mutant. Sorry, Scott. Yeah, Scott Whitwire. Masked Mutant looks cool, but the other superheroes are left out. Yeah, we don't see Flo. We don't see Dynamite. Yeah, that was one of the heroes' names. We don't see the Masked Mutant's minions. You do have to play the video game for that. Anyways, Scott, great as the Masked Mutant. He is hammy. He is over the top. This is a classic mustache-twirling villain. And yeah, controversial opinion, but I did like this more than Brush with Madness, because Attack of the Mutant was an homage and throwback to the old superheroes. It's, what if this villain from like the Adam West era was played unironically dead serious in our world, and while he's still goofy and laughable at times, he is seriously threatening because of the extremes he would go. Basically, the Masked Mutant left his comic book to seek out new challenges. He's stalking Skipper, our main character, because he's his #1 fan. So the mutant thought he could finally have a worthy opponent, a rival that can challenge him in his greatness, because the Masked Mutant is tired of being #1 in OP. He wants a threat, kind of like Megamind. He needs an archenemy worthy of his fight skills. Seth Gold from Click should be on the worst. I don't think we got Seth. We got Tony, but Seth isn't on here for some reason. You'd think he'd count as a villain, but no. I haven't seen the episode, I haven't read the book, but there's something about the Masked Mutant that says top tier bad guy. Yeah, this guy, old-fashioned supervillain. He has a cape, wears a goofy costume, has his evil villain Batcave kind of lair. Basically, Skipper is investigating and trying to find out what's going on here. The line between fiction and reality is blurring, and we find out the Masked Mutant is really alive. The book goes further and implies that he actually wrote his own comic book stories and spread them across the universe, but I guess that was too cosmic for this show. Masked Mutant really like him. He wants to basically kill this little child, but he can do it anytime he wants. He's just screwing with Skipper, leaving kind of Riddler clues for him to solve, realize that the Masked Mutant is indeed real and actually after him in his world, and get a very clever face-off. Adam West appears in this show. Yeah, TV's Adam West. Where? Adam West shows up, and the Masked Mutant is too OP that he kicks his ass easily, or Adam West runs away because he sucks, but he's still a better hero than CW Batwoman. Adam West gets defeated, but Skipper actually outsmarts the villain because the Masked Mutant has one weakness: he can't transform into liquids, where Skipper uses his wits and plays his villain game, taunting the mutant and getting him to turn into acid, where he dies, becoming a puddle. Very, very surprising, horrifying death for a rather goofy, lighthearted episode. But yeah, he dies rather horribly. Masked Mutant, absolutely love this villain. He's fun, he's over the top. Scott is having so much fun, he's charismatic, and very threatening. I found him very creepy because he transforms into a little girl to basically seduce and watch his arch nemesis, who's an underage boy, which, wow, adds some slappy horror to this guy. Yeah, Masked Mutant, he is super. He's a super villain, and he belongs here on the best. Watch my review. I think Attack of the Mutant is an underrated episode. Absolutely love it. Yeah, I know it's not better than The Haunted Mask or Slappy, but what can I say? It is enjoyable. Also love the sets. Yeah, they did a lot of work for this episode. Attack of the Mutant is definitely a love it or hate it episode, but I definitely love it, especially with the mutant. Yeah, the mutant is one of the funnest villains of the series. He is creepy, he's funny, and Scott does a very great job. Maybe if Disney Plus does the Masked Mutant, they could have the Avengers fight him or something. JK. Like, who would play the Masked Mutant in a reboot? Like, I would suspect they get someone from the MCU, but I'm not fully sure. I think the guy who played Bullseye would have been pretty good as him. Cry of the Cat did, yeah. Iconic evil laugh, good design, very quotable lines. Yeah, they did make him look like the comic character. The Masked Mutant is on the cover of his books, and they did their best modeling his costume in live action. Yeah, I know his muscle suit looks really fake, but again, a classic throwback to old school comics, and I do like that he kind of looks like the Tick. He never said, spoon! I also love the sets, very good. Flo is cool, like I hope they get Christina V to play her as CGI. Honestly, Akira, I think Christina V might play Dynamite. She seems more up V's alley. Like the Masked Mutant is American all for one. Just don't bring up Megamind 2. Yeah, we don't talk about that one. All for one, one for all is from My Hero Academia. Well, it was from the Musketeers originally. I wouldn't even necessarily say Tony is evil, more malevolent. Also, for people who wonder where the writer of the comics is, I think the Masked Mutant is the writer. Yeah, that's what the book implied. The book implied the Masked Mutant is the comic creator. Here, the episode suggests that. It suggests that because Skipper does find the drawing room, he finds the storyboards, and it's implied that the mutant is creating his own comic. Never specifically told to you like in the book. It's suggested, which makes the mutant creepier because they really play up his shape-shifting aspect. If you don't know, that's his power. He's not only a hyper-intelligent supervillain, his ultimate power is he can shape-shift, turn into anything except for liquids. Yeah, the mutant might be the writer. Such a satisfying demise with an even greater ending. Yeah, it's a lot more of a happier twist ending because Skipper becomes his own hero. Can't wait for Daredevil's return. I hope they don't screw it up like everything else. Yeah, I mean, the Echo Show, what the heck was that? Can't believe Jim Belushi played the mutant in the PC game. Yeah, I was kind of surprised. They got him. Adam West did reprise his role as the Galloping Gazelle. I'll be back later. See ya, Jon Snow. Just the fact that Adam West returned in the game was so awesome. Like, why Dinah might be a perfect role for Christina V. Like, who's Flo, best acting role? Kagami. Kagami should be Flo. Okay. Yeah, Masked Mutant, super villain. He is definitely on the best in my book. Don't worry, he's not gonna topple Slappy or even Mr. Mortman, but I really enjoyed him. Okay, let's get a bad out of the way. Let's talk about the Sadler cousins from Ghost Beach. More like Ghost Bitch. Going on to Even I Could Do Better. Okay, let's get the big problem out of the way. The Sadler Ghost cousins, awful acting, awful villains. The kid performers are not very convincing in this. The CGI had to make them scary. Their skull appearances do look pretty creepy, I'll give them that, but the acting really bad, and the writing even worse because it is so obvious that these two are the villains that I thought there was going to be another twist more to it. Yeah, the Ghost Beach, don't know, two kids basically go to their grandparents, they're on the beach, and they meet ghosts, and someone's like eating the dogs. The ghosts eat dogs, they live in the caves, and the Aurora Borealis. Ghost Beach, One of the worst episodes of Goosebumps, not gonna lie, you might see it on my worst list. And, of course, the cherry on top are the bad villains. These two suck. They're trying to basically gaslight the main characters. It's basically, who's the real ghost? That's the mystery. The Sadler cousins pretend they're normal humans and that this old man living in a cave is actually the ghost. The old man lives like it's the 1800s for some reason, but the old man says no, they're the real ghosts, and they're basically have to solve the mystery. I'll admit that the Ghost Beach cover is cool, though. Yeah, the cover looks awesome, but the plot is not. Aurora Borealis. How about we get the mummies out of the way next? Alright, next time, baby. Click inspired the terrible Adam Sandler movie. James, terrible, but funny. Yeah, the effects were pretty good, though, in that. I can do better than you. Yeah, I can do better than Ghost Beach. Ghost Beach was a disaster, and the villains were just absolutely predictable. Yep, nail on the head there, Shadowlink. It is so obvious these two were the bad guys from the very start. For one, they do not act like they're trying to hide the fact that they're ghosts. Number two, we have a very limited cast in this episode, so kind of obvious suspects. And three, the final fight is lame. It is lame. Basically, the old man comes out, reveals that the cousins were the ghosts all along. They reveal their final form, which is admittedly creepy, and then it's ruined by the old man just drags them back into his cave, which, wait, you're ghosts. Why can't you phase through him? Why can't you escape? But nope, they don't. The ghosts are sealed in a cave, and they die. Sometimes it's hard to believe that episodes like this existed in the same series where we had the Girl Who Cried monster. Yeah, Ghost Beach is a testament to how when Goosebumps is bad, it can get really bad. It is shocking how there are some bad episodes with some of the greatest monsters in episodes like these, and Ghost Beach definitely one of them. At this time of year, in this type of ranking list, right in the episode of Ghost Beach. Yes. I will admit the Ghost Beach cover's cool, though. Yeah, I heard that one. Aurora Borealis at this time of day, this point in time, right in the center of your kitchen. Yes. May I see it? No. Also, I prefer Hell Teacher Nube as ghosts. Yeah, they were better. Especially the French cover. Yeah, I did show that. The French cover looked really cool. The ghosts can be, like, spotted and they gleam at night, and that looked really cool on the French cover. A shame it was for a bad episode. I liked Ghost Beach, the book, better because it was actually good and there was actual real mystery and no bad child acting. Dogs can actually see ghosts. Humans can too. Yeah, in R.L. Stein's world, the dogs can see ghosts, and they always detect them. That's kind of R.L. Stein's thing. The dogs detect supernatural. I hate that KFC commercial used the twist ending scene as their promotion when Goosebumps was a phenomenon. I'll have to see that. Never saw a KFC Goosebumps commercial. This had been fine, but I'm gonna go for a bit. See ya, Iroh. We might be talking still, but whatever. Yeah, this is a reoccurring thing in Goosebumps. Dogs can detect if someone's alive or not. The Werewolf of Fever Swamp? Maybe next. Jontron, I ghosts. You ghosts. He's ghosts. We're all ghosts. May I see it? No. Speaking of which, the ghost grandparents are also on here. Going on to even I could do better, but I'll put them above the kids because they're better actors. So, in the twist ending of Ghost Beach, after they trap the ghosts in a cave somehow, we find out that the main characters' grandparents were also dead too, because the dog barked at them, and it's implied they're going to kill and eat the dog and force the kids. You set the table, and you better not say you're not hungry. That is like their one threatening moment, and honestly, exactly like the kids, it is very predictable. Something is off about the grandparents, and the twist makes zero sense because how the parents drop them off if their grandparents were both dead this whole time. Lame. I could do much better ghost stories than what we got from Ghost Bitch. The cousin ghost might be the worst and weakest ghost of all time. Like, why not possess anyone or pass through walls? Because this story was very lame. the implication that they might cook the dogs at the end is kind of scary. Yeah, that definitely is. The problem is it's also predictable, and they didn't really do much, and raises some questions, like if they were dead all along, then how was their house not condemned? How did the parents not know that their parents are dead? I read that one. Like, the ghost feels ghostly, like the book cover felt like a Scooby-Doo hooded ghost. The winter, it wasn't fair. They're cousins. Oh yeah, they're all cousins. Wait, they died off screen. Yeah, the ghost grandparents, they are on here for some reason because I guess they win in the end and they were ghosts too, but yeah, I could do better. Not very good villains. Ghost Beach sucks, and their villains were just the cherry on top of god-awful disasters. Alright, somebody wanted the Werewolf of Fever Swamp. I think this is him. This is the werewolf skin wolf. This one, I believe, is the actual werewolf, the neighbor boy. Alright, Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Going on to... I will put him on decent villain. Yeah, I believe this is him. This is the neighbor boy when he's half man, half wolf. Werewolf of Fever Swamp, my brother Wolf did a very good review on this episode. Basically, the old drill, family moves into a new neighborhood, it's obviously haunted, but this time, it's a southern gothic. It's on the countryside where a werewolf haunts Fever Swamp. We're tricked into believing that this weird homeless guy is the werewolf because he acts all feral and primal, but no, he was actually the hunter, and it turns out the nice guy neighbor next door was actually the Wolfman all along. The werewolf is basically breaking into Grady's house to eat sheep. It's feral, its bloodlust takes him over, and he's eating animals and people who are foolish enough to venture out. The werewolf is strongly implied to be immortal too because the homeless guy mentions his parents died, and this guy is pretty old too, so yeah, he ate his parents long ago. Apparently werewolfism gives you immortality, and he's been hunting this wolf boy forever. Have you read Goosebumps graphics? No, I have not. Are they Chinese since they cook dog? Probably not. Nah, they're white. Massive plot holes in there, yep. My only theory is that they died shortly after the main climax. Yes, you are right. That is the right werewolf. Very good. I got the right guy. This is the actual Wolfman from Werewolf of Fever Swamp. It's him mid-transformation, so I guess you could differentiate him from the werewolf skin one. That's my theory that Will Blake is Daphne and Fred's son, who is a werewolf. Well, that would make Fred and Daphne terrible parents for abandoning him. The camera work in somewhat bloodshed creepy. But if he was their kid, he would be Will Jones. Also, make sure you don't mix up the mummies. Yeah, I can tell them apart. I know this is the Don't Wake Mummy, and this one's Prince Karoo because he's in the actual pyramid. Glad Goosebumps did some good werewolf stories, if only Are You Afraid of the Dark did as well. Yeah, shame on you, Tale of the Full Moon. I think the werewolf is a pretty decent villain. The thing is, he's not fully evil. He's not doing this out of malicious. He can't control his werewolf side. He's been hiding that he's a werewolf and basically trying to live his life normally, but whenever the full moon comes out, especially in Fever Swamp, he loses himself. He's kind of a reluctant monster, which is why he's not higher up, and especially because of the way he dies, and some of the werewolf effects are pretty funny in this. So, they give him very creepy scenes. We don't see the werewolf for the longest time. He's constantly in the shadow, constantly hunting about, chasing the main protagonist and his family. Then, we actually get the big reveal of him, and he does look pretty cool up until he starts jumping on the roof, and that did kind of make me laugh. You can tell it's a guy in a suit, and yeah, him banging on the roof is just so funny. Werewolf having immortality, isn't that supposed to be vampires? Yeah, it's supposed to be, but nope, the werewolf is immortal too because the old homeless guy apparently remembers him from his childhood, so yeah, he hasn't been aging in all this time. Are You Afraid of the Dark had crappy werewolf stories because Goosebumps had crappy mummy stories, yep. The camera work with the scarier than the werewolf. Yeah, it definitely was. They gave the werewolf the Jaws effect, which did make him creepy, up until we see the guy in the suit leaping on buildings and parkouring. Eventually, Grady, the main character, lures him in. We get the reveal that he's actually his best friend, who was the werewolf all along, and he can't control himself, forcing Grady to essentially mercy kill him by drowning the werewolf in Fever Swamp, in a pretty graphic death too. Werewolf actually dies in this version. And last we see of him, there's a very haunting shot of like his werewolf skull in the swamp. Like, I swear, it's a blink and you'll miss it moment, but you see in the swamp, we see his werewolf skull float up to the surface, implying Fever Swamp disintegrated him completely. And our twist ending reveals that Grady is now the new werewolf. Grady became, I guess he was bitten or scratched in the scuffle with his friend. He was somehow infected, and he became the new werewolf of Fever Swamp, implying that he's going to live on again as a new monster in town. But yeah, the werewolf, pretty decent villain, not gonna lie. Classic tragic villain, tragic monster story. He doesn't want to be evil, but he can't control himself. He's more monster than man now, and had one of the most gruesome deaths in the show. Werewolf of Fever Swamp, I do like the episode. It's not one of my favorites. I think Wolf did a very accurate review of it, but yeah, I will put him on decent villain. He had a louder bite than his bark. No, I got that mixed up. He had a louder bark than his bite. Don't Wake Mummy was good. Yeah, I agree there. Like, I remember Velma from Scooby-Doo, James Gunn's version. Her actress was in the Bone Chiller saga. Oh yeah, she was. When the homeless guy catches the boy, it kind of scared me as a kid, but watching it now, it's very funny how you just eat the chicken legs in front of them. Yeah, the homeless guy was acting like a werewolf this whole time because he was actually trying to hunt the real wolf, and he suspected Grady was the wolf boy he was hunting, which kind of raises the question and plot holes about why the homeless guy was acting all feral like he was a wolf man too, but apparently it was a ploy to lure him out. He was like doing wolf calls this whole time. When he's howling at the moon, he's trying to lure the werewolf out. They leave it ambiguous if Grady might be the werewolf or he was doing that to lure out another werewolf to become like his new vampire slayer. Oh, and about the Terror Tower joke that I made with the Halloween ranking, I said, I bet you're gonna gut Terror Tower given how everyone seems to love that story. That's what I said. Terror Tower, more of a Silver Skull story from me, but we'll see where the ranking goes. Also, Miraculous is obsessed with her father werewolves. Yeah, her dad became a wolf man. It was a blink and you missed it. He is in fact scratched in the back in the scuffle. Okay, he was scratched. Alright, so Grady is the new wolf man. Like, where is your mother, werewolves? Werewolf of Fever Swamp had a louder bark than its bite. He did make his mark. He is a decent villain, but not as iconic to me. I think the Werewolf of Fever Swamp, definitely agree with Wolf's ranking. It is a fine story, but could have been way better, and the Wolfman, definitely a decent villain. Alright, still got a lot of villains to go through. So, somebody wanted the Mummy. Let's talk about the first Mummy, Prince Koru. Going on to rubbish. Yep, got our first rubbish entry. The Mummy, one, he's barely in his episode, Return of the Mummy, and two, he gets punk killed very easily. The Mummy shows up in like the last 5 minutes of Return of the Mummy. It's basically the kids, Tucker and his sister, bumming around a scary pyramid. The sets in this look very fantastic. There's a compelling mystery, an alleged curse. The Mummy doesn't actually appear until the final act, and he's basically a bitch working for his hotter sister. His sister, who's really Queen Nia. She's also a mummy. Really pains me to do this, but Queen Nia also going on rubbish. So, There's kind of a huge plot hole where Quint's Nia is somehow 1,000 years old, has lived all this time. It's implied her magic necklace kept her alive. She's the real brains of the operation. She was summoning her mummy brother. They are siblings. I do like how they give Nia a sexy evil makeover. She goes like from this adorable nerd into the hot Egyptian queen. They're both apparently mummies, but she's kept herself magically immortal. She summons her brother, and both of them punk killed very easily in the climax. All this build up and this big twist, and Nia dies when her necklace is broken and destroyed, and she turns into a cockroach or scarab. Spoilers, she does not come back for the twist ending like she did in the book. Nia is just completely out. And then the mummy instantly dies like 2 seconds later when they destroy the mummy's paw, which was somehow attached to his life this whole time, and he dies. We see the mummy's hand crawls out and comes after Tucker, but it leaves on an ambiguous note. Yeah, these two suck. They were basically punk killed. They had a lot more hope going for them because Peter Jarvis definitely tried, and I do like Nia in concept. Nia, way cooler in the book. In the show, she's barely a presence. It comes out of nowhere that she was actually this 1,000-year-old mummy villainess. Really hot, though. I do like her. Just as pretty as the sexy witch, though. But, again, punk killed and didn't do much. Return of the Mummy. Then, don't wake mummy. Okay. The episode had Carlos from the Magic School Bus. Yep, that's Tucker. Also, Creepshow series made a Christmas special with were creatures, and it has female were cheetah. Oh, I'll have to see that one. Such wasted potential episode is basically Ghost Beach 2.0. Return of the Mummy did come first, though, but yeah, wasted potential. Return of the Mummy had so much going for it, which is why it hurts, and the episode is just boring, and the villains are punk killed. They belong buried. I hate the sequel, get the episode in the first one. I like Miraculous episode, the Pharaoh is better. Agree to disagree there. At least Peter Jarvis got redemption in Don't Wake Mummy. Yep, the mummy came back. It is not Prince Koru. It is a new guy from Don't Wake Mummy, who I will put on seriously evil, like WTF. Yeah, Don't Wake Mummy, really cool episode, really great, underrated. I did like it, 1,000,000 times better than Return of the Mummy, and because the mummy is actually a presence and danger all throughout. If you don't know, some wacky kids who their archaeologist dad gets a sarcophagus sent to his house where basically they have a mummy in their basement, and surprise, the kids screw up. Kimberly from Final Destination 2 accidentally breaks the locket holding the mummy in, and the mummy escapes and haunts the house. And we find out the mummy was actually a serial killer conqueror prince back when he was alive. He was an evil prince who killed his sibling, tried to conquer all of Egypt, and now they have a mummy serial killer in their house. The mummy rises and goes on a rampage, and really like this episode. Basically a monster living in your house. Almost like Stay Out of the Basement, but the mummy is a lot more brutal, feral, vicious. He's breaking furniture, attacking, and gets another very gruesome death on Goosebumps. Basically, they find the pot that's holding his heart. He has like a sarcophagus, his organs were taken out, and if you destroy this heart, it kills him. And we get the funny and dark scene where they throw the heart in the garbage disposal, which destroys the mummy completely. More graphic than the first mummy. He gets like turned into ash, and yeah, I really like this villain. This guy was evil in life and more evil or dead. A lot more threatening dead too. Peter Jarvis got to be on a good mummy episode, which good for him. Don't Wake Mummy, superior in every way. This was a huge better mummy than in Return, and definitely much scarier. Yeah, way scarier. There's a lot of tension because you know where the mummy is. It's like Black Christmas. We know Billy's in the house. The fear comes from when he'll strike and what he'll do. That is the same thing for Don't Wake Mummy. The mummy is in the house and we know it's alive, but when it strikes and what terror it brings is definitely tense. So basically Ghost Beach before Ghost Beach. Yep, Peter Jarvis got his redemption here. Like, why not keep the coffin in the museum then at home? I think the mom was going to take it to the museum eventually, but she was going to read it first. Also, my cat is a tuxedo cat, which is an Egyptian cat. Yeah, the Mummy's cat is also the twist villain in the end. Came back for revenge. I wish it killed the idiot bully sister, but it gets the brother. But hey, I guess it'll kill the whole family soon. The Mummy's really cool. It would have been even more interesting if he became human again. Yeah, the ending was scary too. The Mummy's cat shows up and avenges its master by killing the brother. Don't worry, I think the sister and her jerk friend will soon follow. But yeah, seriously evil villain. This one was much better than the first Mummy attempt. But yeah, this prince definitely worthy of his evilness. Alright, gotta use the restroom, so you guys feel free to cast your vote on who you want to see next. Got a lot of villains to go through. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Beware, you're in for a scare. Let's see what you guys voted on. So my theory that the mummy cat is actually ripped from Cry of the Cat, that would have been cool. Like the power of Bastet. Yeah, that's what the father said in the episode, to decipher the hieroglyphics. Forgot how it's spelled out. Yeah, basically, the mom is also an archaeologist, and she has to study the sarcophagus before sending it to the museum. You want Carl. Who's next? The ghost from the Headless Ghost. Yeah, let's do Coral next. I mean, Carl! Calling out creeps. Alright, so I got more votes for Carl. Knave. Alright, Carl. Going on to seriously evil. Yeah, I'll put him under the aliens. Carl Knave is the toy mayor of a toy town called Carlsville. Carlsville is a living miniature doll who wants to play with you. Basically, Trilogy is a 3-part episode where a group of kids discover this evil haunted toy town. It was sealed away in the attic. We get kind of a different story for each section. A little girl discovers it and decides to keep it around, but Carl absorbs her into it. Carl is actually a living doll who has complete godlike powers and control over this town, and he is a toy that likes to play with children. He takes children down and essentially sadistically screws with and messes with them for his own amusement. His ultimate end goal is revealed in the final episode, where Carl's true scheme is to make them sentient toys held prisoner forever for him to play with. He's adding new toys to his collection, basically. Carl has godlike powers. Apparently he was based off of Beetlejuice from the Tim Burton movie. He's supposed to be based off of Beetlejuice, but I get more of Q from Star Trek. He's sort of omnipotent, but it's only in this toy town. And basically, he's a psychopathic man-child that likes tormenting people and sadistically toys at them. However, he does not make it to the best of the worst because we don't really get his origin. We don't get a full grasp of where Carl came from, why he likes toying with people, like the backstory behind the toy town. It's never really elaborated on. Sigh, you're all not going to like this. While I think Carl is fine villain, I still think Trilogy is a bit overrated. Plus, he loses his fear power in the final part. Yeah, I did feel kind of the same. I remember Trilogy was super hyped. Everyone loved it. First episode, very good. The other two kind of lost momentum as we went on. The movie cover literally reuses Monster Blood 3's book cover. Yeah, that is weird. They used Monster Blood 3's cover, I guess because they took a shortcut and it looked like Goosebumps. What made this episode more unusual is that it's an original episode, not based on a book. Yeah, trilogy, completely original idea. Carl is an original villain, which, good in concept. He has a lot more similarities to Slappy, but he's in a miniature town he controls. I mean, seriously, how can you laugh when you lost your town and are tiny as hell? That anything can squish you and kill you. Yeah, that's kind of the thing why Carl is not higher. Carl only has power in the toy town, and in the end, the toy town is destroyed. All the people were killed by a vacuum cleaner and sucked up. They burn Carlsville completely, and Carl manages to make it out of the vacuum alive and well and laughs evilly like he'll be back, but bro, do you have any power? Like, you were only powerful in your city. Carlsville is what gave you power, and he specifically said that in the episode. He had control over the town, he was making people into toys, he was unstoppable in this world. It's why he was trapping people in there. He's getting new residents and spreading his rule, basically, but without a kingdom, you're not really a king now, are ya? Definitely kind of lame, but the guy playing him definitely having fun, going over the top. Carl is definitely a funny comedy villain, but not one of my all-time favorites, mostly because he doesn't really look that interesting. He's literally just the Joker. He wears funny suits, he likes making snappy jokes, making dark jokes about death and toying with kids. Could have been higher, and I know a lot of people will put him on the best, but I think he's definitely a decently evil villain. An A tier, but not the best. Sorry, Carl, but I'm not singing your national anthem. Some kind of Robbie Rotten type of ending. Yeah, people pointed out he looks like that. Like, I thought the soul of Carl was an evil toy man possessing the toy and becomes Alice. Yeah, that could be his origin, but it's never really explained. Person killed by Carl be like, ew, I just stepped on a loser. Carl, we are number one. Wish trilogy had a book adaptation or references in other Goosebumps media. I'm not sure if it had a novelization, it might have, or even a graphic novel adaptation. Trilogy, I just thought it was kind of overrated, mostly because parts 2 and 3 were not as strong, but Carl as a villain definitely won points. He is definitely entertaining and never a dull moment with him, so he definitely did his job. Alright, somebody wanted the creeps. Alright, let's do I'm a Creep. Calling all creeps. One of the best episodes in the series, and creeps going into best of the worst for one big reason. They won. They friggin' won. The creeps successfully took over the world and conquered the entire class, made Ricky turn to the dark side. So, Calling All Creeps, very wonderful but very tragic anti-bullying episode. Ricky Beamer is this pathetic loser outcast who basically got bullied his whole life. Nobody likes him. He's treated as the class weirdo, and all he wants is some respect. He's made fun of in the newspaper when the alpha bitch calls him a creep and tells creeps to call him, where aliens plotting a secret invasion known as the Creeps mistake Ricky as their secret agent. They think he's sending a message to them, and Ricky gets roped into this alien invasion where the Creeps, these velociraptor scrolls, are posing as the idiot bullies who picked on him, infiltrating the school, and they apologize to Ricky and try to make amends with him and have him help conquer the Earth. The Creeps' designs still look great to this day. Yeah, those masks look very epic. So, yes, book fans, they did alter how they designed on... They altered their designs. How they look on the show is greatly different than how they looked in the book. In the book, the Creeps were kind of purple velociraptors. Here, they're yellow dinosaurs, which is still pretty creepy, not gonna lie. I guess the purple did not look as threatening. The yellow looked more gross and alien-like. Also, the cover of this episode is extremely outdated. They have phones in booths now? Finally, I don't need to lug this cell phone around. Yeah, you don't see phone booths often because everyone owns a handheld phone. Where they took creative liberties to make original content, but they couldn't make an original picture cover, just some random guy who comments. Thank you for bringing this one up next. Even Mezagog would be proud of these guys. Yes. Yeah, the creeps look like prototypes of the Mezagog outfit, which is why they have very scary looks. Ricky gets revenge. Yep, the creeps successfully turn Ricky to the dark side. Ricky helps them by making poison cookies out of bake sale, which will infect others. Apparently, the creeps reproduce by brainwashing kids by planting poison into their food, which will mutate them into creepy monsters like them. That's how their own kind spreads. They go to a bake sale. Ricky has an entry there, and Ricky tries to do the right thing, but finally, the last straw snaps. The kids make fun of him when he's actually trying to do good and save their douchey asses. So, Ricky sells out humanity and joins the dark side. We get one of the best dark twist endings. Ricky joins the creeps and becomes their king, where they all bow before him. The creeps win in the end, which makes them one of the best villains in the series because they're the R.L. Stine monsters that won without fail. Definitely. All right, checking out your comments. Ricky got revenge. Definitely. The creeps conquering the world by turning all humans into creeps sounds way better than drowning in sheep's puffs. Yeah, 1,000,000 times better. Shocker on Shock Street, they set to have acid-spitting frog humanoids. Yeah, the creep masks you will see recycled later in the series. Specifically, Shocker on Shock Street had the Toadinator, and it used a creep mask on a Borg outfit. Did actually look pretty scary on the cover. How can you really blame him? I was literally on Ricky's side the whole way. Yeah, Ricky completely justified, pulled a carry, and joined the dark side. Those kids deserved it because they were monsters. More monstrous than the actual alien monsters. Unrelated, but if there are no more phone booths, how does Clark Kent become Superman now? Same with every superhero. I guess they go in the broom closet. Literally refuses the cafeteria kitchen scene where they stir the bowl, which was the same bowl for the tuna surprise. Yeah, that one failed though, because nobody eats it. Yeah, creeps, they are out of this world, man. They are awesome villains. Calling All Creeps, underrated masterpiece of an episode. Love the alien invasion. Completely understandable why Ricky turns into a villain. Great villain origin story and great villainous monsters because they are plain unsettling, man. The creeps are very gross, disturbing monsters, and they actually win and conquer the earth. So, can't get any better than that. Alright, so, you know who's not great? The Groll, the evil sponge, which is going on to even I could do better. The Groll sucks. It's a sponge, people. Sponges are not scary. They're funny, they wear square pants, they go, "Dah!" But not scary. They're not scary. SpongeBob turning to the dark side is scarier than this thing. The Groll, basically, it's a bad luck monster. It causes bad things to happen to this stupid girl. Underneath the kitchen sink lives an evil monster that looks like a sponge. However, making contact with the sponge means you're now in its thrall forever, and it spreads bad luck to you and those around you. The girl tries getting rid of it and then has to fight the sponge, and no, it is not better than the X-Files. It sucks. And you know the worst part? The sponge loses in the book to the power of love. In the show, to the power of loving music. Lame. Lame. It is lame. The potato was scarier. It is the worst. Sponges aren't scary and are not better than the X-Files. Yeah, someone told me that was supposed to be an illusion because Billy Brown and Dan Angel, they actually worked on the X-Files, which explains why Goosebumps and Haunting Hour are so good. Apparently, that was kind of an in-joke amongst them, but it belonged on a way better episode than this one. Also, its weakness is very obvious. Yeah, niceness. Evil SpongeBob is way better than the X-Files. I've been waiting for you, Patrick. They also live in a pineapple under the sea. What are the worst episodes but the main character has a worser life? Definitely An Old Story is up there. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go eat a potato. Yeah, the potato was scarier. The girl sucks. I could do so much better. And the fact that it's a monster of evil could have been greatly explored, but sponges aren't scary. Alright, so who to do next? I know someone recommended. Mr. Blankenship. Guy going on to rubbish. Yeah, I know, he probably deserves worse. Mr. Blankenship from Teacher's Pet. Honestly, he could have been a good villain, but very underutilized and not done very well. Mr. Blankenship is played by the guy who played Spidey, sadly on a worser episode. Teacher's Pet, easily going on my top 10 worst list because it is boring and the effects are ass. And not helping matters is the villain. Basically, the villain is a psychotic scientist who's really a snake alien in disguise. The snake alien is posing as the teacher to create mutant hybrids because science. And yeah, basically the kid heroes stumble upon his experiments where for no reason he reveals his entire evil plan, then reveals he's actually the snake, which kind of weird because he was holding a snake earlier, but he was the exact same snake, not sure. And they kill him by throwing mutagen chemicals on him where he turns into a fly, and I guess he'll infect the entire world. So the guy playing him does a pretty good job. He has this hammy, over-the-top mad scientist kind of demeanor, but the villain is rubbish. He is a mess. He's underutilized, unexplored, and that CGI fly, oh boy, you know what I'm talking about. The effects did not hold up well, fully agree. Let's also get the baby out of here. We'll do him next. Don't forget Doodle Bob. Yeah, way better. Blankenship had potential, but sucks. Plus, he's not a great snake man. Jake the Snake, he's an epic snake man. Yeah, go watch Tale of Jake the Snake. Are You Afraid of the Dark wins that round of snake monsters. The big reveal that he's a snake became such an anticlimactic scene. Yeah, well, he's Dino Rob. Episode with good acting, but bad plot. Yeah, Teacher's Pet honestly had decent acting, but the god-awful plot, pacing, and especially effects are what dropped it down to worse. That poor girl deserved a better episode dedicated to her. Teacher's Pet, he sucks. He's definitely a failed experiment. But yeah, let's get the baby. The evil baby from Strained Peas, one of the worst Goosebumps episodes ever, with the worst monster. Going on to Even I Could Do Better. This episode is about a baby. A family gets a new baby, and we find out it's actually a monster. A monster posing as a normal baby and ruining Lightning's life. Yeah, they got Tyrone Savage as the main character. I forget his name, but yeah, basically, he's trying to prove that the baby's evil, and we get kind of a dark comedy. It's clearly trying to have serious moments, but it's a baby. It's a baby. A friggin' baby. The baby doesn't, like, transform into a monster or have a final form. It is very lousy effects, and they got a little person whenever she's walking around being creepy, and they do play it unironically dead serious a lot of times, which is why it sucks. More like strained piss. You're my stupid brother. Poor Spidey. So he decided to go on field trips instead. Yeah, he deserved better. Also, the title confused me when I was younger. Yeah, strained peas are basically baby food, which nobody today is gonna know that, especially the audience Goosebumps is aimed at are kids. They never taken care of babies. Why would they know? Fear the talking babies. Fear them. Wretch Sniff's daughter. Yeah, and honestly, the only funny joke we see, the parents are actually Horrorland horrors, which, yep, connected universe confirmed. The baby is actually a Horrorland horror. We see Wretch Sniff and another horror monster. They take the baby later. Basically, the baby screws with Tyrone Savage's life, frames him for bad things, acts up, acts like a monster, nobody believes him despite all the supernatural stuff going on, and we find out, oop, there was a mix-up at the hospital, and Tyrone Savage was right, the baby wasn't theirs, it was someone else's, and that someone else was a monster couple. A monster couple with a limo and their own personal butler who's a human guy. Yeah, apparently their babies are born human but become horrors later. bad episode. It is a bad episode. And of course, Grace, awful villain. Oh, and the twist, even stupider, we find out that the baby they got was also an evil, hyper-intelligent baby. Yeah, awful, awful episode. Babies are not scary. Grace could have been cool, but the angle they approach, not very good. It deserves a timeout. The demon baby in Resident Evil Village was definitely better. Fully agree. Yep, Shadow Link is right. That baby's scarier. Alright, so I guess we should talk about a good villain again. Alright, let's do Tony from Click. Tony going into decent villain, only for one reason. Tony's not actually evil. So, this is the supernatural creator of the remote from Click. No, not Adam Sandler's movie, but the Sandman did totally rip Goosebumps off. Basically, Seth Gold, this lazy couch potato, buys a new universal remote, and it happens to literally control the universe. However, the remote has like a mentor program with this guy Tony, who magically shows up and appears to Seth to warn him to not abuse the remote. It's not a toy, which kind of why I dropped him lower, because he's not actually evil. I would argue Tony's actually the good guy, while Seth Gold is definitely the bad guy. And what's worse, the baby in the twist ending is a monster too, with some bad effects to go with it. Yeah, those CGI mouth movements did not age well. They were dated when the episode was new. Probably explains their dated costumes. Strained Peas is just bad baby geniuses, but spooky. I would consider him a villain because he kept warning Seth not to use the remote. He's basically like an omen or presence throughout the episode, and I did like this change. Yeah, Tony is an original character. He's kind of in a similar vein to the Perfect School Headmaster. He's a voice for the supernatural story. This episode had moments I found funny and actually good funny. Yeah, Click is a fun episode. It's a lot more lighthearted, sans Seth Gold's villain arc. With great power comes great responsibility. That is the lesson Click goes for. Except this list isn't really villains, just monsters, but humans could be monsters too. Yeah, Tony is actually kind of a good guy. I think he might be the most good on this entire list, but he's warning Seth not to abuse the remote. It's not a toy, but Seth Gold refuses to listen, ignores him multiple times, basically building up that karmic twist ending. At the end, Seth tries to use the remote despite his friend's wishes to not use it, and he tries to turn his friend off, but it only turns off the universe, and he ran out of batteries. Where Tony finally shows up physically to get the last laugh, congratulating him for his purchase. Ironically, Seth has now doomed the entire universe, or possibly himself, because he's trapped in a void, and the episode ends on a very dark ending where Seth or himself is entirely off. And yeah, he's trapped and he doesn't have any batteries to fix his mess. Tony actually gets the last laugh because he warned him about bad consequences, but he didn't listen. Tony, I thought, was pretty decent. Got this creepy demeanor. He's kind of a creepy salesman type of character. If I didn't know any better, I'd say somebody wants to sell me something. Yeah, Tony's that creepy salesman. I like the guy's performance. Definitely an ominous voice. He is definitely a foreshadowing omen. He speaks for the remote because the remote is another cursed artifact story. The remote does change the universe, alters everything, Adam Sandler style. Click is a great episode, but Tony I will have to put on decent villain because he's not fully evil. Wait, all I need is some batteries. Yep, it's more like he pressed the wrong button. Yeah, with great power comes great irresponsibility. He did keep warning him not to let it control it and use it for good. Yeah, he did. An effect I did on Mindspace years ago was better than those babies. Yeah, any effects now are better than those. Strange Peas reminds me of the Powerpuff Girls episodes where they take care of the baby before finding out it belonged to a monster. Yeah, it had like a human skin on. That was creepy. My mother was laughing after she heard the last line where Seth says, "All I need is some batteries." Yeah, kind of a dark comedy angle, but yeah, Tony, he's pretty much worth the channel hop. Liked him, really enjoyed him. I definitely listen to his advertisements any day. Okay, so this one might upset people, but we'll talk about the lawn gnomes. Lawn gnomes, going on to they're trying. Yeah, I fully agree with my brother Wolf's review. The Lawn Gnomes was not a good episode. However, the villains were definitely a highlight. They were trying. The problem is, Revenge of the Lawn Gnomes, it's Diet Night of the Living Dummy. These guys are pretty much just Slappy for the front yard. They're living gnomes disguised as regular lawn ornaments, and all the lawn gnomes do is cause mischief. Yeah, that's all they do. They wreck the people's lawns, they frame the kids for their misdeeds, and they smear crap on the walls. Yeah, didn't that look like poo? They like smear manure on the neighbors' walls, and that's all they do. The gnomes just screw around. They're trolls. They're pranksters. They just go around messing with people's front yards, specifically the douchey neighbor Magneto's lawn. And I will say the effects look good. I really think the gnomes do look creepy. They have this very ominous kind of face, and their eyes coming open and alive. Very creepy. Cal Dodd also voices one of the gnomes, which only reminds me of Slappy. Yeah, not a fan of this episode. The gnomes were decent at least, but much better in the book with the army and such. Yeah, there were more gnomes in the book. Here, there's only like 2 or 3 in the episode, and kind of nerfing them. I understand Goosebumps has budget limits, and they would have been fine, but the gnomes don't really do anything. They just screw around with people, and the kids are trying to basically expose them, show they're real, and they epic fail in the end. I will say the actors are trying, and people only like the Lawn Gnomes episode because of the twist, where they kill the neighbor, Sergeant Magneto, by turning him into a lawn ornament too. And it's kind of creepy because you don't know if he's alive or dead. But yeah, we see he's a lawn ornament that they left on the lawn as like a trophy. And yeah, that's the only twist people remember about the episode. People liked the ending, but the episode was just boring. And the villains, they're trying, but Revenge of the Lawn Gnomes, it is a dud. Any episode that you like but Wolf hates? That is a lot of them. Yeah, that's a lot. I like Awesome Ants, but I don't think Wolf really liked this one. Like it's Tony is a ghost, he has no origin. Yeah, that did kind of hold him back. Really like how there is a nighttime encounters with Tony with his signature theme, which they reused for Catching Cold in the Haunting Hour. I'll have to listen for that again. Funny episode in a dark way. Yeah, click. That definitely fits it. Dark comedy. The magic remote looks weird. Well, they're trying to go for an otherworldly look, Akira. I knew I missed the invisible kid, but he's not really invisible as he was one of the last remaining humans on Earth. Yeah, sorry, you missed Brent, and we talked about Sammy and his alien family. Alien family far eviler than he ever was. Lawn Gnomes is weird, like Romeo and Juliet is better than their weird designs. The Lawn Gnomes look like wax doll figures, not actual Lawn Gnomes. Yeah, the design's kind of trippy. They look a lot bigger, but the Lawn Gnomes were much better in the Goosebumps movie, I will say that. Here, the Travelocity Gnomes, not as threatening. Also, the extra gnomes just show up out of nowhere. Yeah, we keep seeing there's 2 of them, but there are more. There's like a 3rd one that pops out. I believe the dad did buy multiple gnomes, but we only see 2 moving because the costumes were expensive. Like, I remember the gnome from Wizard Beyond Waverly Place, which was Justin Rousseau's youngest son, Milo, normalizing him. Well, since Disney show does no magic than Goosebumps, the ending of Magneto turning into Lano actually made me laugh when I first saw the ending. Yeah, it was one of more Arlstein's goofier. The book's ending was even more weirder. They get like a lawn gorilla, and the gorilla winks at them, hinting that they're going to do this adventure again in more danger because they get a lawn gorilla for their yard. Have you ever seen someone put a gorilla in their front lawn? The Universal Remote did exist in real life with the models that look exactly the same. Again, 90s fashion. Gnomes have magic. I like the way they use it. Any you dislike but Wolf loves? Might have to think about that. I don't remember if Wolf loves a lot. Oh yeah, off the top of my head, Cuckoo Clock of Doom. I'm not a huge fan of Cuckoo Clock of Doom. Wolf actually likes it. Wolf is going to be reviewing the Cuckoo Clock of Doom one. sometime in the future, not immediately, but Wolf really liked that one. Me, personally, I'm a bit indifferent on Cuckoo Clock of Doom. Alright, let's get another bad egg out of the way. The Mud Monster Muck, the Mud Shrek from You Can't Scare Me. Going on to dead last, even I could do better. This monster sucks. 1, he's barely in the episode, and 2, he dies when Courtney talks him to death. You Can't Scare Me, another one of the worst episodes in the series, basically a supernatural monster story where the monster is sidelined in favor of 2 idiot bullies trying to one-up this bitch named Courtney. It is more about the kid shenanigans and the goofy kid hijinks, and I hate it. Really hate You Can't Scare Me. It is an easy contender for top 5 worst episodes of Goosebumps. Absolutely wasted potential both in book and episode, yeah. So, the worst thing is, this is actually an interesting monster in concept. There's these mud men who live in the swamplands outside of town, and they are a very fascinating, creepy monster, but the show decides to make Courtney the main character, and it would have been a more interesting twist if Courtney was a monster, which explains why she's never scared of anything. But nope, the mud monster is just bumming out around in the dark woods, and the idiot bullies lure Courtney in here for their ultimate prank, only to bump into a real monster who chases them, where Courtney saves them by talking the monster to death. She gives this femme-splaining speech, putting him in his place, and going on and on about something stupid, while the monster just stands there and takes it. Yeah, I'm like thinking, why don't you just kill them all? Why are you putting up with this? They're children, man. And yeah, the monster stands still and waits patiently for Courtney to finish talking, where he freezes dead because he stood out in the sun too long. Like, the mud hardens and he becomes a statue. And yep, the mud monster is defeated because Courtney nagged him to death because she's an annoying woman, and Courtney gets praised as a hero because she's awesome and the best is ever. And bad. This monster sucks. This monster friggin' sucks. He got killed by a woman femme-splaining him to death. How low can you go? Like, female anime mud monsters is better since this is weird. Bad episode. Do like that design though. Yeah, this monster, complete wasted potential, but what dropped him here is how he's defeated. So Wolf will likely give it a good review. Yeah, I can see Wolf giving Cuckoo Clock of Doom a good review, but we'll see. He might have changed his mind. Yeah, no female gnomes. That's because our females grow beards, Akira. Absolute wasted potential, both book and episode, yeah. It should have been about the mud monster mysteries, but no, it's about 2 idiot bullies and Courtney one-upping each other. The title sure is right. You definitely can't scare me. Yeah, not with this one. Well, the remake of You Can't Scare Me is better since the mud clones are the heroes. Okay. Yeah, I heard it did get remake for the Disney Plus show, but I never finished it. I couldn't get past episode 2. Maybe even top 3? Maybe. Mud Monster, the most disappointing villain in all of Goosebumps history. So much potential wasted. Yeah, this guy deserves so much more because they actually made him look good, but the way they used him and the way he's defeated clowned him so hard. Like Dorome from Japanese folklore, it's not the monster that was the main antagonist, but Courtney is. I just wanted to dunk her head in the mud and leave it at that. Yet Courtney sucks. She should be on here for sure, because she would definitely be next to the mud monster. Having Courtney being a monster in disguise would have 100% been a better twist. Yeah, that's what everyone theorized and was hoping, that Courtney was a monster, which is why she's not afraid of anything, because she is a monster herself. But nope, she's just that perfect. Courtney is the original Rey Palpatine. That was the mud monster. He was fodder. My only theory is that the mud monster only attacks when someone's afraid of it. Yeah, but he should have bashed Courtney. He could have scared her a little. You Can't Scare Me's biggest problem is that half of the episode is at school, not the swamp, and the mud monster only appears in the last minute with barely anything. He did appear in flashbacks, bro. What could have made the mud monster better? Him actually being a threat and scaring Courtney. Can we get a quick review, please? On what? Quick review of all past positions. Yeah, that might take too long. Maybe with a family visiting the creek, they could have made it better. Yeah. Like I see Monster Girl Encyclopedia have mud monsters. Something else that could have saved You Can't Scare Me. A rewrite and title change. Yeah. Mud Monster, he is mud. He is dirt. He is rock bottom, and he belongs on Even I Could Do Better. Alright, gotta use the restroom again, but cast your vote on who you'd like to see next. We are halfway through most of these monsters, so I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Let's see what you guys chose. Hold on, Todd from Go Eat Worms isn't on here. He's worse villain than the actual worms. Fully agree, but I guess the kid heroes didn't count, even the ones who are villain protagonists. Do the headless ghost. Okay. Now, who's our next victim? I see the doctor from My Hairiest Adventure on here. Yeah, kind of question mark, too. Yeah, he was defeated based on a Greek myth, which would have been clever if Courtney was actually likable. Shadowlink agreed, worms, actions completely justified. Yeah, the worms were completely justified. Alright, so people talking about Go Eat Worms. We'll put them on here on They're Trying. Well, for one thing, the worms are arguably the heroes because they just want to kill Todd. Todd is actually the real villain, but the worms are technically the monsters, so yeah. The worms are hyper-intelligent beings who want revenge on Todd for abusing them. Todd is an awful, annoying puke of a brat who likes tormenting people with his worms, and even the worms are not free of his wrath. The worms basically set out to ruin his life, which makes you really like them. I like that they're trying to ruin Todd's life and make him suffer, make Todd squirm. They're definitely on their trying, because I did like them more. And to their credit, the worm effects are actually very good. The worm Muppets, yeah, I know they're a bit cheesy and hokey now, but I actually did admire the production they did put into them. The worms actually look very nice, very creepy. The cave scene definitely the best, and give credit, they did pay for a giant kaiju worm Muppet, which did look very convincing. Really like the giant worm queen that attacks Todd. However, ultimately, Todd is spared because he apologizes and he sets the worms free, basically. And yeah, the worms did win out in the end, and Todd gets killed by a giant fish in the episode. In the book, it's Mothra. So, yeah, the worms, they're trying. We Go Eat Worms, the episode, a million times better than the book, but that's because the book is total trash. Also, I don't care. I'm gonna say that Todd died in the ending. Lol. Yeah, he definitely should have. Worm died by a wood chipper. The book actually gave more depth to the worms. Yeah, they did. Okay, evil camera. The second one gave me nightmares. I guess the bad effects were that bad or that horrid looking. Can't get past the losing hair in the climax. Yeah, the worms were justified. Yeah, Todd, we'll write him off as dead. Apparently the writer also wanted Todd to die, but they said they changed his ending. Yeah, Rick Drew said his ending got scrapped, and they redubbed the lines where Todd says, "Oh, you're gonna make me swim back?" That was a last-minute edit and kind of ruined his episode and showed you that even the production crew did not like it. The Scooby-Doo worm monster is better. At least Todd didn't encounter Batra. Yeah, you remember Godzilla. The worms in the Goosebumps reboot 10,000 times way better, both book and original show combined. Yeah, because the worms there were actually creepy and threatening. Worms, I'll put on their trying. Their episode would definitely be an F tier, but the villains, the monsters, they were alright. They were the only redeeming factor because you were on their side. Okay, the Headless Ghost. Trying to find where... Okay, here they are. They're both combined. Alright, Headless Ghost going on to their trying. Yeah, controversial pick, but yeah. The Headless Ghost, number one, barely in it. The Headless Ghost is not one of my favorite episodes, and a lot of people really wanted me to review this. We did it with Blacksmith Orange, because Blacksmith Orange is a lovely ghost too, and we did have fun doing it together. The episode... just kind of average. It's a Silver Skull episode. Basically, these two annoying kids are pulling pranks at a haunted house on a haunted hill, and they want to uncover the mystery of the Headless Ghost. The Headless Ghost lost his head to a ghost sea captain. The sea captain is the real villain of this episode, and he took the boy's head because he disturbed the spirits, didn't show them proper respect, which... again, makes the sea captain look more heroic than it should, but yeah. Headless Ghost, he lost his head, and it was locked in a dumbwaiter this whole time. Number one, the kid's acting is not very good. I'm sorry. Like, the effects are also bad, but the kid's acting, not very intimidating, and the Headless Ghost is... not really a villain or a huge factor in this plot. He's kind of a plot device, and they made him a villain in the episode. I think they're trying, but not my favorite. Headless Ghost is more bratty than scary. Exactly, Shadowlink. Lala is a better Headless Ghost. Way better, and she's also hotter. You gonna do episode tier list much later? Yeah, we have to review the episodes first to put an episode tier list. We haven't talked about all of them. I figured we could do the monsters because we're just talking about the characters. Fish, yes. Todd's friend shaking his head. You're gonna make me swim back? Awful ending. Give me back my head. Give me back my head. That's also the Ice Cream Boy and Captain Otto, too. Yeah, they are the real villains. I love the Headless Ghost. Awesome backstories, creepy stories, and effective. Yeah, Headless Ghost, very much a campfire ghost story. He was basically outclassed. We'll talk about... well, I think his name was Seth. Yeah, we'll talk about the Ice Cream Boy. He's going on to decent villain because of his horrifying backstory. Ice Cream Boy is, like the Headless Ghost, a kid who moved into the creepy hill house where he died a horrific graphic death. He tried to get his ice cream from the dumbwaiter where he accidentally slipped down and died horribly, smashing his head open, and you couldn't tell the difference between his ice cream and his blood. Yeah, very gruesome backstory, and he's a lot more proactive as a villain than the Headless Ghost. Basically, he tricks the bratty kids into coming to the hill house at night, where he shows them the secret rooms, planning to basically sacrifice them and make them ghosts too. Get revenge for Otto. He's a minion for the real villain. Where is he? Otto. Yeah, here he is. Otto, who's also going up on decent villain. I'll put him in the same league as Seth. Otto is actually the sea captain. Here he is the two characters combined. In the book, Otto and the Sea Captain were two vastly different characters. Here, the Sea Captain and Ice Cream Boy are both the villainous ghosts of the Headless Ghost. They're twist villains. Basically, Otto is pissed off that people do not show respect to Hill House. This is where he died, where Ice Cream Boy died, where the Headless Ghost died, and the prankster kids get on his nerves for the last time, where he plans to trap them in the house by painting them into portraits. Yeah, not very explained. Headless Ghost got a silver skull because it is kind of a plot hole, but yeah, Otto and Seth are pretty decent villains. The worst part about them are the effects. They're much better actors than the Headless Ghost is, but the CGI, oh boy. Agreed, definitely like the other ghosts more than the actual Headless Ghost. Yeah, they were much more threatening. The guy playing Otto, really cool, and the guy playing Seth has a very creepy demeanor. He was definitely having fun. Headless Ghost from Mystery Incorporated was the best to me, Joseph. I found the Headless Ghost more annoying than scary. Yeah, fully agree. What are you looking at? Yeah, that definitely made me scared of him. We need a Monster Musume waifu tier list. Okay, Akira, for you, we'll do that in the future. However, we're on Goosebumps now. But don't worry, Lala would definitely make it to S tier. Agreed. Yeah, they were better. Strawberry ice cream. Some say the boy was pushed by a ghost. Yeah, definitely believe Otto murdered these kids, which it adds a lot more darker. Headless Ghost, I think it's okay. It's an old-fashioned campfire ghost story. The villains, these two definitely decent villains. They were far more creepy, far more effective, and didn't make me burst out laughing like the Headless Boy did. So I will stick him on decent. Definitely a real worthy C-tail. Okay, so somebody said they wanted me to do the Phantom of the Auditorium. Okay, so this might be hard because there are technically two Phantoms, but we'll put the Phantom of the Auditorium onto decent villain. Yeah, Phantom of the Auditorium. I do like the episode. It did make it into gold. I almost did not like it up until I reanalyzed it for the review, and yeah, the Phantom, very underrated monster. However, there are technically two Phantoms. One, basically, the Phantom of the Auditorium is a ghost of a dead person. A kid died trying to film the Phantom of the Opera at their auditorium. He died falling down a trap door, was never seen again, and rumor has it that his ghost haunts the school. 70 years later, the school is doing Phantom of the Opera again. However, the Phantom is striking, stirring up chaos amongst the drama club. I wonder how high of a fall it was for the boy to get his head splattered. Probably at least 3 or 4 floors. Todd is like a mix of Sid from Toy Story and High Evolutionary from Guardians of the Galaxy 3, where he's a sadistic bully who abuses animals for science and tortured his sister for fun. Yeah, he tortured Sister Bridget. Headless Ghost is not the worst R.L. Stine has made. Worst ghost episodes are on his other anthology. Though I still laugh at his over-the-top screaming when he got mad his picture was ruined and trying to steal the girl kid inside. Oh yeah, that scene made me laugh. The ghost effects were not very good, which is why Otto was kind of dropped to decent. Sorry, catching up on chat. I wonder... Alright, read that one. Okay, back to the good ones for a while. Yeah, Phantom of the Auditorium, pretty decent villain. Headless Ghost is not the worst, read that one. 3 if you count Zeke. Oh yeah, Zeke was the Phantom. Underrated villain and episode, a solid good performance. It was basically the gallows before the gallows, yeah. Alright, so Phantom of the Auditorium, there are technically 3. One is Zeke, who's dressing up as the Phantom, but he's a total red herring. Then we get the 2 actual Phantoms. We get Emil, who's the creepy night janitor. There's more to him than meets the eye. We find out he's been living underneath the basement. They found his humble abode, and he's been dressing up as a Scooby-Doo monster to scare everyone. They expose him, but we find out there's a double twist. There was a real Phantom. Don't want to spoil it, but one of the kids in the cast is actually a ghost and was actually helping the main characters to solve his mystery and find peace at last, which is why he doesn't make it very high, because both Emil and the actual Phantom are not fully evil, but I will put them on decent villain because they are a lot of fun. The Phantom of the Auditorium would be an iconic monster, but he's not, you know, a monster. He's a monster, but not a monster. Yeah, the Phantom, definitely a decent performance, a worthy production from the Auditorium. I'm putting him on decent villain. Alright, so I don't want to blow through all the good ones too fast, so we'll have to get rid of some bad ones first. Alright, let's get rid of... I believe this is one of the howlings. They did not have a picture of all the howlings from How I Got My Shrunken Head. I believe this is the howling mother. I'll put her on... they're trying. I'll put her above the worms at least. This is the howling mother. Sorry, they did not have the father and the evil daughter, but I guess they couldn't cram them all in one picture. The howlings are the twist villains from How I Got My Shrunken Head, and Honestly, I thought they were kind of weaker Goosebumps antagonists. Basically, evil archaeologists who are exploiting the native people, trying to steal the jungle magic for their own purposes, profiting off of these poor people and enslaving them all. The boy gets a message from his aunt, but he was really lured there for a trap because only he can wield the jungle magic, and the Howlings are the twist villains who are very obviously evil. I mean, the dad doesn't even hide it. He pretty much refers to their guest as their prisoner, but whatever. Cat, I felt bad on missing this awesome tier list. Don't feel bad. Like, we got a lot of the weaker villains. We got most of the good ones out of the way first, so don't feel too bad. Obvious villains are obvious villains. Fully agree, Shadowlink. The Men in Black next after the Howlings. Alright, we'll do them next. The night janitor finally got revenge for Gordy leaving him all the big messes. Night janitor? There's no night janitor. One of the best line reads ever. Yeah, the Howlings, they're just very obvious villains, so the actors aren't doing a bad job, but they are kind of over-the-top ridiculous. Basically, evil archaeologists kind of doing a Johnny Quest slash Indiana Jones style bad guys, profiting off the people, but they're just so obvious and very non-threatening. They are human villains amongst an ocean of monsters. That's what kind of puts them on the weak side. I'll put them on there trying because I don't hate them as much as these other ones, but yeah, pretty weak. They wanted to make a big discovery, but ended up being forgotten. Alright. Someone wants the Men in Black, the reality police. Yo, it's the reality police. Knockoffs Agents J and K. Going on to rubbish. Yeah, they barely avoid total failure, but yeah, they're still bad. These are very bizarre villains. It's basically Agent J and K from Men in Black, but as the reality police. Don't Go to Sleep. One of the worst episodes of Goosebumps as well, mostly because it's a giant confusing mess. Like, you can't tell if it's supposed to be scary, if it's supposed to be funny. It's not good at balancing both, and the cherry on top are the villains, the Men in Black, who are very goofy, very over the top, very menacing, and the moral at the end just made them very worse. Like, basically, Matt didn't like his reality, so the reality police are stepping in and punishing him because he doesn't like his life, and he's not allowed to make it better. He's supposed to accept that, and the reality police and the judge, weirdly the judge isn't on here, but we'll count him with them, both over the top, ridiculous, and deliver a very mean-spirited message, which is why they lost. Total rubbish. Guilty! 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 Haha, guilty! More like the Men in Bland. Ooh, got him. The Howlings are probably the most forgettable of Goosebumps villains, yeah, in my opinion, because I always kept forgetting they exist for some reason. Yeah, mostly because they're upstaged by their brainwashed minions who were creepier. Weird episode, fully agree. I'll tell you where you are. You're in trouble. Trouble is not a location. Matt deserved better. Fully agree. Awful episode. The reality police in the book were more morally gray antagonists. Yeah, they were a lot better in the book. Here, Goosebumps was weirdly trying to chase how popular Men in Black was at the time. Yes, the first Men in Black movie was out when Goosebumps was still on TV, and very clearly trying to capitalize on that popularity because these are just Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith. Maybe these are agents from The Matrix. I still find that judge scene funny. Yeah, most unintentionally so bad it's good scene. Reality police are rubbish. Yeah, this reality bites. Speaking of rubbish, let's put on El Sydney, going on to Even I Could Do Better. If you don't remember, this is the talking rabbit in his true form, El Sydney. Translation, the Sydney. This is the evil rabbit from Bad Hair Day, one of the weaker episodes. I didn't hate it as much as Kyle Nordy did, and Honestly, I do think it's a bad episode, but not decayed skull bad. It did have some moments, mostly because I love magic. Would have preferred a more Zatanna magician, if you ask me, but El Sydney, very bizarre villain too, mostly because he's goofy. He's played by Colin Mockery when he's voicing the rabbit, but they get some guy, some different actor to play him in his human form, and basically he's tricking this stupid, bad acting kid named Tim into helping him reverse the curse. He's actually an evil warlock magician who is trapped in a bunny form. He pretends that Amazo is the real bad magician, but it was all a trick, and surprise, the obvious villain was obvious, and he betrays Tim, he turns human, and turns both of them into bunnies, where he's going to behead them. Really dark twist, but they made this guy comedic, and that was the problem. You want a sign? Look over there, it says stop! Yeah, perfect metaphor for this episode, too. Don't go to sleep with Season 3, right? Or was it 2? Don't go to sleep with Season 3, because Season 3 had a lot of the worst episodes of the series. How you solve the evil situation with the evil camera if you encounter yourself with the evil camera. Matt is like Butters from South Park, where he's just an innocent kid being pushed for no reason. Yeah, I definitely agree. Matt did nothing wrong. He just wanted his own room, and apparently that was a crime against reality. Bad Hair Day was actually funny. Yeah, some people liked it, which is why it made more Bronze Skull turf for me. Scaredy Cat and I did a crossover on this one. You should check it out. Colin Mockery was definitely funny. I found parts of this episode funny, to be honest. I don't know if it was the camera, but the introduction of El Sydney was hilarious. Can you do the zombies from Welcome to Dead House? We'll do those ones next then, Chip. Are You Afraid of the Dark wins the magic show? Yeah, Tale of the Magician's Assistant, much better. Bad Hair Day was just plain bad. And El Sydney, I think he could have been a stronger villain. That's why I put him on. Even I could do better. Wanted a cool dark magician, but what we got was Old Hat. Alright, you want The Walking Dead? Yeah, here he is. Here's the salesman guy. The Walking Dead from Welcome to Dead House. I might put on... will I put it on A or S? I'll do it. I'll put it on Best of the Worst. The Walking Dead from Welcome to Dead House. Very creepy, unsettling villains, especially because they're not your typical zombie. So, for those of you who don't know, Welcome to Dead House, one of the fan favorite episodes of the series. I was kind of hard on it, but I'll admit it's still a golden episode. Welcome to Dead House, a family moves into a new house, and of course it's haunted. This time by a neighborhood of zombie mutants who need to live off of eating people. They lure people into the Dead House neighborhood to basically trap them and eat them, where they'll become zombies too, and they absorb all their blood. They're more like vampires, like the I Am Legend type of mutant zombies, but whatever. There's a lot of gross body horror, a lot of creepy designs. They give them all this pale gray skin. However, unlike the usual zombies, they mostly have their intelligence intact, which makes them more threatening. Come back! I need you! Dark Falls needs you! I'm hungry! Yeah, they want to eat people. This episode was kind of scary. Plays the Walking Dead theme. Yeah, Rick and Daryl can't save them now. Just back, who's the woman next to the gnomes and the ants? That's one of the howlings. I couldn't find a good picture of them. That's the mother howling from How I Got My Shrunken Head. We're on the Dead House zombies, the Walking Dead. Yes, that's what they're actually called. Robert Kirkman, you're getting sued. This episode had a better ending than The Walking Dead show. Yes, because they didn't plug a million spin-offs and gave you a proper conclusion. Welcome to Dead House, definitely a good episode, fully agree. The first half was a chef kiss to horror audiences. Second half, old-fashioned zombie love letter. Unpopular opinion, the horrors are worse than Carl. Mainly because One Day at Horrorland Part 2, I don't like the goofy game show and the TV host horror. I find zombies who can talk more scary than non-talking zombies. Send more paramedics. I feel bad for the dog. Yeah, the dog became a zombie. Instead of zombie chow, they are zombie dog chow. Good thing there was no dumpster-like cliffhanger in this episode. Yeah, Walking Dead, the original show, started out so good, got bad. Unlike Welcome to Dead House, which is good. The zombies are creepy. They apparently sneak into people's houses and try to attack the family, but just can't. And this is because there's like a magic reef, which repels the zombies. The reef is like a shield protecting them and preventing the zombies from full-blown killing and eating them, which does give the zombies a weakness and gives the heroes hope. Eventually, they trick the family into burning the reef, where the zombies go Dawn of the Dead style, invading the house, breaking through the walls, full-blown attacking. Scott Wickwire is one of the zombies too, which, very cool seeing this guy come back. He really loved being on Goosebumps. However, the zombies do have another weakness, and that's sunlight. Basically, the light kills them. They're all wearing hats. They only come out in the dark or in shadows. The sun basically burns them. The deaths are more graphic in the book. The show basically has them turn into ash. They get melted by the sun. They break the windows open. They kill them all. Family drives off. The Mr. Dawes is still alive. He was alive at the end of the book, and he fails to convince the family to stay. And just when you think everything's coming up Millhouse, we get Zombie Dog. Yep, the dog was infected and revealed that it's a zombie. And yeah, this part always kind of bothered me. The dog was infected this whole time. What's it doing standing out in like the clear skies? It's standing in an open field when they pick it up. It's like, bro, these people were like dying and cringing if a sliver of sunlight shined through trees, and the sun is still clearly out and the dog didn't die disintegrating. But yeah, the dog was a monster and it kills the family and R.L. Stine. Yep, these villains, pretty cool, not gonna lie. These were very great zombies. R.L. Stine actually did something new with his zombies, so that won them a lot of points. I'll put them on best of the worst. Which was worse, Dumpster or Season 6 cliffhanger? Season 6 cliffhanger, because they didn't show you who Negan died, or they didn't show you who Negan killed, and we all knew exactly who he killed, so we waited a whole year for something we knew what was gonna happen. Yeah, of course, Abraham and Glenn died, and they were the most people suspected. The sun had UV light, and zombies are vulnerable to that. The Executioner was savage, specifically the climax of the episode. Yeah, the Executioner is right down here on Seriously Evil. Walking Dead, really great villains you want to take a bite out of. Alright, so let's talk about Count Nightwing from Vampire Breath. And sorry people, he's going on to rubbish. I'll put him under Nia, because Nia's at least hot. Count Nightwing, the vampire from Vampire Breath. Not exactly a scary villain. This episode actually starts out really good. It is pretty scary. These kids are looking for their birthday presents, and while their parents are away, they look under the creepy basement where they find Count Nightwing's entire vampire lair. And basically, they can ward him off with vampire breath. He needs the vampire breath to regain full power, and Count Nightwing is a rather goofy-ass villain. Like, he's getting duped by children. It's like, I don't know why I thought this episode was scary. I mean, the beginning is scary because vampires are usually creepy, but as it goes on, he kind of turns into a joke. He's struggling to kill these two kids, and there's a funny scene where they're throwing the vampire breath jar back and forth like keep away, and he can't catch it, which is so pathetic. Yeah, no pun intended. Count Nightwing kinda sucks. Fully agree. Nice name, though. Don't let me diss the episode. Vampire Breath, I thought overall was okay, but the villain was bad. He's getting duped by children, man. Nice name, though. Yeah, Nightwing. Really cool, especially for a superhero. What's your opinion on episodes that actually show death in their episodes? Well, I did mention I love Attack of the Mutants, which actually had him die, and the Girl Who Cried Monster, Mr. Mortman's death, savage and really kick-ass, so I am cool with death depending on how it's handled in the episodes. Anyways, Count Nightwing, he sucks. He gets his butt kicked by children. Even a little vampire girl holds him back, and Basically, the twist is this guy is actually their granddad. He was related to the kids he was trying to kill all along, and they instantly forgive each other and become besties. Yeah, this whole life and death threatening episode, and yeah, he's actually cool. It's like, oh, you're my grandkids? Okay, I'm sorry for trying to kill you. Speaking of which, let's also put his vampire slave onto rubbish. Yeah, I'll put her after the mummy, because the mummy at least looked cool. This is the little girl, I think her name was Margaret or something. She's basically a vampire slave that Count Nightwing held prisoner for 1,000,000 years, basically tending to the vampire coffins under their house. Their house has like this long, elaborate catacombs with an army of vampires, and the little girl was tending to them, and basically, she wants to pull a Starscream and betray Count Nightwing, where she steals the vampire breath, only to anticlimactically lose and die to Count Nightwing. Yeah, there's a lot of plot holes surrounding this character, and the fact that the kids get over that Granddad had this little girl as his slave kinda raised some eyebrows. Yeah, basically, it's just a misunderstanding. It's a comedic twist, which honestly did not work for me. It was kind of messy. Though, who's worse than Nightwing, an obvious twist villain who can't act? Gwendolyn. Yeah, that's her name, Gwendolyn. The girl could not play her well, and very obvious she's lying and manipulating the kids, and she dies anticlimactically. There's a goofy-ass fight scene where she jumps Count Nightwing, and it looks fake and hilariously bad. Hey, cool show. Glad you're here. Just busy. Okay. The vampire breath twist ending reminds me of Billy and Mandy, where Dracula is Irwin's grandfather. I thought you were going to talk about how the mummy was actually Irwin's mom. What I found hilarious is that Nightwing did actually become a vampire in a DC vampire storyline, so R.L. Stine somewhat predicted the future. Yep, Stine does it again like The Simpsons. Big misunderstanding ending, yeah. Count Nightwing may have been bad, but he does have a nice name, though. Yeah, that's the best part, his name. The evil aunt dies on age, or the evil sister by erased foe exist. Spidey was planned to die and say cheese and die, but according to the book, but he didn't in the episode. So yeah, these two vampires, they suck. Alright, speaking of sucking, let's do Aunt Dahlia Gillespie from the popular and old story. So, I have kind of mixed feelings about this episode. I actually do like that Goosebumps pushed the envelope, but understandably, it is a very creepy episode for the wrong reasons. Dahlia might be an infamous choice, but I'll put her on They're Trying. I'll put her above the gnomes, at least, but under the Headless Ghost. This is Aunt Dahlia. I joke that it's Dahlia Gillespie because she's also a witch. This is an evil witch who is supposed to babysit her boys, but she uses magic prune cookies to age them up. Why does she turn her nephew and friend into old men? So she can pimp them out to her pedophile friends. Yes, I'm not kidding. That is the plot and conflict of this episode. She ages up her nephews into old men so she can pimp them out to her elderly lady friends looking for husbands. And yeah, this was unsettling even by Goosebumps standards. I give Aunt Dahlia credit. While I don't like her or the episode, she has pretty epic death scene. Yeah, that's why she wins points. Like Aunt Zelda better. Doctor from the Dog episode next. We'll do her after Dahlia Gillespie. Easily the most wacky and awkward episode in the entire series, yeah. An old story you will probably see on the top 10 worst episodes list because it has a very mature and dark subject matter, but as a villain, Aunt Dahlia Gillespie, the best part is her death scene. Her death is easily the most graphic and best part of the episode. She gets killed when the old guys, they find a cure, get baby food, cures them. They throw baby food on Aunt Dahlia where she dies. She turns into a skeleton and graphically melts away, killing her. And yeah, it is really cool, not gonna lie. An old story did win some points for me. It did have some good ideas and good moments, but yeah, ultimately the subject matter held it back. Dahlia is on here on there trying because the actress does a decent job if over the top, but her death scene easily one of the best in the series, so I'll put her on there trying. I at least took her more seriously than Count Nightwing and Gwendolyn, so yeah, we'll put her up high. The old woman still has it. Like Aunt Zelda better. I give up. Yeah, I read that one. Okay, did catch up on the chat. Alright, next we'll do the Doctor from My Hairiest Adventure, which kind of weird. He doesn't really count as a villain. I'll put him on, fine. If you don't know, this is the Doctor slash super scientist from My Hairiest Adventure. We have not talked about this yet, but basically there's a twist as to why the kids are feeling sick, growing body hair, and disappearing, and the Doctor is not exactly a villain. He's just a guy doing his job, but the guy playing him acts sinister and sketchy as heck. It's very weird. You're tricked into believing he's a villain, but ultimately he's a red herring. I think he's fine. The acting was not the problem. The episode was just so bad it's good, goofy. This guy, basically we find out he's been running tests on the kids and finding out that the experiment they were in is not working. There's a creepy aura around him, but nothing super spectacular. He's fine. I don't really consider there being villains in My Hairiest Adventure. Yeah, but I guess they wanted to desperately count him because they try to fool you into making you think he's a villain. It's magic. Baby food can turn anyone young into a baby. Why can't Aunt Delia sell the magic baby food to old people who want to be young again? That would have made sense, but nope. Easily the most wacky. Okay, read that one. Alright, gotta use the restroom again, but you guys, cast your vote on who you want to see next. We're narrowing down the list, almost at the end. Cast your vote, I'll be right back. Don't get me, Ghostface. Alright, Cat's back. Let me check your votes. I want Tiffany, the Tiffany version of Slappy. Her name's Mary Ellen. No bad doggies. They are on here. The barking ghost is this guy in his human form. Clarissa in Be Careful What You Wish For isn't really a villain. As she counts as a monster. The idiot bully Judith was way worse. Yeah, I guess Mary Ellen next. Rip the werewolves. We did the first werewolf of Fever Swamp. He's on decent villain. Okay, a lot of scattershot. I guess we'll do Mary Ellen. Mary Ellen, the girl living dummy from Bride of the Living Dummy. May surprise you, she's going into best of the worst. Yeah, I'll put her under Clone Brewer. This is Mary Ellen. I have not reviewed Bride of the Living Dummy yet, but just to let you know, I do love it, and I especially love Mary Ellen. They gave her a really creepy design. She's actually a porcelain doll, which explains her creepy hollowed out face here. Basically, Mary Ellen is actually pretending to also be a non-living doll. She's talking to the sister. The little sister and Mary Ellen are best friends. However, it becomes very clear that Mary Ellen is a toxic influence on the sister. Having Slappy get roped into their lives, we're led to believe that Slappy has chosen her as his bride. She's the bride of the living dummy. We get a twist that Mary Ellen is actually alive. what Mary Ellen wants, Mary Ellen gets. She reveals that she was alive the whole time and turns into the creepiest puppet ever. I think Mary Ellen is almost scarier than Slappy, design-wise at least. Oh, okay, it's been a long time since I've seen the Barking Ghost. That's because the Barking Ghost sucks. That is who this guy is. He's one of the Barking Ghosts, but in his human form. Alright, so, anyways, Mary Ellen, she is great. She is creepy. The actress really sells the part, and the show gave her one of the creepiest designs ever. This is the second scariest living dummy next to Slappy. Basically, Mary Ellen is a psychotic yandere who's been helping Slappy break into the house and helping him all along because she wants to marry Slappy. She's the Tiffany to his Chucky. She's a psychotic lunatic, over the top, very in love with Slappy, a schoolgirl with a crush, absolutely gushing over Slappy, but also completely murderous because she abuses the sister and wants to kill them if they block her path to hooking up with Slappy. So, yeah, very sinister villain too. She is actually one of the best villains in the series. I wish we got more of her, but unfortunately, Slappy World hasn't gotten adapted yet. Mary Ellen is a good one-off villain, though pretty heartbroken that she did all this for Slappy to be turned down. Yeah, Slappy preferred someone a bit younger. Also, those dogs in that episode look like one in my family in my early years of life. Okay. Yeah, Mary Ellen, definitely a worthy character to be on this list. She is definitely the female equivalent to Slappy. Alright, you want the Barking Ghost. Okay. Some people might be confused, but this guy is the Barking Ghost. The Barking Ghosts were actually these bandits / pirates who stole valuable treasure. They were running away from vicious attack dogs hunting them, where they ended up falling into the changing tree and possessing the dogs, becoming the Barking Ghosts. Barking Ghosts going on to even I could do better. Yeah, these guys suck. The Barking Ghosts are awful. R.L. Stine has openly proclaimed that there are two stories he is personally ashamed of: Go Eat Worms and The Barking Ghosts. And yeah, watching it in motion really made me realize, yeah, Barking Ghosts sucks. These villains are very confusing and kind of all over the place. One, they have powers as ghost dogs, yet when they switched places with the stupid kids, they wanted to do a body swap and become mortal this whole time. Suddenly, the kids become regular-ass stupid dogs who can't do any of the magic, which, like, what? Well, how are these guys still alive like 1,000 years later? How does this work? The Barking Ghosts had powers, but not when the human kids swap places with them, and their whole scheme is to basically become mortal again, and yeah, when they take over the kids, they are goofy. They become like homeless-looking crackheads. I guess it's a sign that they're taking over their body, but they're ridiculous and very messy. So many plot holes around them. The Barking Ghost is one of Stine's most poorly thought-out stories. Very messy of a story and episode for sure, yeah. Who's worse, Ghost Dogs or Ghost Beach? Ghost Dogs, because they didn't even have a semblance of a plot. Ghost Beach, they also sucked, but there was a story structure there. Someone wants Dr. Vink next. Vink's the name. Dr. Vink. The kids literally lower them back into the changing tree, which I do not know how they would fall for that. Yeah, they fall for the same trap twice. They chase the dogs, who are really the kids, to put them down, and stupidly go near the changing tree again, falling hook, line, and sinker, where they're anticlimatically killed and oddly disappear. We don't see the ghosts or the dogs. We just see the idiot bully brother becomes a chipmunk. Yeah, the idiot bully gets his comeuppance, but what happened to the villains? Yeah, the Barking Ghosts, they suck. These dogs need to be put down. But speaking of bad dogs, we should also do the bad cat. Rip the cat, who I'm gonna put on They're Trying. This is the monster from Cry of the Cat. Rip, a genetic mutation monster cat. Cry of the Cat basically follows a child actress who runs afoul by killing this cat where he scratches her because he has 9 lives and turns her into a freaky cat mutant. And basically she becomes a werecat. She's losing herself and has to kill the head werecat, who is Rip, this weird Muppet looking rat thing that doesn't even look like a cat, and he also anticlimactically dies because they feed him poison. Yeah, this is definitely a bad kitty. I am not a fan of Cry of the Cat. I know a lot of my fans really love that, especially because, you know, I am a cat, so I should like it, and it was an anniversary special, but this, yeah, Rip the Cat, not one of my favorite villains, especially how he's taken out. Is the tree magical? Yeah, it's called the Changing Tree. It magically allows you to body swap people. Freezes at the end for some odd reason. Also, the barking... Oh, my stream must be acting up. Sorry, that's usually a lagging. It kind of happens on stuff. Yeah, the barking ghost cover is horrifying. The cover is better than the actual episode. Rip the Cat is mostly an evil cat, like Catwoman would reject him. Yeah, she definitely would. Night of the Living Dummy 3 has the darkest ending in all the Living Dummy episodes. Disagree with you there, James. I think Bride of the Living Dummy has the darkest dummy ending. More of a rat in design than a cat in the final form. Personally, I like Cry of the Cat book more, especially with the cat tornado. That's because the CGI sucked in the actual series. Also, Cry of the Cat has one of the worst fourth wall breaks ever. Yeah, it wasn't as funny. Rip the Cat looks more like a mutant rat or a bat than an actual cat. Yeah, that was kind of the thing. It doesn't look like a cat at all. That was kind of a misstep there. And he anticlimactically dies, but the twist ending is he infected the other kid. I think his name was Ryan or something. One of the kid actors did get affected, and he eats a toy mouse. Yeah, they're trying, but just not very good. Alright, people want Dr. Vink, who's not a nutbag. This is Dr. Shriek from an episode we haven't reviewed yet. Piano Lessons Can Be Murdered. Yeah, Dr. Shriek, I will put on seriously evil, like WTF. And while we're at it, we should also put Mr. Toggle up here because he's also a major villain. Won't go into too many spoilers. Piano Lessons Can Be Murdered. Wolf is going to be reviewing this one. We have not talked about it yet, but the villain's very screwed up. They're basically luring people into this school, this instrument school, teaching them how to play instruments, and we find out it's all a great big lie. They're actually doing disturbing things behind the scenes. Dr. Vink plays a very creepy guy. Aaron Tagger really threw his all into this role. Dr. Shriek scared my brother, scarred Wolf for life, so he's definitely creepy, and Mr. Toggle might be one of the most evil villains in the series because his plot involves harming children and basically taking off their hands. The Piano Lessons Can Be Murdered. Spoiler, the cover does show. They're cutting people's hands off and turning them into robot musical players because Mr. Toggle sucked as a musician, and he's trying to study how it works, and to do this, he takes people's hands because it's too hard for him to build robot hands. Beautiful Hans! Beautiful Hans! That's okay, I mistake the episode. Not even Darth Vader could beat Slappy. Rip the Cat, look, yeah, right, read that one. It makes you wonder whatever happened to most of the kids now that they're adults. Yeah, in the show, they should be scarred for life. Night of the Living Dummy 4 has one of the darkest endings in Goosebumps history. Like the cat transforming is ugly, like still not a sexy cat. Yeah, Cheetah, way hotter. Beautiful paws! Beautiful paws! Yeah, this had the infamous beautiful hand scene where Dr. Vink chasing the little boy down the spooky Phantom of the Auditorium hallway. Very iconic scene, very creepy, especially because the adults are actually harming the children, making them very disturbed antagonists. They're so evil that the ghost was actually the hero in the end of this story. Yeah, definitely seriously evil. Not iconic masterpiece villains, but definitely high up there. Alright, let's get the show on the road. Who to do next? I guess we'll do Dr. Ritter from Deep Trouble. If you don't know, this was the twist villain from Deep Trouble. Him, I'm going to put on, fine. Yeah, controversial opinion, but Dr. Ritter, not as iconic as the mutant monsters. If you don't know, Deep Trouble is about this science experiment gone wrong. Dr. Ritter is actually the assistant to the kid heroes' scientist dad. They're making super special, like, fish serums, making mutant creatures, and on the island, they have mutants who are running amok, going around attacking people Monster Island style, including native people who are actually the scientist dad's research team who went missing. Dr. Ritter is making mutant monsters for, like, the military, and he betrays the family, leaves them stranded on the island, successfully framing them as the bad guys, while he kind of tries to get away with it, steal their formula and whatnot. And the ending when he was forced to play by his mother. Yeah, you were always a lazy boy. Also have a problem with piano lessons can be murder, since the murder part, since Hell Teacher Noob A36 have the ghost possessed that can murder. Well, Dr. Shriek and Mr. Toggle did murder all those past students, so people definitely did die at that school. Who's the most evil human villain, not including monsters or any supernatural villain? Based on this list, so far, I would say the Headmaster and Mr. Toggle definitely high up there. These two guys are normal humans, so yeah, definitely most evil of the humanity. Once again, a pretty obvious twist villain. Does get a funny, satisfying comeuppance at least. Yeah, the problem with Dr. Ritter, why he's not high up, is he's mostly off-screen, and one, it's obvious he's the bad guy. They tried to make the maid look like she's evil, but nope, she's not. It was Ritter all along. They expose his schemes, and he does get just a great karma. He gets his comeuppance at the end, where he's turned into a hideous mutant fish man, Rob Zombie style, and turned into an exhibit on a road show. Yeah, Dr. Ritter gets his comeuppance, and the effects are pretty gnarly in this episode, not gonna lie. Way better than the CGI. As a villain, though, he's alright. Definitely could have used some greater mutations. So, like, Goosebumps makes help, I'm a fish. Like, is this the prequel? Could be Akira. He's the hero's uncle in Deep Trouble. Okay, he was related. How about the childless ghost couple? Alright. Alright, let's talk about the House of No Return, the ghost couple, who, going on to Best of the Worst. Yep, I love House of the No Return, and the best part are the ghost couple. The weird Mr. Sinister and Helena Bonham Carter ghosts. These people are scary. These are easily the scariest villains, or scariest ghost villains of Goosebumps. Basically, the House of No Return is haunted by this ghost couple. They were once a loving family. However, after a freak tragic accident, their child, their baby, died falling down the stairs because the safety rail wasn't secured, where the child died and the couple lost themselves to depression. They went crazy, became hermits, locked themselves in this house until the day they died. So, the haunted house has this classic kind of ghost story feel. There's a spooky house in the neighborhood. It's long abandoned, rumored to be haunted by ghosts, and the Danger Club, our villain protagonists, a group of idiot bullies that just like to scare and torment people by daring them to go into this house, which they'd like to tease is haunted, but the Danger Club do not believe it's haunted at first. They tease, like, abduct this kid against his will and toss him in there, where the ghost couple reveal they're alive, and there's a lot of unnerving dread. The house is creepy, it's spooky, it's unsettling. There's hinted to be someone else in there, but the couple get the Jaws effect. We build up to the ghosts. You clearly see signs it's haunted, some spooky things happen, some things which could be written off as normal, some things which could be supernatural. Very unnerving ghost story. Yeah, those kids got what they deserved. Are the creeps here? Yeah, the creeps are right up here next to the Walking Dead and Mary Ellen. The irony is that the true villains are not the couple, but those kids. Yeah, the idiot bullies are awful. Okay, Ritter is their uncle's assistant, which is what I meant. We're coming. We're coming. We're here. You'll stay here forever. Sucks that this was the last episode. Yeah, Deep Trouble. Not a great finale, but I'll take a Silver Skull over god-awful Even the Rich Deserve Christmas Too. Yeah, the creeps are up here, right here. The kids got what they deserve. I still applaud on the ending of how Chris outsmarted the idiot bullies and the ghosts and have them become the ghost parents' children. So the twist is the ghosts were real, but they don't kill people. They wanted to adopt new kids to replace their dead child. And yeah, basically, Chris outsmarts everyone. He offers them a deal that the idiot bullies will come in searching for him, and they could have 3 children over 1. And the ghosts actually do keep their word. They let him go out the back door. Chris outsmarts and gets the happy ending where he lives happily ever after, where the idiot bullies got their souls traded because they're bullies, man. They were throwing kids in there against their will. They abduct the main character just to make sure you don't sympathize with him. They went in to see if Chris was still alive because they didn't want to be in trouble. Basically, they wanted to weasel out, and they find out the ghosts finally appear, and they're very creepy. It's a simple but super effective design. Basically, pale skin, old clothes, very crazy eyes. They look unhinged, very unsettled. And the ghost couple reveal they want to hold the kids hostage in their haunted house forever. And that's where it ends. The ghosts win and get their children, and one of the spookiest endings ever. The kids totally deserved it. They were bullies. They were brats. They only cared about Chris because they didn't want to get in trouble. And yeah, basically they become the ghost's new family. And that, kids, is the secret origin of the Haunted Hathaways. Yeah, very spooky. The House of No Return, easily on my top 5 favorite episodes ever. And the ghosts, some of the spookiest villains ever. They are creepy, they're unsettling, and surprisingly very tragic. They have a very in-depth backstory. So yeah, they are the best of the worst. The House of No Return lives up to its name greatly. It was a very good deal. Also, there's a remake. I hope Christina V be the ghost mom. Yeah, bro, stop simping for Christina V. And if she was, I'd expect her to have a bigger role. The ghost mom and the dad were held off until the end. But yeah, they're the best of the worst. Alright, so narrowing down our list, I guess we'll knock off a bad one. Let's knock off Clarissa. Going to put her on rubbish. Okay. I am not a fan of Be Careful What You Wish For. Yes, I know it has one of the best dark twist endings ever, but that was not enough to save it for me. Clarissa is the wacky fortune teller. It's implied she's the main girl's guardian angel. We get a few hints at that she's actually a bird. She acts like a bird. She carries eggs, and we get like a symbolic scene of as they're walking by, Clarissa passes by like an angel statue, hinting that she's the main girl's like guardian. Basically, Clarissa is a bumbling moron who screws up the wishes, and she's not really a villain, but as a supernatural character, yeah, she still falls on rubbish. The cover of the DVD has the ghostly figures. Yeah, it looks very good. Well, no, since the dad is African-American, so basically Haunted Mansion. Yeah, but I wanted to make that reference. What would you do if you had 3 wishes? Wish for more wishes. Sorry, since Veronica Mayday voice got me blushed. And wanted her to be interesting. Still a better genie than on Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, a million times better than Belle, that's for sure. But basically, Clarissa is kind of a bumbling fool. She tries to do the right thing, but screws up a lot. We're going with that comedy routine, and yeah, I didn't like her. I found her more annoying. The actress is very over the top, very hammy, does not take this episode seriously, and she's trying to be like a guardian angel. The one time she does things right is when she kills the idiot bully by turning her into a statue, which is why she wins 1 point, but yeah, this bird needs to fly away. While we're on the duds, let's do The Invisible Mirror. Going on, they're trying. Yeah, I'll put them above the worms at least. Yeah, okay. This is the, if you can't tell, it's the magic mirror from Let's Get Invisible, and not a huge fan. The mirror is very lackluster as a supernatural threat. For one thing, it's just the kid screwing around with the mirror the entire time. We don't get the plot until the final act, where the mirror is actually a portal for evil mirror universe counterparts coming in to steal our lives. And yeah, it's a cool concept, but they save it for way too late. The mirror is not well explored at all, and Let's Get Invisible is total wasted potential. I did not like it, and the mirror is kind of lackluster. The fact that it's still alive at the end gives too much hope for a happy ending over the dark twist it had in the book. Had potential, but like I said in the Let's Get Invisible video, feels a little shattered. Yeah, definitely. They're trying. It got some points, but not super good. Alright, gotta get more water, but cast your vote on who you want next. Final string, let's go. Cast your vote. I'm getting more water this time. It's BRB. Alright, we're back. What'd you guys vote for? I was hoping to save the jack-o'-lanterns last. Okay, let's do werewolf skin. Yeah, those would be good guys to end on. How appropriate we end on the first monsters we talked about. Alright, other than jack-o'-lanterns, I'll get Bird Genie. Olivia Newton-John. Alright, let's talk about the werewolf skin then. Werewolf skin, I will put on... Actually, this might go on decent villain, but it'll go very low. These are the werewolf skins from Werewolf Skin. Basically, another symbiote-style villain. Basically, the werewolf skin possess its owners are kind of skinwalker type of monsters. If you put on this, you become the monster. The main character finds out that his aunt and uncle are addicted to the werewolf skin, and wearing these, going out hunting at night. I guess it was supposed to help spice up their marriage in the book, but yeah, basically the werewolf skins have overtaken them and made them more monster than human. And yeah, they're actually pretty threatening. Not as good as the Werewolf of Fever Swamp, but to Werewolf Skin's credit, people do actually like it. I can see why. It is a pretty creepy werewolf story, but it does have some confusing moments. Namely, the werewolf skin itself is not thoroughly explored. It is built up who the werewolves are, and surprise, it is the aunt and uncle, who we thought were cool. They like their nephew and are cool up until they get addicted to the werewolf skin. There's this very creepy kind of drug addiction metaphor there, because the skins give them power, and I must say they are pretty creepy. They are threatening. They pretty much become werewolves whenever they wear these, so yeah, but werewolf skin has a lot of comedic moments, namely, when they're defeated, they blow up. Yeah, the werewolf skin blows up. It's very hilarious. An interesting, good concept here. Just wish the episode itself was a little bit better. Not a bad episode, but definitely could have been much more. Yeah, werewolf skin fell into Silver Skull territory. I did have some issues with the plot, and Some scenes were a lot goofier than intended, but I think the werewolf skin, definitely decent monsters. If we're judging a character, these were definitely creepy, and the twist is, even though the werewolf skins died, we find out there was more than one werewolf. It's the girl. The love interest was a werewolf skin addict too. And it's not as scary as the book where she actually bit and infected the main character. But yeah, werewolf skin, decent villain. Definitely worth a howl. Alright, so I don't remember these two kids, but yeah, we'll talk about, I guess, the Shock Street robots. These are the main characters from a shocker on Shock Street, who, you know, might put on decent villain. Put them under some big tiers. Yeah, okay. I believe one's named Marty. I don't remember the other girl. These are the robots who, surprise, were not real children. They were actually safety dummies who were testing the Shock Street Studios tour. They're at an amusement park. They're being attacked by monsters. The monsters seem so real, but it turns out they were actually machines all along, being used by their dad, who invented them, treated them like his children, but really they meant nothing to him. They were here to test the safety for humans. Well, they didn't really become villains until the last 2 minutes, honestly. Yeah, that is kind of thing. Marty and Aaron, thank you. Those are the haunted house game kids. Oh, okay, those aren't. I couldn't tell. Also, why are there werewolf skins like I hope there was a werecat skin? Reminds me of Creamy Cold. Those two kids you don't know are from the haunted house game, I believe. Yeah, here's the thing. There are two sets of kids. I believe these are the ghosts from the haunted house game, but I don't know who these two kids are. I remember one of them being a black kid, though. That's why I didn't recognize them. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, the robots, they're not actually the villains until the end. Basically, they're deactivated. The dad writes them off as a failure, but in our twist ending, we find out they were still alive, and they become the bad guys right at like the last minute. Everyone wants to live, even robots, and they murder the evil professor and are implied to go on a rampage at this park, Westworld style. Robots, I thought were pretty decent villains. The kids did a good job in the twist ending. Problem is, they're not really the villains until the end because they turned evil thanks to their evil dad. Oh wait, I believe those are the House of No Return idiot bullies. One of them does not look like Vanilla Ice. That's kind of my problem. Alright, so yeah, definitely decent villains. I'll put them on decent because they got a really creepy twist ending. Alright, let's do the swamp monster. Going on to seriously evil, like WTF. Yeah, the swamp monster. I actually really love How to Kill a Monster. This episode, very underrated, and the monster does not look anything like how he does in the book, but the weird Krogan chicken T-Rex design is actually pretty gnarly. This monster always terrified me as a kid, mostly because it clearly does not look human. It looks more beast than man, even though there is a guy in the suit, and the puppetry looks very good even to this very day. Or you just put them on the don't remember section. Okay, I might. Never mind, I'm overthinking it. Okay, anyways, the Swamp Monster, How to Kill a Monster, hugely underrated episode. I did not get why Walter Benesiak listed this as one of the worst monsters because I thought it was creepy how it wouldn't die. The kids are locked in a house, Resident Evil 7 style, with this monster. Their grandparents went on a hunting trip and they shot and killed the monster. However, the monster wasn't dead, so they accidentally leave their kids locked in with this monstrous Krogan thing, and it wakes up and starts attacking and terrorizing the kids, where the kids try to outfox it, outsmart it, and defeat the monster, even though they're helpless children, and this thing is seemingly immortal. So, I did an entire episode gushing about this design, and yeah, I really like it. It looks cool. It looks like a full-blown beast. Love the puppetry. Love the monster's xenomorph shriek. Good design monster, just one problem. Very weak to humans. Still a funny little twist, and the adventure was fun. I wonder if there is a real creature similar to the swamp monster in real life. probably dinosaurs, but yeah. Basically, they kill this thing multiple times, and we find out in the twist the monster was allergic to humans all along, where we get a hilarious twist where it dies licking the brother like in the book and blows up becoming monster slime. But in the twist ending, we find out there are more monsters, and yeah, this is not a really scary twist because it was allergic to humans, so its species might be allergic as a whole, which is why it's not gonna make S tier. But yeah, I think it was pretty good. Really creepy design, really stood out, and as a kid, it is very horrifying being locked in a room with this thing, so I think it's seriously evil. Alright, final string, let's go. Alright, so I'm having some trouble recognizing these two kids. I think we might have to put them on Don't Remember. So yeah, let's get to the good ones. Let's talk about the haunted house game monsters, who are going on to seriously evil, like WTF. Okay, yeah, the haunted house game, I did end up liking. It's not one of my favorite episodes of the series, but it is a pretty dumb fun episode. Basically, haunted board game episode. It's controlled by these ghosts who lure victims into the haunted house, which is actually a game board, and it plays with you until you win your way out. In a twist, we find out two of the kids who pretended they were trapped here like them were actually the inventors of the game. They trap people, and if you lose, you're turned into a piece in this board game, and yeah, that is pretty evil. It's basically playing with people's lives. It's like Carl, making you into toys. It's a game that plays with you and puts them into this creepy haunted house. Very fun episode, and the villains kind of weak. That's why they're not higher, because I think there's like a bunch of villains. They all take different forms and different shapes. The monster dies of the flu of the brother. Yeah. The big bird sounds like an elephant. Theory, is the swamp monster a dinosaur? I do think that might be what it is. My theory is he dies because of the flu of the brother. Interesting lore with the games master. It loses points with them being the twist villains disguised as kids and gets defeated easily in the episode. Yeah, this is why they're not S tier, because at the end, turns out the ghosts are super serious competitors. They were trying to beat the other at who was the better game player, and the two old guys basically fight, which distracts them long enough for them to roll their way out with the last dice roll, and yep, they lose. The kids get away, but once again, the saga continues as they lure in new players. This one I'll put on seriously evil. Good villains, but not the MVPs. Yeah, Wizard of Waverly plays out a board game episode like Clue. Yeah, Swamp Monster sounds like the Xenomorph. I did point that out in the review. That's what he sounded like. Alright, we're on a roll. Let's get these last few out. I suppose we should dump our last week monster, Dark Danny. Who's this guy? This is the twist villain from The Ghost Next Door. So, I thought it would be cooler if this guy was actually Death, the Grim Reaper. He's been stalking Hannah and trying to convince her that she's a ghost and she needs to move on to the other side. But we find out, no, this is actually Danny Phantom, the neighbor boy from the future, where he became this divine being who's not a ghost, but looks, acts, and has the powers of a ghost, trying to kill his past self so he'll become a real ghost. Yeah, very, very confusing. This guy, I'll put on the top of their trying. Okay, so The Ghost Next Door is a good episode, but what holds it back was the villain, because it is very, very confusing. Also, remind Ruby Season 9 where Yang Wise. Never watch Ruby, guy. So, Dark Danny, very confusing villain. It is kind of all over the place. He's from the future, but he's a ghost, and he's trying to make sure young Danny becomes a ghost like him, but he's not as powerful as Hannah is as a ghost. Yeah, this guy was easily the weakest part because he does not make sense. You are not scientifically possible. Ghost Next Door, great episode, bizarre, confusing WTF villain, not to mention pretty weak trying to make sure he succeeds. Yeah, basically his plan is he needs to kill himself. He needs to kill his past self. He's trying to murder young Danny, but Hannah is preventing that and screwing over his good timeline, basically. And Hannah combats him, and by preventing Danny's death, he's retconned out of existence, which, how is he able to come back to the past in the first place? I don't know. They're trying, but the villain is ultimately a mess. He is the worst part of a great critically acclaimed episode, and that's what hurts him the most. Alright, got a lot of good ones left. Let's do Awesome Ants, who, gonna surprise you, going into best of the worst. I actually love Awesome Ants. I am surprised how good it has been. So good it's held up, and really was surprised at how underrated it really is. So, yes, Awesome Ants is one of the more absurd, outlandish stories, but what makes it great are its twist ending. The actual Dark Danny from Danny Phantom is the ultimate enemy. Definitely better villain than this Danny. Plus, he was voiced by Eric Roberts. Can't go wrong there. Also, is this Goosebumps and Danny Phantom canon? Probably. Dark Danny is not only, in my opinion, the worst Goosebumps villain, but also forgettable, because I barely see anyone putting Dark Danny in their list for worst Goosebumps villains. Okay, so he was a good idea in concept, but very undercooked. That was my problem. I'll look around the show to find out who those two unknown kids are. Yeah, this kid in a gray sweater and this weird smiling girl. They look familiar, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Anyways, Awesome Ants, they are awesome. It is a great episode. Basically, old-fashioned creature feature. This kid gets experimental ants and is trying to study them for his science experiments. However, things go wrong when he overfeeds them, transforming them into kaiju ants, and they terrorize the neighborhood, except it was all just a dream. In reality, the ants are the owners of the entire planet. They're actually pet humans, and they're these creepy kaiju ants that are keeping them locked up in this cage, feeding them and treating them as the ants while the ants rule the world, thanks to Manny's betrayal. Awesome Ants, I definitely loved the episode a bit more than the short story, especially the twist ending. Yeah, the twist ending is easily the redeeming factor for Awesome Ants because of how good the effects still look and how insane it is. The Awesome Ants are the real masters and you humans are the pets. The humans are toiling away, feeding off of these M&M pellet looking things, and the ants are looming over them as their gods and rulers, mocking them, revealing that the episode was just a wishful thinking dream where life was normal like it is here on Earth. Awesome Ants, awesome episode, and really awesome villains. The puppetry and practical effects really look good to this very day. I would actually defend that this is one of the top 10 best episodes of the series, and you probably will see these little guys again on my list. Awesome Ants lives up to the title. They are awesome. Inferno for the royalty. Yeah, I love those ants. Those ants are just awesome. Awesome Ants is Go Eat Worms done right. 100% right, Joseph. Awesome Ants way better than Go Eat Worms, without a doubt. Alright, so yeah, you know, they're awesome. So we got a lot of awesome villains left in fact. Alright, let's do the Scarecrows who walk at midnight. Going on to best of the worst. I will put them under the ants because the ants actually won. Scarecrow Walks at Midnight, also pretty good episode. I really wanted to give it a 10 out of 10, but some of the plot gets kind of messy with Stanley. But the Scarecrows, iconic. They are memorable villains. They are creepy. They're gruesome looking. They're zombie-like. Have really wicked designs and have the coolest death in the show. Scarecrow walks at midnight. Basically, some mentally challenged farmer named Stanley gets his hands on a magic spell book where he tries to do right by making the scarecrows their silent servants, helping around on the farm. However, he loses control real fast, and the scarecrows turn against their masters, going on a rampage and are haunting the farm every midnight, attacking people, scaring them, and multiple times try to kill the kids, which made them very creepy. R.L. Stine does some good Scarecrow stories. Really does. Really like them. Well, think they're less scary than DC and Marvel Scarecrow? Yeah. Like they're always love Scarecrow stories. I love Scarecrow horror stories, and R.L. Stine was no slouch in this department. These guys, very unsettling, very violent, very creepy, and the fact that there's an entire army of them on the farm made them a serious threat. Basically, they're trying to scare off everything off the farm, and that includes attacking people, scaring them, killing the children, doing really twisted stuff, and the Scarecrow has a really great horror vibe. Their faces are creepy, they're very menacing. Personally, I thought the Scarecrow grandparents were very traumatizing as a kid. They look scarier than the actual monsters, but really cool villains. Basically an old-fashioned kind of zombie story. They swarm the farm, big climax in the barn, and they're murdered by a thresher. Not a thresher maw, a thresher. The boy runs them over with the shredder, and it splices them into a million pieces, which a lot more cooler than their original book death. In the book, they just set them on fire, which is kind of stupid because you realize why didn't they do that earlier. Here, they get cornered and they're forced to fight, where they finally vanquish the Scarecrows. However, twist ending, the tractor turns into a Decepticon and runs over the family. But yeah, apparently the tractor didn't make it on here. I guess not to spoil the twist, but Scarecrow's best. They are iconic villains. You all know the book cover. They are creepy villains, and it is a very great episode. The Scarecrow walks at midnight, definitely the best of the evil ones, because they're good at scaring everything away. The nightmare scene, yeah, that was scary. Unless you also use Harold, who turns a kid into a Scarecrow. Yeah, Harold. Scarecrow Walks at Midnight is good. Not as good as the Haunting Hour Scarecrow, because that episode was a masterpiece. Fully agree. Imagine if the Scarecrows looked like Injustice 2 Scarecrow when you fight or play as him. Yeah, that would have been epic. Yeah, Haunting Hour did the Scarecrow a lot better, and they did do the Burning the Scarecrow ending, so cute homage to Goosebumps. The tractor is terrifying, even though you can clearly see the driver. Don't! Yeah, those bad effects. But yeah, Scarecrows, they're iconic. They did their job scaring everything, including our childhoods. Alright, final three, let's go. Let's do the Saber. Saber, I'm going to put on decent villain. Yeah, he'll go on decent villain, mostly because there is a twist. Saber is the quote-unquote monster haunting Camp Nightmoon, aka Camp Nightmare. So, my brother Wolf ended up talking about Welcome to Camp Nightmare, and personally, I really love it. He was way too hard on the episode, but I respect his opinion. Camp Nightmare, really creepy villains. We don't see the Saber for a long time. It is kind of held in the shadows. It's basically a giant wolf that goes around killing people, including the campers. And the Saber is not really the actual villain. No, our actual villain is Uncle Al, who, not gonna put higher, but I will put him on decent villain too. He'll go above the werewolf though. Yeah, Saber is actually a robot, and Uncle Al is the true mastermind after all. It turns out Camp Nightmare, we did review this, it's actually a government training camp teaching child soldiers. Uncle Al is basically the real bad guy and trying to convince the kids to basically toughen up and rebel against him even when it's very clear he's a bad ruler. Uncle Al is basically running this haunted summer camp, doing crazy things, gaslighting the campers, writing off people dying, and we find out he's actually goading Billy into basically killing him and proving that he's a worthy soldier. Saber was more of a good presence lore villain, yeah. Saber was recycled in Horrorland. Yeah, the Ripper. And you gotta play GTA San Andreas. You know how deadly harvesting tractors are. Also, they should have had a bear. Yeah, the bear was the twist villain in the book of Scarecrow. Also, Camp Nightmare has no yellow lanterns of fear and no camp counselor named Sinestro. Yeah, missed opportunity there, Wolf. But yeah, Uncle Al, who's not actually a bad guy. He's actually like a drill sergeant. He's secretly an instructor, but incognito in disguise. So, Camp Nightmare is actually a government training facility, and Uncle Al is the real quote-unquote antagonist because he's actually a corrupt leader. He's doing bad things, and this is all a test for Billy to basically stand up to him and kill him and take over. And Billy succeeds. He succeeds at his mission, and it was all just a simulation. Saber was never real. He was created by Dr. Venture, and yeah, Uncle Al was actually a good guy. He was just faking being a bad guy, which is why technically they're not higher. But yeah, Camp Nightmare, a very good episode, and these are definitely really strong villains. They're not super evil, though, because the twist is they were actually good and no one was in danger. All the kids are alive. It was all just a fake simulation. Camp Nightmare is a very good, bizarre, twisted time. Everything about the camp, including Al, was very unsettling, though. The babish nightmare darkish ending. Like what the book's ending is Camp Nightmare. Yeah. So yeah, the twist is they're actually aliens and they were being trained to visit a place called Earth, which is very crazy. And yeah, pretty good episode, not gonna lie. I'll put them on decent villains because they're not fully evil, and I don't think people remember Uncle Al mostly. They remember the saber very often because it's in the opening. But yeah, they'll be on decent, strong villains, but not all-time S tier for me. But you know who is S tier? Our last one. The Pumpkinheads. They're back. Let's end this with our first Goosebumps monsters. The Pumpkinheads, who are going on to seriously evil. Like, yeah, best of the worst. So, Attack of the Jack-O-Lanterns, I love it. I do love it more than the Haunted Mask 2 if we go by best Halloween episodes. Pumpkinheads, very epic designs. Not as good as how the book drew them, but really creepy. They have claw hands if you can't see, and these weird, deformed, Muppet-looking pumpkin heads, and very tall, alien, lanky monsters. Basically, the Pumpkinheads show up around October, and they're behind a lot of mysterious disappearances around Drew's town. It's Halloween, parents are scared to let their kids go out alone because people have actually died in this episode off screen. The Pumpkinheads, very clearly the monsters behind it. The Pumpkinheads pose as friendly trick-or-treaters, pretend they're Shan and Jaina, have Drew and her friend Posse come with them to get the best candy, luring them to basically the sketchy neighborhood of all Pumpkinheads. And it turns out it's a trap. They're actually luring people here because they're behind the disappearances as they hunt down and eat people. They're giving them a ton of candy, going to this neighborhood, which I believe is a simulation room on their spaceship. It's explained in the book and not very well on the show. Basically, the Pumpkinheads are trying to feed them and stuff them fairy tale style before basically killing and eating them. They're fattening them up. Now it's empty. Go. More houses. Lots more houses. Trick or treat forever. Yeah, I like that. Imagine if Camp Nightmare is the prequel to My Best Friend is Invisible. That would have been clever. The episode that has Keisha's actress from Magic School Bus. Yeah, she's super Drew. One of my favorite main characters. I'm ready to see in the tier list your top 12 monsters or episodes. Yep, right up here. We have gotten them all. We're ending things with the Pumpkinheads. Like, Kat, why did you never tell in Goosebumps Pumpkinheads episode that Drew's voice actress is Keisha and Agent 2 from Hell of a Boss? I don't think Hell of a Boss was that popular yet when I reviewed it. Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns is a really fun Halloween treat with so many fun twists throughout. Yeah, there are multiple twists in this episode, and we do have to give away the big one. The Pumpkinheads chase the kids when they try to run away. Spoilers, it was Shan and Jaina all along, who are actually aliens. Not just that, they're Muppet aliens. And they leave peacefully, but reveal that, yeah, they do actually kill and eat people. Then they give Drew a very vague warning to not fatten up on her Halloween candy, implying that they would have killed Drew and her friend if they were as fat enough to eat. And yeah, the aliens pretty much get away, which makes them very threatening villains because they are still out there. They return to their home planet, and instead of a heartwarming E.T. ending, we get this very vague, spooky ending where, yep, the Pumpkinheads do have a kill count. They have killed and eaten a lot of people, and they fly off in their E.T. ship to basically hunt more aliens. Pumpkinheads, creepy, iconic, masterful villains, love Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns. It is one of my favorite episodes ever, and they are easily the best of the worst iconic Goosebumps villains. Definitely a tasty Halloween treat. The puppet aliens designs suck. Yeah, they kind of do. They look like sock puppets, but as a kid, they were very impressive, but their jack-o'-lantern heads still look pretty good. Pumpkinheads, high up here, definitely the best of the worst. And as you can see, we completed my entire list. I don't recognize who these kids are, nobody has told me who they were, and yeah, that pretty much completes them all. Take one last snapshot. We do have a lot more good than bad this time, luckily. But yeah, this is our Goosebumps list. All the villains ever, got a lot in the best, got some decent villains, and we do have a fair amount of the duds here. So I'll go over it one last time. Alright, we're done, minus the unknowns, don't worry, I'll find them. And it's done. Since I'm going to leave, since it's my cousin and my late birthday. Happy birthday, Akira. Glad you stuck around. Hope you enjoyed the Goosebumps tier list. So I'll go over it for one last time for any late birds. Don't remember at all these two kids. I just can't put my finger on them. Don't recognize them. Even I could do better. The Blob, the Ghost Saddlers, grandparents and the cousins, El Sydney, the Gruel, the Baby Grace, the Barking Ghost, and Mud Monster, they all suck. I could have written better versions. My fans, my subscribers could have written better versions. These are total trash. Rubbish. Princess Nia could have been cool, but she wasn't. Count Nightwing, Clarissa, the Mummy Prince Koru, Gwendolyn, Mr. Blankenship, the Men in Black ripoffs, they suck. These are lame duck villains. These are bad, but there was a speck of hope there. Especially Princess Nia, because she was hot. But yeah, these villains, lame ducks, they're just plain bad. Then, they're trying. Dark Danny, the Headless Ghost Boy, Aunt Dahlia Gillespie, the Gnomes, the Howlings, the Mirror, the Worms, and Rip the Cat, they were definitely something. They were trying, they were just not good enough, didn't have enough to them. They were almost great, and the episodes they were in could have had great potential, but just weren't. Then, fine. The Sexy Monster Blood Witch, Dr. Ritter, the Haunted Camera, and the Evil Doctor from My Harriest Adventure, they're okay. They're alright. They're just flat, not super developed, not my favorite villains of the series, but they did their job. Decent villains. The Werewolf Skin, Otto and Ice Cream Boy, the ghost from the Headless Ghost, the Cuckoo Clock of Doom, Brent, the Robot Kids, Spidey, the Monster Blood, Tony, the Phantom of the Auditorium, Uncle Al and the Saber, and the Werewolf of Fever Swamp. These are definitely pretty good villains. They're fun, they did their job. Not iconic status for me. I know it's blasphemous because Saber and Monster Blood should be, but these were definitely fun villains, but not the all-time masterpieces of evil. Can you do a Scooby-Doo Where Are You villain tier list? Maybe. Akira wants a Monster Musume list. The Ghost Kids are from the Haunted House game. They are? I don't recognize them. They don't look like the Ghost Kids. One of them was black. I remember that. If this is them, then fine. I'll put them on fine. I prefer their true monster forms. Speaking of which, seriously evil. Sammy and his alien family, the dinosaur from How to Kill a Monster, Carl, the Headmaster, the Executioner, Mr. Toggle, Dr. Shriek, the Horrors with Wretch Sniff as the face, the Mummy from Don't Wake Mummy, and the Haunted House game ghosts in their ghost form. These are seriously evil. These are good villains. Definitely entertaining. They did their job. Just missing that extra spark to lay their mark into S tier. Can you zoom in? That is the daughter and mother who turned into the cat from Cry of the Cat. Oh, is that them? Oh, that's the mother? Okay, I'll put them on there fine still. Alright, they should have had the mutant mother. Okay, that's Rip's owners from Cry of the Cat. Thank you for correcting me there. Did not recognize them because the mom's not a mutant freak, which we all would have recognized instantly. We'll put them on fine. And last, the S tier, the best of the worst. The scarecrows who walk at midnight. Badass, very scary. R.L. Stine's good at scarecrow horror. Awesome ants. They are just plain awesome. Love the puppetry. They are underrated monsters. The Walking Dead. Much better than Robert Kirkman's current show. Awesome villains, great body horror. Welcome to Dead House is a good episode. The Pumpkinheads. Even before the haunting hour, they actually made Pumpkinheads badass and scary. The Creeps. First villains to actually win in the end. Of course, their masterclass in Goosebumps. Mary Ellen, underrated. Looking forward to the Bride of the Dummy review, but yeah, this is a really kick-ass villain. She is the Tiffany to Slappy's Chucky. Clone Dr. Brewer, very creepy, unsettling villain. Awesome mad scientist villain. Really like Stay Out of the Basement. Of course he's up here. He carried that episode. The Ghosts of the House of No Return. Epic. Scariest ghosts ever. House of No Return is one of my favorite episodes. And of course, the villains will always be creepy forever. The Masked Mutant, an icon. He is an instant huge face for Goosebumps. Love Attack of the Mutant. Love the video game. Love that Scott Wickwire's performance. This guy is easily one of the best fun villains of Goosebumps. Mr. Mortman, the girl who cried monster, epic, one of the best displays of physical, practical effects, underrated monster, the guy who played him is creepy even outside of the makeup, that's how good he is. Yeah, it's them. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll stick the mom and Rip's owner onto fine. They did their job, but nothing to write home about. Okay, thanks for doing this job for me. See you later. Another tier list to give Goosebumps. Yeah. I'd like to see a snow monster. I think I saw it on the book. That's the Abominable Snowman of Pasadena. He was in the movie, but not the show. You forgot the Cuckoo Clock of Doom. Yeah, he's here on decent villains, like the Cuckoo Clock. Sorry, I had to scroll over them pretty fast. Yeah, Cuckoo Clock, pretty decent, but it's an object, so it's kind of limited. Speaking of objects, Slappy, best killer doll ever. This guy is the mascot of Goosebumps. Of course he's S tier. And number one villain for me is the Haunted Mask. The one that started it all, the creepy mask. This guy, iconic. We all love the Haunted Mask, and he had two of the best two-parters of the series. Of course, he outclasses Slappy for me because look at that design. How could he not? It's the Green Goblin. So yeah. Haunted Mask, my number one episode. And that pretty much completes this tier list. Sorry, it's a bit long, and the list is even longer. So yeah, snap a pic if you can't. But yeah, rank them all. You finally got the Don't Remember out of there. They are the owners of Rip. We'll put them on fine. But yeah, awesome Goosebumps monsters. Goosebumps is an awesome show, and I look forward to finally completing it soon. We'll see what our next tier list is, but for now, don't have much plans. Hope you guys enjoyed this list because we do have some plans for the future. Anyways, that completes our Goosebumps list. Remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more videos posted here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I call this meeting of the Goosebumps Society over.